Hello, noble ones. That was a nice clip of my microphone. Welcome, noble ones. Thank you so much for joining. Hello, everyone on YouTube, on Twitch, and Rumble, multi-streaming. To you. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Yes, I have been playing Zephon. Alright, let me make a few posts to let people know we're live. Let me post it on X. Is Elon Musk gonna name the first city on Mars X? X city, Xburg. How about Xburg? Alright, guys, so I can see you in chat. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining. We've got a lot of... Ooh, this is going to be a really long stream. In fact, I'm just going to stream as long up until I get so tired that I'm like, okay, that's it. Maybe it's... If I get to ibuprofen territory, that's when I'm going to stop. How about that? Greetings. Let's see if we can get banned today on Twitch and whatnot. How about that? Alright. So, we don't need the music right now. I'm just gonna fade it in like a pro. Let's go. Fade it out, in fact. Man, like a pro, I don't even know how to say it. Cool, that was awful. I did not do a good job. Hello, welcome. How you doing? Great to see you. Really good to see you. So we're gonna see a few things today. We have a lot of ground to cover. A lot of, yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. All right, so let me see. We got someone in chat already. Very kind. And so let me put a background for when I show chat. How about that? How about I prepare that before, professional streamer? Maybe, but for today we've got what we've got. Let me see what we've got for a background. Maybe like something blue for a change. How about that? No, that looks awful. All right, let me find a nice image that I could use for a background. How about like a picture of Hassan Piker? That could be interesting. Maybe not. I'm just going to put ones and zeros. I'm just going to put ones and zeros for when I show you guys. So, all right. So we've got already a very kind donor and supporter of the stream. And so I would like to say thank you very much to Batman himself. In fact, Batmanic. And watch Yuri Beznemov talk about subversion. Recommend the channel for 60-minute lecture. Man, 60-minute lecture. Maybe not live, but I'll check it out. Amit Sengrupa, 20 minutes. Okay, interview also available. God bless. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you for joining. And we also have a very kind super chat, $20 from Janku the Great. And great you are, my friend. It looks so messy in America right now. I hope it gets better. Me too. You know, I'd like to avoid being part of a freaking civil war. So if we can avoid that, it'd be great. That would be fantastic. Let me move my light. And as I say, we have a lot of things to talk about today. Let me give you a very brief idea of the kind of topic that we're going to cover. And again, I prepared so many topics, I don't even know if it's possible for me to cover all of them. But here is what the gist of it. Here's the gist of it, and then I'll address everyone else. So first and foremost, we are going to talk. I don't know if it's going to be in this order. It's going to be in the order of whatever my mind thinks. But anyways, so we're going to talk about Andrew Wilson appearing on Joe Rogan Experience, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to do that, and the effect psychologically it had on Destiny's mind. That's going to be one of the things. Apparently, Hassan Piker has been banned, so we're going to cover that. There is new footage when it comes to the Alex Pretti shooting that had to do with ICE, of course. So we're going to talk about that, since I've recently made a video about my opinions on everything that has happened in Minneapolis. But clearly, the more new stuff appears, the more we need to enter that into our data analysis. Then we'll talk about the actor Giancarlo Esposito. You know who that is, right? Let me see. I'm not going to tell you. You know who that is? Let me see the chat. Yeah? Do you know who that is? Just to remind you, that would be the actor who played Gus in Breaking Bad. And he's a freaking traitor, he is. So I'm going to call him out today. Then we're going to talk about possibly Don Lemon belonging in jail. And then I kind of want to talk about Candace Owens a little bit because of the whole time traveling situation. We'll see, maybe. Then we've got a couple of drops. Drop number 1, we've got... Man, I'm clipping the mic. I'm an Italian, there's like my automatic default is clipping the mic. So we've got a couple of drops. Shoe on Head posted a video, we might react. The background NPC dropped a new video, we might react. Then we could react to Asmongold just because, you know, daily dose, I suppose. We've got an interesting video from Mudaha, some ordinary gamers who decided to talk about the Epstein files, because of course there is also that. It's not like, goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen, there is always something, isn't there? We might react to that. Then I watched 2 episodes of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, and man, I've got a lot to say, particularly when it comes to the armor. So you might hear me bitch about that during the stream as well. And then there is some new information on Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, guys. So this is an intense stream, and I intend on playing as well. So I don't know how I'm gonna fit all of that into one stream. Angelic power, I guess. Anyways, I've got a few super chats that I have to acknowledge. And also hello to everyone, by the way. Really appreciate you being here. It's going to be an intense stream. Man, I've got a lot of things to say. And yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Also, we need to say massive thank you today. Gonzalez, massive supporter of the channel. He always gifts 5 Metatron gift memberships. I really appreciate that. And these are the people that received the memberships. That's really nice and very kind of you. Thank you very much for the support. And by the way, by gifting those 5 Metatron memberships, my friend, you literally made us go from 347 members to 352. So we just crossed the 350. I really appreciate that. Who knows? Maybe today we can hit 400 members. That would be 47 more memberships. I don't know if it's going to happen, but hey, a man can dream, am I right? So maybe it will happen. But thank you so much for helping us cross that amazing 350. I really appreciate that. And Ray also tells us Lemon is going where he belongs. I agree. Lemons, ladies and gentlemen, belong into a box. That's where lemons go. Where do you put them anyways? On the table? No, you put them in a box. That's where he belongs. Jasper Owens, thank you very much for being an elite guardian. I really appreciate your support. New into Adam and Eve. Oh no, it's mud. Kinda, but no, it's like worse. You'll see. And believe it or not, this is new information on Adam and Eve. I think it comes from a Jewish website, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. We'll see. Mihoville, thank you for the support. It is simple what is happening. Some people don't know how good they have it, and we are always protected from consequences of their actions. I mean, a lot of the cases that does represent reality. So yes, that definitely does happen. So we'll have to see. But yeah, it's one of the things. I'm willing, by the way, to listen to anyone here today, unless you start like calling me things, and at that point I'll be like, okay, this is a Muppet. But if you're not a Muppet, and you're here, even if you disagree with me on some of the things that I will say, because today I'll be as uncensored. In fact, you know, when you've got Piers Morgan uncensored, and he's like as censored as it gets, it should be Metatron uncensored. At least it would be real. I hope he recovers though, because of the bionic hip that he has got. I know he likes saying bionic, so that's why I said bionic. I think it's probably a psychological mechanism to try to tell himself it's not a terrible situation, which it is. So bionic hip, I guess. I hope he does. He annoys me sometimes, but I wouldn't wish that to my worst enemy, to be honest. A broken hip. So DBZ, thank you so much for your support. I know you have your feelings about the Cook situation. Oh yeah, but I'm in a psyop, or it's maybe you're saying either it's a psyop or Erica Kirk acting strange for a widow. I mean, no offense to anyone's loss, but I feel it's getting me dystopian. No, I think no matter what, this is what I'm going to say about this. I think no matter what Erica did, they would have hated her, because if she shows that she's trying to be strong for her children, I think that's what she's doing, to be honest. If she tries to smile on camera, they're going to be like, oh, you see, she doesn't care. If she cries, oh, you see, she's being performative. She's doing it on purpose. It doesn't matter what she does. What happened to her? I think I probably would be acting 50 times crazier than the way she is if that happened to me. And statistically, it's the same thing happened to you. We all, process grief in different ways. And I think there are people that are just attacking her on the basis of her politics. That's the reality of it. And if she was a widow, but her husband was a prominent left-wing commentator, I think the same people that are calling her out wouldn't have done it. It's really all on a tribal basis, and I really think that you know that that's how it is. So, yeah. Next one. CJ, thank you for your support, my friend. I can sum up the situation in America very simply. The people voted to deport illegal immigrants. That is correct. And the left is throwing a tantrum to try and provoke an authoritarian response. Then cry fascist. I mean, personally, I agree with that. Now, when it comes to... Man, I keep clipping the mic. Let me reduce it a little bit. When it comes to ICE, I, generally speaking, agree with the idea of kicking out illegals. In fact, illegals being here are the fault of who let the illegals in the millions. Not the fault of the government that now needs to remove them, as every government would. I do hope, however, that in the process of removing those illegals, that a certain level of decor is maintained, and also that citizens and legal immigrants are not going to be arrested by mistake or stuff like that were to happen. I don't believe a thing that some of the left-wing people say online these days, where they show like a picture of a child and then they tell me, look, they arrested this child, and I look into it and it's false. So I can't believe them now when they tell me, oh no, ICE is arresting citizens. And I'm like, right, but the other 3 times you said that it was false. So now if the 4th time is real, which I would disagree with, by the way, that's not, ICE needs to, and by the way, when it comes to arresting, yep, right, but if you interfere with a law enforcement operation, they do have the legal power to arrest you. Arrest, right? That's what I'm talking about. But regardless, there is a lot of false stuff. There is a lot of AI-generated stuff on both sides. Not playing fence-sitter. I'm not a fence-sitter. I think illegals should be out of this country. That's not a fence-sitting position. However, I have seen with my own eyes, so I can't deny it, that AI and nonsense and pictures that are false have been circulating. And I hate the people that do it, regardless of their politics, because you're not helping when you do that, if you know what I mean. Because at the end of the day, I want to know if there are ICE agents that are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. And but on the other hand, yeah, I mean, the majority of the country voted for this. So just because you disagree and then you want to stop them, that's not how it works. It's a democratic election. So when it doesn't work like that. Like when it goes your way, you accept it. If not, it's revenge. Like it's rebellion time. That's not how it works. But anyways, it's more complex than that. I do understand, 100%. That's why I'm always willing to listen to what you guys have to say. But in general, I think what you said, at a general sense, I would agree. But we have to, on the minutiae, we can discuss. On the details, day to day, we can discuss. All right, next, we got more people. I want to acknowledge people supporting the stream. Villain says, I love Muppets. Yep, they have more soul than all the TikTok performers together. You know what? I have to agree. I would take a Muppet over a TikToker any day. 1992, thank you very much. Hey, Metatron, as a brother in the faith, thank you. How do you personally guard your heart against hatred when engaging in political issues? You know, that is a very good question, Mr. 1992, and here is how I try to tell, because it's really difficult. Also because politics is designed to make you hate the other side. It's how it works. It's why it's so successful. The thing is, though, I personally try to tell myself that we are commanded to hate evil, by the way. That's in the Bible that people haven't read when they tell you, you're Christian, you shouldn't hate. No, I am supposed to hate that. We're commanded to do it. But we're not commanded to hate the people. So I try to keep a distinction. And it's not easy. Because when you see the worst this world has to offer when it comes to political radicalization, and in fact, religious radicalization, if we're going to add Islam, am I going to get demonetized now? Don't care, I'm gonna say it anyways. So yeah, it makes you hate the people too, and it's really difficult, but it is what we are called to do. But let's keep in mind that the whole, oh, you're supposed to not hate anything, that's wrong. We are supposed to hate and condemn evil. And on the other hand, this whole idea of, oh, but you're supposed to turn the other cheek. Right, but turn the other cheek doesn't mean that if someone wants to mess with your family and then as a Christian you're supposed to let them do it. No, that's not turn the other cheek. That's not Christian doctrine. You can defend yourself. In fact, you're called to defend yourself as a true Christian man and your family and your loved ones. So I might make a dedicated video onto what it actually, we're going to call it Christianity is Not Hippie 2.0. How about that title? You heard it here first. I'll do it. I'll do it. But that's a very good, I appreciate that. That's a very good question to ask. Next. Thank you very much, Connect 200, for the grift. Good to see you switch topics. Oh yeah, we'll have a lot of topics, my friends. I mean, think about it. Today, the video I posted today is about historical naming conventions in ancient Rome. Problem is, majority of you probably didn't get the notification, but I'm saying I do switch topics like a maniac because it's a perfect representation of what's in my head. Chaos, havoc. Today I'm into politics, tomorrow I'm into history, the day after I'm into gaming. I mean, look at this beauty, by the way. Did you notice it? We'll turn it on. We'll turn it on during the stream. So, and then the other day I'm into languages. This is just me. It's how my mind is. And at the end of the day, it's YouTube, isn't it? You, meaning me. So it's kind of a representation of what goes in my head. So this stream is going to be about everything. We'll do everything. We'll do a little bit of everything. So that's what's going to happen. But yes. The grift. You know, it's funny because I completely own that. I literally, sometimes I start my day on X. You should totally follow me. Link in the description. I put it in the box. You should totally follow me because sometimes I start my day saying, the sky's blue, the roses are red, the birds are chirping, perfect day for grifting. And then you just post it there. Then people lose their minds. I freaking love it. So yeah, I'm here, your favorite grifter. But for the grift, my friend, for the grift. Anyways, thank you, CJAM. Agreed. Great care must be taken, but the tantrum to which I am referring is a street-level interference that results in tragedies. That's why I made it the focus on my video on Minneapolis wasn't necessarily about politics, if you noticed. It was really the main core message was stay safe, don't do anything stupid, don't go around and interfere with law enforcement, whether it be ICE or whether it be regular police, because it's dangerous. Find other ways to protest that don't involve you trying to literally stop or physically interfere with law enforcement, because that's in fact one of the ways in which I try to demonstrate that I hate some of the things the people that are on my opposite and even on the radicals on my own side say, but I try not to hate the people and think that, you know, maybe someone that I listen to right now on a video, I might think, man, this person is disgusting, but maybe they'll change their mind, maybe they'll turn their lives around. So I don't think, I don't want them to lose their lives because of some nonsense. And so there is that. Have you seen the Shuon Head new video? No, but we'll watch it together. Ray, thank you. The headless ICE agents are going to be mad that you think they are AI. Oh my gosh, did you see that? I mean, to be fair, it was an enhanced AI version of a real image, I believe, but the AI version is the one that got shared everywhere. And I'm like, how did you not see that one of the agents was missing a head? It's like, what? Maybe everyone focused on the hands. They're like, 5 fingers, it's fine. Maybe that's what happened. Thank you, DBZ. I'm left-wing, and from what many of my friends and family are saying, it seems to be more of a fear of an understrained law enforcement agency rather than the illegals themselves they care about. So here's the thing. I really don't understand even how we got to a point where the right now is all about, and centrists as well, are all about, we need to stop with this illegal immigration stuff. And then the left, at least a lot of people in the left, are defending illegal immigration. I absolutely understand defending legal, properly organized immigration. And I understand that there are some people that are like, no, we don't want anyone here. I mean, there are some people that want me here in America. I have to deal with them occasionally, not very often, but it happens because I'm Southern European, which makes me inferior. There are some weird people like that. And I understand being like, no, I agree, immigrants can help us. Great, but illegals? When did that happen? Because let me tell you this much. Even the Democrats, like 15 years ago, if you watch the talks, they're against illegal immigration. Obama was against illegal immigration. I don't know when it happened, but it just doesn't make sense. Like a borderless, free flow of people doesn't exist anywhere, including the Vatican. Just to mention the Pope, that pisses me off every single day. I'm going to have to make a few other videos about the Pope, by the way. Thank you, Jacqueline, for becoming a member of the channel. Really appreciate it. Man, we're going to hit 400 today, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't want to speak too soon, but we're getting some good memberships. Thank you, Tairai. Communists are sore losers. They lost the election back in Russia and initiated a hostile takeover, and the USSR was made. All right, so you're talking about Bolsheviks, because, yeah, in Russia it was the Melsheviks, if I'm not mispronouncing it, that won democratically, and the Bolsheviks didn't like that and took it by force. So that is historically correct. Absolutely. Now, I think people in the US use the word communists very at large, because I've seen, communists are like far left, at least when it comes to economic issues, but in general, communists are like actual far left. A liberal is not a communist, but I've seen liberals being labeled as communists, which kind of confuses me a little bit, because I tend to be precise with my nomenclature. But then again, everyone is being called a fascist, even if you're a centrist, so I don't know what's going on with these names these days, among other things. So there is that. But also, Russell Studios USA, thank you very much for your support. From Canada, man, I hope they don't euthanize you against your will. Thank you, Russell. I really appreciate the support. And we've got Jeffersonian Turn the Other Cheek is about insults, not defense. And even if it was about they give you a little slap in the face, it's different from someone entered my home with weapons trying to mess with my family, right? So there is that. When are you going to get into U.S. history, says Modern? I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting topic, but it's I would have to probably partner with, you know who I could work with? Modern, goodness gracious, vlogging through history. It'd be cool to do a collaboration video, because it would be a little bit outside. I could study it and prepare a video, but I think it would be nicer if I could collaborate with someone who's more versed, and I know that he goes around actual like battlefields and stuff like that. Like he understands it very well. So that could be a cool collaboration video that we could do together. Thank you, Dark Nostril, for your support. Really appreciate that. Congratulations. Thank you, Pills. Yeah, we did hit 1 million subscribers. By the way, let me tell you one thing about the 1 million subscribers, and then I'll read your super chat, my friend. But let me tell you one thing about that 1 million subscribers. You know what's funny? So you know that the whole situation that happened recently where I had 1,006,000 subscribers, and then I refresh and it's 1,003,000, and I'm like, well, hold on a minute, 3,000 people in the space of what, seconds? How does that happen? So I talked about it on X, and I made a post here in the community tab, and I was like, I don't know what happened. 3,000 people got nuked. Man, that must have been one hell of a party. Anyways, after, I think, a day, I was contacted by Gary from Nerdrotic, and he said, yeah, I lost 2,000. Same time, exact same moment. So he was like, maybe it's some kind of, they're removing, inactive, goodness gracious, I can't talk today, accounts. And I was like, I don't know, let me know. But then I saw a message from him the day after, and he said, he's so cool, by the way, Gary, I love the guy. So he sent me a message, and he said, oh, they're back. Are they back for you? I'm like, really? So I checked, and yes, they're all back, the whole 3,000. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen, to be honest. Anyways, as you know, people have been unsubscribed against their will. There are some people that decided to unsubscribe because perhaps they're not interested in the topics that I cover, and that's fine. I respect that. But a lot of people in the comments, when I say, guys, check your subscription status right now, like I mean it, check it now. They check it out, like, what the heck? I'm unsubscribed. What? Like, whenever I say this, hundreds of comments telling me, yeah, you're right, I was unsubscribed without my. It's probably going to happen now in chat. And I just want to say this. It's funny because on Reddit, there are these like subreddits where people are literally counting every single subscriber I lose. And they're like, Metatron is going to go below 1 million. Ha 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 ha, he deserves it. Could you imagine like wasting your time? These people could have got, with the amount of time that Reddit has spent hating, they could have got like a degree, an excellent job, a gorgeous wife or husband, whatever the heck they're into. And but no, they have nothing. They're in their basement with nothing, probably haven't changed their shirt in a week, and that's what they're doing. They're counting my subscribe number. But here's the funny thing, and that's why you should never give power to your haters. Even if, and I'm just going to say it right now, if it happens that I keep losing subscribers, 3,000, 2,000 burnt, gone, if that happens, and we go to 9,999,000, sorry, I wish, 900,999, and so all the Redditors are like, yeah, it's below 1 million. Here's one thing they haven't considered. If that happens, once we hit back 1 million, which we would, I'm gonna do another live stream we're gonna do another, hey, I got 1 million subscribers together, and we're gonna have again the celebration of hitting 1 million. And the last time I did it, you guys were so amazing with the support, because for each 100 haters, there is one really committed fan, but really committed. Okay? So when that happens, last time that I crossed 1 million, there were a lot of super chats. I'm just going to say, like, that day alone, I think we got like $2,500 of super chats plus something like 400 members. Like, it was big. Not 400 members, but there were a lot of members, like 115 members. They don't realize I get to do that again. Right? So there is that they haven't considered. Yeah, you can always like turn a bad situation into a great situation, am I right? It's all about the mind. So that's going to happen. Thank you, Acrotone. Interference with police needs immediate punishment. I agree. And you did it twice, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And yeah, again, you're right. We're going to do it again. We're going to hit the million again. I wonder if I can reorder the million subscribers thing, the play button, so I get 2, since technically... Man, if that's gonna happen, it's gonna be fantastic. Hey, Kelt Show. Hi, Metatron. I did my first stream today. That's fantastic. Next, I'll be discussing your videos about the Celt from a sober academic perspective. Oh, I love that. Oh, because you're Kelt Show. Makes sense. I invite you to respond to the points I'll make. Can you shout me out? Yeah, I mean, sure. You guys can check him out. He's here. I'll give him a heart so you could see it. Just click here to see his channel. You can go to channel. And... I'll definitely check out your video once I have time to do it, but I will do it. And so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very cool, very cool. I mean, guys, a channel dedicated to Celts is really interesting. I love talking about Celts, 100%, 100%. So Dark Nostal has something to say. He says, Trump is a PDF file, accounts of SA in the files. Yeah, we're going to talk about the files as well, because obviously, and that's, I'm going to say it now, but I'm going to repeat it once we actually dive into the topic proper. But here's what I'm going to say. I did read those sections of the files. Interestingly enough, there was a YouTuber who's quite famous, and he showed them, but didn't show something on the side, which I thought was really dishonest. I might show you who it is. Anyways, I read it, and of course, if it happened the way these people say that it happened, and this is proven by a court of law, then I think he should step down and have Vance continue. Problem is, though, it's hearsay. Like, anyone can say anything about anyone. So until you prove it, I'm not going to make my mind. So here you're making a definitive statement based on hearsay. That's hearsay. And in fact, there is a section of those files that you'll see that specifically says that the authorities deemed the people making these statements to be untrustworthy. Now, I would like the authority to explain to me why, so I'm not just buying it just because the authorities are saying it, the police. But I'm just saying it's important to keep in mind, just because someone says something, it's not a direct piece of evidence, all right? But as I say, if it is proven, then I think you should step down. But until it is... Who's the one who did the threat, guys? I'm going to block him, but can you tell me? What is it? Can you give me the name? Because there is a lot of chat. Let's see. You hope my channel will be gone? Fine, yep, I doubt it will. But if it will, by the way, in fact, you see this guy here saying he hopes my channel will be gone and collapse. It could happen, so if it does happen, please keep in mind I've got a Patreon page. It's in the links in the description box, so you can always check that out and support me there too. And also I'm on Rumble right now, so do keep in mind that there are other ways to follow my words, even if it were to happen that the channel suddenly disappeared for an unspecified violation of terms of service without an explanation. I'm not putting it past it. So if it does happen, do keep in mind that you can always support me on Patreon, guys. So thank you very much for bringing that up, Mr. Hater. It was a great plug for my Patreon page. So there is that. Was he the guy? I don't know. They say someone is... Go watch Hassan. Oh, wait. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see who this guy is, so 1 second. Oh yeah, it is that guy. Yeah, I mean, as long as yeah, he wishes my channel to disappear, it's fine. I'm not gonna ban him for that. I'm okay with him wishing that. I don't care, as long as there aren't actual threats. That's the only thing. Just double checking very quickly. He's a subscriber, by the way, because he has to subscribe in order to. Of course, he can turn the subscription off, but he has to subscribe in order to comment. Yeah, no, I don't see anything else. I don't have a problem with that. I don't care. Not a big deal. Not a big deal, guys. Thank you, Modern Day Knight, for becoming a member. Man, I'm going to keep you updated with the number of members today because we're going to hit all sorts of milestones. I can just feel it. I can just feel it. Yeah, I was personally when it comes to the Hassan Piker situation, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was really shocked that he was banned. Oh no, wait, that was his dog. Sorry, got confused. I was very confused. But we're gonna talk about it. But first, I want to say thank you to Octane Junk, just polishing my Zweihander. Wow, while I watch the stream, that is perfect. Got it on Sordia for $350. It's been well worth the money. Definitely recommend. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good price for a I imagine metal steel Zweihander. So pretty cool, pretty cool. Very nice. Let's see what Envoy says. CNN documented Obama's same ICE home-to-home operations, including the detainment of U.S. citizens as collateral under Tom Homan and kids in cages Obama policy. Yeah, I do remember. I don't know these details specifically, but I have watched the what would you say? The talks. I've seen it, and yeah, he was absolutely against. Everyone is. It usually is against illegal immigration. It's really weird that has become a talking point, to be honest. Hassan needs to be banned off the internet. I would say Hassan needs to be banned off of this entire universe. But then again, that's not up to me. Join the YouTube membership specifically because of the demonetization from your recent video. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's still demonetized, by the way. Gonna be a big backfire for them. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Modern Day Knight. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very cool. Do you think America will collapse like Rome? Not if I can help. Or just be rebooted like France was after the French Revolution. Oh, I haven't got a clue, my friend. I haven't got a clue. I really hope we don't have to get to those extremes. Just gonna be honest. Which referendum is that one, Tizio? Are you talking about in Italy? Because I'm not in Italy anymore. Well deserved the demonetization. Thank you, man. I love it that they think they're gonna upset me with that. Yeah. So I guess you are pro whatever the heck the topic was. I think we were talking about Islamist violence in the West. I guess you don't like you like that, right? If you want me to not be able to speak about it, I think that says a lot about you rather than about me. Am I right, boys and girls? Yeah. No, I don't vote in Italy anymore. So Tizio was asking me. No, I am completely relocated in the US. I'm going for citizenship. And so I'll vote here as soon as the citizenship is completed. Mm-hmm. You say, I love trolls. They feed your algorithm. They do. They actually do. I have had a few of my posts on X, which, by the way, I make them kind of provocative on purpose, and I've had a few of those that I think they probably were reposted on Reddit, and then those Redditors, they couldn't resist, and they came into the post to call me fascist and all that, and that actually created a flame war in the comments with my supporters and these Redditors, and that actually pushed I'm talking like 1.7 million views. Which is money, by the way. I've noticed people saying, why do you even do this? It's for what? For cents? I'm like, not really cents. I've been making like 1,200 a month on X from the posts alone because people can't resist. They have to come and call me a fascist. And so that happens. I'm monetizing it. I don't know what to tell you. I'm monetizing it because I need this. I need this stuff. Look at this beige. Look at this beige. I need a new helmet. I'd like to get, if you don't mind, Redditors, if you're listening to this, I need more posts. Because I was thinking of getting a second Frogmouth. Slightly different. Just so we can compare them. So if you don't mind, there is that. But also, here is $5 for the Frogmouth. Thank you, DBZ. I want your opinion on this part of the government system. Should Supreme Court judges have term limits? Most of them look like fossils. Maybe, but I'm not like, I understand your point of view. I mean, at the end of the day, presidents have term limits. Maybe they should. Yeah, why not? But I don't know because I haven't looked into it exactly, like how the Supreme Court works. So take my opinion, with a pinch of salt. You're asking, wait, are you a fascist? No, I'm a grifter. That's my title. And so yeah, there's that. Let me make sure that I didn't forget. Is Metatron Italian? Yes, I am. Yes, I am Italian. Diluted pizza blood. Well, let me make sure that I didn't forget any super chats because I don't want to be disrespectful. Let me have a look. I believe I read it all. I read it with Wendy. I read it all. Yeah, no, I did. I did read everything. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Great. Okay. I didn't forget anything. I don't believe. I'll double check again. I usually double check. Thank you so much. Juan, Giancarlo. You must be from, let me see if I can guess. Thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. So your name is Spanish, but, it's not. It's Juan Ignacio Arriaga da Worth 8527. Man, that's a mouthful. I really appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much for the support. Very cool. That's a nice PC. 1998. We're going to turn it on in a little bit. It might flicker because it's CRT, but I'm going to show you. In fact, let's see if you can guess. Because here is the thing, guys. Here is the thing. Metatron America is Italian. Is it? Should have been named after Columbus. I mean, that's a good point. But then again, though, if you named it after Christopher Columbus, it would have been, what, Colombia? Because we already have that. So maybe we could have called it Christopher, I don't know. You tell me. You love CRT? Tell me about it. You might not believe this. Guess how many, specific, the number, how many CRT between monitors and terminals and TVs. Guess how many I have in this room alone. Not in the entirety of my house, including garage. In this room. CRT. Guess. Come on. Go. Go. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a little pan. A little pan of this beautiful 1998 machine. Gateway, by the way. Beautiful. 4 minus 3. No. 8. So I want to say 12, 5, 4, 15. All right, so in this room alone, we have 11 CRT monitors / terminals / TVs. In this room alone. I'm a little obsessed. I am a little obsessed. I'll give you that. This was, however, a Christmas present from my wife. Christmas or birthday, I don't even remember. One of the two. So, yeah, you were close. You were actually very close. Yeah. I've got 11. yeah, because a lot of them are computers. I've got 3 IBM computers. Then I've got the an Amiga 500. I've got an Apple G3 from 1998, and that one is a CRT. I've got a Commodore PET, right there, ready to go. I have a Commodore 64 with its own dedicated original monitor from 1985. It's kind of, I'm into history. And people always say, man, your house must look like a museum. Yeah, I do have the armory right next to me where all the armor, breastplates, and helmets are. But this room specifically, it's all about history, but meaning 70s, 80s, and 90s tech. Because it's kind of a time capsule that I've built over the years to kind of remind me of the good old times when I was a teenager and I was like using freaking floppy disks. They're still working, by the way, after 45 years. That's unbelievable. So here's the thing. That's why I have so many CRTs. I love refurbishing them, making sure they still work and keep them alive, and show that I want to bring up my son playing all of these, all of these old video games. Like, hey, you want to play something that your dad used to play when I was in the frigging, when there was a 19 in front of the date? That's the plan. That's the plan. Thank you very much, Russell Studios, again for the support. I really appreciate that. It's a lot of numbers right there. I also want to give some time to Twitch and Rumble. Thank you very much for being here, guys. I really appreciate your support. Let me see. Hate is easy. You don't have to think. I agree. Yeah. Is this your man cave? According to my wife, yes. So I started calling it that as well. It is my man cave. And it's very long, by the way. So you only see this side. Although I'm actually going to post, let me tell you this much. Let me tell you this much. So I am going to post a video in February. And I'm going to call it something like, this is the best video I've ever made. And it's a video that it took me like weeks to make. But it's going to be great. And on that video, you'll really see a lot more than you usually see. It's going to be shot with different angles. I'm going to take you around. I'm going to take you to different rooms. It's going to be really fun. And I will show you all of these things. And you're going to love it. You're going to love it. So you'll see all of this. Like now I'm just telling you, but there is this video. It's almost done. And I'll post it soon. Let's see. As a historian, do you believe that we can know the truth when we are not physically in a place? Yes, but of course, here is how I see it, all right? Since we're talking about history for a moment, because that's in fact one thing that people tell you. Well, how do you know that that's what happened in ancient Rome in whatever the heck time? You weren't there. And that's very, very reductive. It's a little bit of a stupid comeback as well, if I have to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, it's not like history isn't just about, someone wrote something and I just believe it, take it at face value, but who knows? That's not really how it works. It's multidimensional, and in fact, it crosses over onto many other subjects. So at the end of the day, it's like if something happened in time, like a Battle of Hastings, for instance, 1066. So imagine it as a point in space, 3D space. In order to give us the full perspective, we can't just look at it from one angle, because that would be literally two-dimensional. What we need to do is, read what people said, read what surrounding culture said, because oftentimes there is propaganda in these books, right? So we need to sift through it. Then, after we've seen that, we need to see if there is, apart from literary mentions, we need to see if there are, imagine like iconography, pictures, representations, drawings, and then we can cross them with what's been written about it. So like, they said that there was cavalry. Do the images show cavalry? Yes, it does. Great. Are they from different nations? Because imagine this, if this was propaganda, then how did they get, for instance, their enemies to draw the same way, right? At that point, it becomes conspiratorial, and the more people you involve, the harder it is for it to be a fake, if everyone is representing it that way. But apart from statuary and all that, you've got material goods. Okay, we know where the location of the battle is. Let's go dig and see if we find helmets and broken pieces of armor and shields. And then when you do, now, you're building a complete picture. So can we know everything? No. But then again, there are some questions that we can answer directly with yes or no. For example, did the Roman Empire exist? Yes. That's a simple yes. But there are questions that could be like, is it really true that this happened? That this number of people died during the battle? It's a little harder, right? But there is a lot. Like, it's not just a matter of I blindly believe what people say and that's history, good night. That's not how it works. It overlaps with science, with archaeology, with all sorts of different linguistic analysis. And so, we weren't there, but we can reconstruct pretty nicely. And of course, we can get things wrong. But right now, I'm not really interested in the things we get wrong by mistake. I'm interested in the stuff that is being taught wrong because of propaganda in academic circles, specifically to undermine white people and European values. Because you know me, I tell it how it is on this channel. Let me give you a good news, by the way, when it comes to that. There's a very good news, and the news is the following. Because I've been posting videos that are a little bit on the simpler side. Sometimes there are a few reaction videos, but that's because in the background I'm producing highly edited, highly worked, highly researched, and fully scripted videos that take time. When one is about to come out, and it's gonna be titled "Can You Be Racist to White People?" and it is a massive, again, highly researched refutation of the idea of racism against white people is technically not racism, which is nonsense. We know it's nonsense, but it's going to be a really good video. I've already filmed it, and I've been editing it. So I believe I should be able to post it in the next, tomorrow I want to take it off. So let's say within the first 5 days of February, this video is coming out. If you see the notification, it might be shadow banned. But if you do see that notification, please watch it, because it's going to be worth it. It's old school. It's old school. I really put it together, fully scripted. I think I did a good job with that one. And it's time for someone to say, I'm against all forms of racism. But the reason why I often speak more about anti-white sentiment is not because I think, I don't care racism experienced by minorities. No, it's because it's the only one that gets a pass. It's as simple as that. Okay, so let's keep going. What else have we got? Thank you so much, people on Rumble, for being here. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Gifted 1 subscription to Metatron. Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate for the gifted subscription, which was received by El Fiesta. Thank you, Jeff, for your support. Very much appreciated. I hope I can grow, by the way, both on Twitch and Rumble. Rumble has been getting very good views recently, actually. Believe it or not. So that's cool. Eniop says, Ciao Metatron, saluti dal Venezuela. Hey, thank you. Hello to you. Oh, you're thanking me for talking about you guys? I'm sorry, I'm happy you're free, my friend. This goes even beyond politics. I'm just going to say it. I'm really happy that you guys are out of that insane... I can't even imagine the hellhole that it must have been in what is otherwise a beautiful country with a beautiful people. So I'm really happy that, at the end of the day, whether you agree or not with what the administration did, it is a fact that it was beneficial for the people of Venezuela. And at this point, we can argue all you want about the legality of this, legality of that, whatever the heck you want. But to me, that one is good for the Venezuelan people. And honestly, it's all that matters to me right now when it comes to that. I didn't think Italians were white. So Joe Biden's diaper. Oh my gosh, what a name. I think Italians are white. Unless it's an Italian who's not white, because some Italians are not white. But in the majority, I think Italians are white. Here's the thing, though. It kind of depends what you mean by white. If you have more of a old school American view, kind of based on the ideas presented by Benjamin Franklin, then no, only like Anglo-Saxon / I guess Germanic roots would be white to you. But that would also mean that there are some Nordics you wouldn't consider white, and there are some, like the Irish are not white, which is insane because the Irish are as white as my headphones. And the French wouldn't be white. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that way. I prefer to use a broader term, which is kind of maybe it's a bit more modern up to a certain extent. I'll qualify this statement in a second. It has to do with ancient Rome. And I prefer to say anyone who is a European, light-skinned, is white. So whether it be Spanish people, Italians, French, English, Germans, obviously Americans, white Americans, and all of the Nordic countries, all of this is white to me. That's the way I've always understood it. And and that's what, so to me, it's a light-skinned European, or, of course, white Americans are relocated Europeans anyways, so they're clearly included. So to me, that is a white person. That's how I translate white person. So whenever I did immigrate in the US, and the immigration officer, an Asian American if you want to know, she asked me to identify myself. And I said that I would what do I do? I'm Italian. So I asked, what do I do? I'm Italian. But the options were black, African American, white, Asian American, Asian. There were a few options. Obviously, they're not going to give me Italian as an option because Italian is a citizenship. It's not an ethnic, at an ethnicity per se. And so she said, just put white. And I said, okay. And I put white. That was it. So at least when it comes to immigration in America, they specifically told me to put white. So I'm white. That's how it is. It's an interesting point. So nobody says he doesn't believe in white or black. You believe in the God's good people. Yeah, of course, I am one of the supporters of the idea of we're all children of God. I do believe that. I know there are some people that don't believe that. To me, that's kind of an apostate, whatever. But what I would like to say is, if you want to say, and I can agree with you, that categorizations such as, oh, white people don't make sense, that's fine. But then you also have to abolish the categorization of black people, because if you only abolish white, but you don't abolish black, or you complain about white doesn't make sense because technically they're not actually white like paper, right, but then the majority of black people are not black unless it's like one of those, and even then they're brown. I mean, but when you say brown, you mean Middle Eastern. So yeah, it all doesn't make sense if you really want to say that. So either we consider them as just categorizations, and it's fine to categorize things. We do it all the time, and they don't have to be specifically perfectly adjacent to the actual color we use, because when you say white wine, wine is yellow. It isn't white. So if we do it for wine, it's fine to do it with people. And I don't disagree with the opposition. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use black, white. It's useful. But if you wanna be against it, it's like, no, we're all human beings. That's fine. But use it, at least be consistent, because it's the people that are not consistent that show that they in fact have a different agenda when they say, oh, there is no such a thing as a white person, right? But then you don't say it for any other. You know me, I want to thank you guys for $50 support. Man, that's very generous of you. What is happening in the US is a Bolshevik revolution. Socialist Democrats are the foundation of the revolution. It is a softer version of what happened in Russia. It is cloaked in racial, environmental, and whatever other woke BS they can put into it. Thank you very much for the support. So when it comes to the word revolution that you used here, there is actually one thing that I want to say, which is one of the main topics of this video. And so I'm going to jump into it, because there is indeed one person, there's not the only one, that has been calling for a revolution, and I'm going to call him out. But before I do that, I need to say thank you to Juan. Thank you for your support. Do you think Latin Mass and Gregorian chants should make a comeback in the Roman Catholic Church? Keep it up, brother. I personally say yes. Definitely Gregorian chants, but they're not completely gone, at least in Italy, I don't know. Latin Mass, I think it's beautiful, but maybe not every single, maybe special masses, because I do want people to be able to understand what the preacher is saying. And if you use Latin Mass, no one will understand. So I would do it as a core, little bit of a performance to remember our roots. And at least in the Roman Catholic tradition. I mean, if you're Orthodox, do it in Greek at this point if you want. I wouldn't be against it. I think it would be beautiful, but you can't do every mass, because people are supposed to learn something in when they go to church, or at least being uplifted. That is, if Don Lemon doesn't interfere with your mass, because if he does, then unfortunately you're not going to be uplifted, are you? Unfortunately. But yeah, so I do agree in general. I think it's beautiful, but maybe do it for the Christmas Mass or like Easter special occasions. That's what I would do personally. But that is because I'm a sucker for Latin. And of course, it would have to be ecclesiastical Latin, and no one is expecting them to speak like the Caesars, are we? So yeah, any topic is fine, but I do have some topics prepared for this. Right now, I'm mostly interacting with chat, as I always do for the beginning of every stream. I kind of like to give you space first, but we are going to view quite a few things, and yeah. So yeah. Shoe on head. We're gonna watch the low spec Linux gaming. We're gonna watch Shoe on head. Iliak says history videos, Metatron. I posted one today, and was it maybe 10 days ago? I did 5 uploads in a row, all about history. It's just you don't get the notifications. Not your fault. But I'm still posting them. Not to mention that I have also a history only channel called Metatron History. But apart from that, I am still posting. Like today, I posted a video entirely about history. It is what it is. It is what it is. Paddy says, shoe on head is pretty. My wife and I agree. We were actually talking about that. Yeah, I think the first time I showed her to my wife, was like, this is shoe on head, by the way. And she was like, oh, she's beautiful. She's a good looking woman. I agree. So yeah, Gregorian chants are good. So guys, shoe on head or Sydney Sweeney? Vote now. It's funny that Siphon Splinter asks Metatron, but is she more beautiful than an Italian woman? Who? Shoe on head? She is Italian. Of Italian descent, meaning. Wow, there are people that say Sydney and people that say shoe. Hey, will you look at that? Wow. I have studied heraldry, yes, Rob. Not as deeply as I would have wanted, though. But people say both. Yeah, they're both gorgeous women, absolutely. Man, look at these. Look at these votes. Look at these votes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, FUK Google. As court don't have term limits. Oh yeah, the Supreme Court. Congress can't make a law restricting as Supreme Court, just like President can't make Senator quick. Okay, this is a generalization because populism can force change, creating precedent. That's a very good point. Thank you very much for explaining that. Appreciate it. Your name is great. Oh my gosh, guys, $100 donation. Man, we got a W in chat for guys. W in chat for guys, and we're gonna give the little animation as well. We're gonna do the little animation because I always do the animation, guys. So I'm gonna do the animation right now. One moment, because if I was, let me see, where did I put it? There it is. Boom! How about that? We got the $100 animation. Thank you very much. Huge W. Really appreciate that. And I should probably read the chat, shouldn't I? Thank you. So, the interpretation of King of Babylon's dream of the statue that make Rome the Empire of Iron is in error. Interesting. The Empire of Iron is Islam. The clay is communism. Historically, Rome never occupied any of the Babylonian capitals, right? Islam occupies all of the empire's land today. Very, very intriguing. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you very much, by the way, again. Support, phenomenal. Loved your chat, of course. Once again, Master W in chat. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate the support. Man, I need to go live more often. Here's the thing. What do you think of Emperor's Children? Well, I'm not sure about the question. Oh, you guys got a commercial? Sorry about that. On Twitch. Yeah, I can't really block them, can I? So, Peter Wolves asks me, Metatron, what do you think about men can be women and women can be men? Well, you see, I still use the same definition for man and woman that we have used since the Paleolithic all the way to 15 minutes ago. So I'd say I'm not convinced about the idea of changing that definition. So to me, a man is an adult male and a woman is an adult female. That's how I use that definition. Thing is, I personally don't care what kind of definition you want to use in your freedom. I'd say, yeah, use whatever heck definition you want, as long as you don't force me to use whatever definition you think is appropriate, then we're fine. That's really as simple as that. Problem is, though, that a lot of people, and by the way, talking about definitions, as I said, stay on this stream because we're going to talk about Adam and Eve. We're going to talk about Adam and Eve, ladies and gentlemen. It is a fascinating topic, Ryan V. Absolutely, Prospect. Totally. I've spoken about Islam very openly on a few videos. All of them got shadow banned. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's a coincidence. Am I right? Thank you, Wraith. In America, there are a lot of white people who are part black and are passing exclusively as white, and a lot of black people who are part white. Yeah, I mean, isn't Obama half white anyways? So really isn't the first black president, he's the first half president. Or am I wrong? That's what I thought. Right? The Romans weren't real. Man, do you remember that lady that made the videos against me because she was saying that the Roman Empire didn't exist? And I called her out and I said, you're out of your mind. And she was like, Metatron is an Italian fascist because he likes Japan. And you know, the axis, so because Italy was allied. So if you like samurai and you happen to be Italian, that's automatic fascist. Man, the logics in this woman. That was great, by the way. I loved it. I loved it. I loved that confrontation. I wish she didn't quit. She did quit, by the way. She deleted her entire account after she clashed with me. Once again, maybe a coincidence, I don't know. But the thing is that she was really hilarious because she was. So I make the video, right? She responds to the video. So I make a video response to her. Response to clown on her. And the funny part is that her response, because that's what she did. She was like, she was telling people's real names. She was trying to say that I was some kind of fascist. She was saying that she called me a white supremacist, of course. She said that I had a history of failed crowdfunding, and that was my favorite because you could see she was using a green screen, right? So behind her, or whatever thing in their app, you could see my crowdfundings, and they were all successful. Like literally every single crowdfunding I've ever done has surpassed a little bit, not like exploded like some people do. I can't pull that one off. I'm not that popular. But, you know, there isn't a single crowdfunding I've ever done that didn't reach the asked amount. And in fact, there are a few that went beyond it. And you could see it behind her. But due to the fact that I believe she couldn't do maths, she kept saying that. And it was clearly a lie. It was hilarious. So then my response video was pointing all of these mistakes out, and it was so damn funny because I'm just gonna tell you this one, guys. I'm just gonna give you a little bit. I'm not flexing, but you just have to know this. This is what happens when you hate a content creator. Okay, she made this hate content. She was saying all these horrible things about me, my family, all this stuff. Okay, it backfired monstrously because I'm not gonna say the exact numbers because I don't like to flex and whatnot. But I'm just going to say this. I made more from the AdSense revenue of the videos, the 2 videos I made about her, that I made on the crowdfundings that she said I had failed. So in other words, she made me more money than 3 crowdfundings. Just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. So please, continue the hate. I'm the alchemist. I'm the alchemist, my friends. Thank you so much, Das Barba. Hey, Metatron, qui in Italia. So here in Italy, a massive mess is happening. Are you following the situation? What are your thoughts about? I just translated it for you guys. Actually, no. I mean, the only things I know about what's happening in Italy is when my dad calls me. But here's the thing. Whenever my father calls me, usually the phone call goes this way. He says, hey, how are you? I say, I'm fine. And you? He doesn't respond to that and immediately starts talking about politics. And when he does that, usually is complaining about communism. That's what my dad does. And but he repeats himself a lot. So I probably heard the same point 15 times. And I agree with him, by the way, in a lot of cases, but not always, because I think my dad is a little more, is becoming a little more extreme. I'm always kind of moderately leaning, but well, whatever, it doesn't matter. But no, I haven't really followed the latest things that happen in Italy, so I'll definitely check it out. But thank you for bringing it up. Yeah. It's you need to put an apostrophe here though, and then an E, because this is a possessive. So this is not the shortened version of you are. So there's that. Send love to your dad from chat. Absolutely, I will. I'll let him know. Metatron livestream. Greetings from the NL. What's NL again? I don't know. But thank you, Rednas. I have to learn the states, like the shortened versions. I have to do that. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you write it. Thank you. Giorgia Meloni is an absolute badass. Ooh, my dad loves her. My dad voted for her, and he loves her. He freaking loves Meloni. He always talks about Meloni. Hey, Higashi, so good to see you. Yo, Kyodai, he says. Kyodai is brother, for those who don't know. How's your training going? Actually, I kind of hurt my back. Not seriously, but I had to suspend for 2 weeks. Now it's fine. So lift with your legs, guys. Lift with your legs. That's all I'm going to say about that. Thornton Meloni, there you go. We got the, which by the way means melons, just so you know. Fact that we ask a question today: can a man be a woman and a woman can be a man? If my grandfather Giacomo were alive, he would say, yeah, it's Sicilian. What the heck happened? I agree. It is what it is. Base dad communism is lame and cringe. Question is, how does he feel about your cousin that's a communist? Yeah, you should see those family reunions. You should freaking see that family reunion, because it's not just my cousin. His dad, my uncle, is also a communist, and so is his sister. So there are a few. We got a family that is like half of it is right wing, the other half is socialist, a part of that is communist, and the family reunions are freaking hilarious. Yeah, the family reunions are freaking hilarious. Anyways, we play Conan Exiles with my cousin. It's not like he's a communist atheist and I'm a religious Christian, moderate conservative person. And the reality is that I think we are both decent people. And so even though we completely disagree on a lot of things, at the end of the day, we don't hate each other for it, if you know what I mean. We hate each other's ideas, but we don't hate each other, and we manage to maintain that. Also, he's old school. It's kind of funny because, as I say, my cousin is a full-on old school communist with the party affiliation, but he hates woke stuff. It's funny. He's old school. He's not like modern. So it's like when you show him woke stuff, he rolls his eyes. So at least when it comes to that, we kind of agree. Isn't that strange? How the world has changed. Your family events are interesting too, man. Seriously. Sometimes it's funny. Disown them, I will back your dad up. No, we don't need to disown them. Again, I would disown them if they laughed at Charlie Kirk's murder, for instance. And I'm like, I'll never talk to you ever again. But they didn't, right? So it shows that there is a baseline of humanity and morality. Then economic issues, social issues, whatever, governance, intervention. We could talk about all of that. Religion, not religion, whatever you want. But at least there is a basic line. If that line is crossed, and you know me, I called out people that laughed at the other guy, Rob Reiner. Like, I don't like the idea of laughing at someone else's death. I think that's wrong. If that line is crossed, yeah, I would absolutely repudiate a blood relative. 100%. But they didn't, so I didn't. It's fine. That's the thing. Have you played ETH? Oh, yeah, Expedition 33. No, but I bought it. So I am 100% going to play it on live stream. Talking about live streams, and then I'll keep reading the chat because you guys have got amazing. This is a great live stream. I want to live stream more often. So I'm thinking of live streaming 3 times a month on the channel proper, Metatron. If you remember, there was a time that I tested live streaming 20 times, so 5 times a week. It actually damaged the views. The live streams weren't getting pushed out. People didn't see them. I was getting less and less numbers of people watching, and regular uploads were suffering from it. So I had to stop. But now I want to try again, because I think there must be an algorithmic balance there. And hopefully you'll help me test it together. I'm thinking of live streaming 3 times a month on Metatron, but then possibly stream like more often, maybe 2 more times every week. But those live streams won't be on the main channel. They will be on like a combination of Twitch, Kick, and Rumble, for instance, and to try and play more, play games, have some good times, maybe some reactions and that kind of stuff. Because I do think that I need to increase the amount of live streams. But it's so weird that on YouTube, it's like sometimes you are punished because for putting in the work. It is so weird. So some people can do it, by the way. There are people that live stream every day on YouTube, and they are not. But they're like the golden boys. They have different rules. The algorithm doesn't work the same way with them. It is what it is. 1 to 3 times a week seems to be key. Yeah, something like that. Bless me. Metatron in real life, seriously. You want to start learning a Romance language, how would you recommend I start? Just like you do for Romance languages, you have a lot of material. I recommend you could subscribe to my language channel if you want. It's called Metatron's Academy, but I am almost ready to publish my book. I've been working on it, specifically on how to gain fluency in any language. I imagine I'll be able to publish it by April, the latest. So that would give you a lot of good insights. But in general, you have to make it. This is the one specific piece of advice I'd like to give you immediately. Work on it daily. It has to be daily. It doesn't matter if you only have, I would say, at least 30 minutes as a basis. If you have 30 minutes a day, it is infinitely more effective than, this Saturday I'm free, so I'm going to study my language for 5 hours, the target language, but then you don't touch it for a week. Useless. That's not how the brain works. You have to do it daily. So it's better to do 30 minutes a day than to do 5 hours and then don't do it for a week. You forget everything. So make it into a daily habit, and then if you can go up from 30 minutes, 35, 40, an hour every day, then that's better and you will improve faster. That would be the main thing that I would strongly suggest. The drink is toxic, right, but it keeps me awake. Yeah. Energy drinks. Yeah, so the thing about energy drinks, though, I don't drink them very often. This is like, I'm having this one. It's the first month that I drink in months. And the last time I had an energy drink was a Red Bull, but it was like a long time ago. And it was again during a long stream. So I very, very seldomly drink it. Thank you, Ray. To the dumbbell that said that I'm full of far-right propaganda. Who, you? No, idiot. My family's from Cuba. I'm not full of propaganda. I'm full of anger towards those who oppress my family. Hey, contextual. Absolutely. I respect that, Ray. 100%. Plus, it's kind of funny because there are some people that if I were to fall right now and, let me make sure that this is off so we don't, okay. If I were to fall right now and hurt my leg, there would be people who'd say, but which leg did you hurt, the left or the far right? Like, there are people that apply far right to literally everything. And so, yeah. So there is that. And then Ray says communists don't have humanity. If they have humanity, they wouldn't be communist. I think this is a bit, you're very much of a supporter of the channel, and I hate communism. But it's a little dehumanizing, to put it this way. I understand it comes probably from personal trauma. I think there are people that are communists, but they are still good people. And maybe I would attack the ideology and the aspects, the history, in fact, even more so, and the political things that you disagree with, but I wouldn't do a blank statement like that, because then there will be people that are instead good people, and maybe they were brought up that way, or perhaps they were convinced in a certain way, and that's that. That's just me. That's just me. But I appreciate that you sharing your opinions. That's totally fine. I understand you probably went through a lot of awful things in your life, if you say that. And I'm sorry that you had to do that, you and your family, of course. So there is that. Metatron, can your 90s PC play Crysis, though? I'm not sure, but guys, the time has come, before we continue with this, the time has come to show you Guess, because this is on. The screen is off, but the PC is on. So there is a game playing right now. Can you guess what game is going to appear the split second I turn on this screen, which will happen in 20 seconds from now? So, guess what game is going to appear. Let's see. I put you on screen. Everyone can see. Diablo, Doom. Let's see. It's a 1998 computer, but the game I'm going to show is a little older than that. But I don't care because it is what it is. What's going to be? 10 seconds left. Please don't be Wolfenstein. Someone did guess it already, so it's one of the games that you have said. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Muppet. Let's go. There he is. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the... I don't see the flicker, by the way. I don't see the flickering. But look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. I think it has to do with the refresh rate. Maybe if I set my camera to what? 60? Can you hear the sound, the music, by the way? It's from the speakers. Look at this speaker. Yeah. Heroes 3, my friends. But anyways, just wanted to show you this. Let's turn it off. I mean, I'm not actually... Oh my gosh, this is even worse. There you go. So, yeah, I do. That's what I do. That's what I'm going to play after the stream. I'm going to play this because that's what I do. I just do this. And I'm in 1998, my friends. Beautiful, beautiful setup. That's why I love L desks. Because you can do this. I freaking love it. Why were monitors like from the 90s like that? Because it's a cathode ray tube. So it's got the whole vacuum inside with the glass at the end, and then the ray is it a proton ray gun, something like that? It's a technology how it used to be, but man, you can still hear the sound. Let me remove it. Yeah. Never asked, what year were you born? 1982 is the year I was born, and which makes me 43 years old. Almost 44, in fact. I admire how well you've taken care of all your devices. Thank you, Dreamheart. I do, actually, and I have devices from the late 70s. I have devices still working from the late 70s, so there is that. And yeah, I was released the same year as the Commodore 64. How about that? So yeah. Have you played Crusader King? Absolutely, I played because there's several. Absolutely. You remember those monitors growing up? Yeah, I never threw them away. I don't throw away anything. I'm a hoarder. That's the reality of it. It's psychological. Probably need professional help. But here we are. Hey, at least I enjoy it. And I know for a fact my son is going to love it. It's going to be like, whenever my boy will be brought into the man cave, it's going to be paradise. Like, imagine that. It's like, what year are you going to play today? I'm going to bring him up on Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and I don't even care. So, yeah. And the Greeks, don't forget the Greeks. You know what? About Greeks, I'm going to make a video about why they're called Greeks. Because they're called Greeks due to the way Romans and Etruscans called them. But they didn't call themselves that. They used Ellada for Greece, which they still do in Greek today. And so they were Hellenes, if we want to translate it in English. And but that's not, and they used that term back in the day, but the Romans and Etruscans didn't. And it really has to do with the fact that there is one of the many, not ethnicities, but the many regions of Greece where there was a people specifically. You have a multitude, right? Dorians and all the different ones. There is one specific type that had a name that it's similar to like Graikoi. And that's the ones that went into central Italy. And so the Romans and Etruscans, when they dealt with them, they called them by their regional name rather than by the old Greeks kind of names, which would have been Hellenes. And that's what stuck. It's similar to why in French, when you speak about Germany, right, you use the term, what is it, Allemagne, and that's because of a tribe, a German tribe, the Alemanni. But once again, it's the same thing. You're using the old term connected to a specific tribe to talk about the entire country, and it's stuck. And that's how it is. And then, of course, the English term Germany comes from Germania, which is the term that the Romans used. But then again, it's not the one that they use. It's not an endonym. Endonym is how a people call themselves, Deutschland, right? And it's similar to Japan, Japanese, but they say Nihon and Nihonjin. And so we should use that, but we don't. It's interesting, and maybe making a video about all of the names and why. Well, maybe not all, but the most prominent names and why we call them that way would be interesting. It would be a very fun video to make, so why not? Why not? Yeah. You've been to Bologna 2 weeks ago? Nice. Yeah, Bologna's nice. It's a nice city. I've been twice, but I was very young. Alemania, yeah, thank you. It's from Alemanni. It's a one tribe, one population. And yeah. Parasite Eve, ooh, I remember that one. Oh, NL for Netherlands. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for specifying. So you're Dutch. Very cool. China's called Zhongguo. Yeah, you're correct. The country in the middle. And Zhongguoren for Chinese. Identity politics is what's happening in America, says G Ford. Yeah, I mean, you know me. I think anyone can have whatever politics they want. It pisses me off when they put them in every movie and in every video game. That's the thing that annoys me, to be honest, which is why I strongly support Knight's Path, because they're not dealing with that nonsense, and I appreciate that. You had one, but you sold it. What, a CRT? You can always buy one. They are cheap now these days. They're not too bad. You can get really good deals. And sometimes they're overpriced, particularly if you want like a Sony Triniton. But that's kind of special technology in the way they create the image, specifically the color. So, yeah. You gotta stream that game when it comes out. I will, mostly, probably on the gaming channel, Metatron's Protector, though. Yeah, I played Half Sword. It's kind of fun. Thank you, Ancestral Echo. I appreciate that. I'm gonna show something. That's a very good point by Philosopher, and I kind of want to read that very quickly because, of course, I agree. Philosopher tells us instead of inserting black people in European history, why not make movies and games from African history and culture? That's what we say, but now when you say that, you get called a racist. And so I kind of stopped saying it, even though it is what I believe. And I'm going to show you one thing so that we do cover one of the topics of today's stream that I had decided to do. I'm going to show you something now. Are you ready? Are you ready, guys? Let me present to you Helen of Detroit. Helen of Detroit. How about that one? So Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Clowns. Clown show. What a waste. She could have been a Kandake, the actual African queens. No. Helen of Troy. Does anyone know how Helen of Troy was described? But it's not like they care, do they? Because they'll tell... You know, I'm going to say this right now on this stream. Don't even care. I'm just going to say it. I'm just saying. Do you remember when I used to say that? That used to be my position, where I was saying, you know what? When it comes to race swapping of characters. If it's if it's history, then I'm against it. But if it's fiction or a video game or a movie, it's not really a big deal. I changed my policy. It's a big deal everywhere. So for the Redditors out there, clip this, make videos about it, go for it, because I changed my policy. I'm against all forms of race swapping, whether it be historical or fictional. Why did I change this? Because I realized over the years that regardless of whether it be a real historical character or a character of literature or a video game, a modern whatever the heck it is, the reality of the fact is there is one common denominator, and it's hatred towards the white race or white people. And it's the hatred that I resent. So at this point, it doesn't matter. When they do something like this, when they do this, right? When they do this, why do you think they're doing it? Why do you think they're doing it? You tell me, but I think we all know why they're doing it. We know why, and because we know why, then I don't care. It's disrespectful towards Greek people, by the way, but it's also disrespectful towards black people. Because to Greek people, you're telling them, we don't care about you. We're going to take your literature, we're going to take your history, and we're going to change it to whatever the heck we want for our political reasons, and you mean nothing. Yet, what you wrote is making us millions. And we make those millions using what your people created, and we change it regardless of what you think. Not even a single Greek actor. This isn't even a matter of, oh wait, she doesn't look like Helen of Troy in any way, shape, or form. It's not just that. There isn't even a single Greek actor in the entire cast, but they did put, what's her name, Elliot Page, because they had to have the transgender representation. What about Greek representation? You know, the people that made the entirety of the stories wonderful. In fact, not to mention the people that together with the Romans created the fabric of Western culture and civilization. What about their representation? You know? So there's that. But it's also offensive towards black people because you're telling them you need white charity, historically and culturally speaking. Which is nonsense, because if you did open a single book about African history, boom. Again, I mentioned Kandake because Kingdom of Kush is famous. I think most people have heard of that. Did you know that there is an incident where one of these warrior queens, Amanirenas, faced the ancient Romans in combat? Not a single movie about that. Because they're too busy swapping the Greeks out of it. So there is that. So we get Ellen of Detroit, is what we get. We get Ellen of Detroit. Oh, Ellen of Detroit. And bring comedy back again. I'm not going to apologize for my comedy, by the way. I'm not going to apologize. Sorry, I'm trying to see where I put... Oh, there you go. Because I wanted to make sure I could see everything. And yeah, it's tiresome, all right? You're absolutely right, Dinemancer. It is tiresome. We're tired of this. Nolan is out of his lane. I'm not going to... Well, am I going to watch this maybe to make content about it and complain? I should collaborate with Critical Drinker. That's what I should do. I should make a video in collaboration with Critical Drinker. Topics, my friend. We've got a lot of topics today. We've got a lot of topics. Yeah. They claim me for Morrowind music. Why? That's weird. Usually gaming music doesn't get you copyright claimed. At least I don't get copyright claimed. The only games that copyright claim me are Nintendo games. Usually. Thank you so much, Ray. We should make a movie about Mansa Musa and make him white. Yeah, that would never go because it's two-tier justice, isn't it? It's always like rules for me, not for thee. That's a reality. Thank you, Lapko. This is why I'm still a Tarzan, Lord of the Apes fam. It's the one character they will never Oh, I see what you're saying. That yeah, they never would. Of course they wouldn't. I'm Gen X. We were supposed to be past this crap. You were. I'm going to tell you this much. Your generation was the generation that had probably the lowest amount of racists because it was after the World Wars. Together with the Greatest Generation, I guess, but they fought in it. It's kind of different. But they brought it back. They brought it back. I still remember back in the 90s, you gave us representation. Look at Street Fighter 2. There is a character for literally every skin tone on the planet. Nobody complained about it. Every single character was looking cool. And but it was different. It wasn't pushed because of hatred towards white people. But now it's pushed because of that. And that's why people are taking that's why someone like Nick Fuentes is so popular, because he's owning the titles. It's really as simple as that. People are fed up with this stuff. But yeah, that's Helen. That's Helen. But if you think that's crazy, then let's see what you think about this. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Apparently, according to Shmuley Yanklowitz, Adam and Eve, ladies and gentlemen, were black transgender refugees. Oh my gosh, I'm getting a cramp. Ooh, I'm getting a cramp. Yeah, so this happened. Let me just, let me tell you more about this, because I told you that today was going to be an insane stream, and if you think we're just scratching the surface, you've seen nothing. You've seen nothing, my friends. Nothing. So anyways, I'll read the super chats, I promise, but just give me 1 second. So this is from the blog. In fact, I investigated this because I'm like, no way, this gotta be a troll. This gotta be a troll. So I started looking into this, and I noticed that like on LinkedIn, if you're looking for employment, I guess it's good to ask if Eve was a clone, specifically transgender. And it's a reverend something, PhD, because PhD literally these days means you're a qualified propagandist. Anyways, I noticed, man, strange, there's more than one person talking about this. I wonder. And then you go to r/Christianity. Was Eve not transgender? Question mark. So anyways, what I noticed is that most likely this Shmuley sir is from, he posts on this place called The Times of Israel. And PhD is a red flag. Yeah, tell me about it. Anyways, we'll talk about it. So anyways, I noticed that he has a lot of posts. I think he's Jewish, the person, so it's real. But I cannot find, see, I put it here, but if you click, it doesn't appear. So he took it down. He took it down, but I found it. Definitely Jewish, because he removed the O. Anyways, I found it because it's here. It's the exact same thing. So if you notice, we're going to read it now a little bit. And if you notice, it starts, when the world was created, darkness and light were incomprehensible concepts, right? Boom. When the world was created, darkness and light were incomprehensible concepts. So it's this. I found it. So, what is this person's case to say that Adam and Eve were black transgender refugees? How about we have a look? Right. So, before I read, let me check the super chats very quickly, because we don't want to be disrespectful. Also, I want to say thank you to Incombus Simp for subscribing with Prime. Anyone else? Yeah, Dinamancer gifted 1 tier. Thank you so much, Dinamancer. I appreciate the gifts. And first time in chat. Hello, Mizutina. My wife loves your content so much. Thank you so much. It's so good to have you here. Playing videos and streams in the background. Also, you have the most majestic hair. How do you do it? I don't cut it. That's my secret. If you don't cut your hair, what happens, ladies and gentlemen, is your hair reaches, I guess, this length. And so that happens. And you know what's weird? I even tried cutting it, and it just keeps growing. It must be the curse of Samson. So thank you for that. I appreciate. Say hello to your wife from me. I really appreciate that. So I think I mentioned everyone on Twitch that was kind and joined and did things like that. Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to, of course, to people in... so thank you very much, Ray. There has to be a troll. I refuse to believe that's real. No, it's real, my friend. There are too many people talking about it and they're pushing it. I read it. I freaking read it, guys. I read the forums. They are pushing it. We should make a movie about Mansa Musa. Yeah, I did read that. Wait a second. Let me just do this. So we do it very quickly. Make sure I haven't been disrespectful. That's a good one. No, seriously, who is the real actress? No. It's real, Ray. It's real. The one about, wait, did you move to America recently, 4 years ago? I'm so sorry, you Italians can't understand fascist governments. What? We made it. We invented fascism. Like the terrible one we have in the US, you'll have no idea what to do. Oh, yeah, the face. Yeah, okay. Identity politics, what happened to America. Read that. You will have historical Italian cooking. That's nice. I'll have to check that one out. I read this one, this one. Have you played E3? Not yet. I did read that one. So, yeah, I think I'm up to where we need to be. It is just to let you know that whenever people do like memberships or subscriptions and whatnot and super chats, I always look for them because I don't want to be disrespectful. Okay, so you ready? You ready for it? Let's see how he's gonna justify this. All right. So were Adam and Eve transgender refugees? When the world was created, darkness and light were incomprehensible concepts. The separation between elements, sky and water, soul and sinew, were not yet formed from the void. Correct. And of course, he says water because that's how, of course, the water's above, right? The sky, fine. When God finally created the human on the sixth day, the assumption for most students of the Bible is that man was created first, and from him, woman was created. Yeah, that's what the Bible says. This reading is widely accepted and has been taught for centuries, ignoring the other biblical version that they were created simultaneously and interconnected. This is nonsense. So what he's referring to, I'm letting you know that, what he's referring to is that first, it says that God created man and woman in his image, or their image, if you want to be specific when it comes to the literal translation from biblical Hebrew. True, but then it doesn't say that they were created simultaneously. It just doesn't specify. It tells you man and woman were created in our image. That's what it says. But then in the next chapter, it tells you first it was created man from the clay, breathed the soul into the man, and then from the man he creates a woman. That's how the story is. So at least you can choose not to believe it, but let's not change it. Next, while it is certainly true that a plain reading of these early biblical passages suggested the dyad of man and woman was one of the most pertinent intentions of creation, a closer textual analysis presents another more radical view. The view that identities of gender, sex, race, and ethnicity are not determined by nature, but are largely developed as a social construct to make sense of the world. Right. So basically what he's saying is that this is not, oh my gosh, this is the worst exegesis I've ever seen in my life. So he's basically trying to put gender identity and identity politics into the Bible. At this point, read a different book, mate, if you're going to change it anyways. I'd like to underline that even, what are you talking about? They don't even know what they believe in. Gender identity pushes the idea that gender is a social construct, but sex is a biological reality, and the two things are separate. That's what they believe. I think it's nonsense, but no one says that sex isn't determined by nature. What are you on about? Likewise, race. Ethnicity is a little more complex because ethnicity includes cultural aspects. So I guess fine up to a certain extent, but sex and race, you're out of your mind. And gender to me is the same as sex. But hey, I'm not a social scientist. Anyways, not determined by net nonsense. So social construct. So to this imbecile, to this idiot, sex and race are social constructs. Really, right? So you can make sense of the world. It would be blasphemous for one to apply one's chosen construction of what is normal or natural to marginalize another. He didn't say anything here. Doing so would be nothing short of channeling the full divine potential on the first human who subsequently encapsulates all future human natures. Denying that any unique permutation was fully created in the image of God is akin to denying God. He made Zero sense. The Hebrew term Adam, is usually meant to express the idea of male or male identity. But in the early passages of Genesis, the term is made more contextually ambiguous. Right, well, it's with the article, by the way, for those who haven't read it in Hebrew, it's the Adam. The Adam. Which is why, in my opinion, if you really want to go into exegesis at this point, rather than seeing it as a proper name, it could be the name of the species. He is the first one, and it could be the name of the entire species. So we are all Adamites, kind of Homo sapiens sapiens. That could be a way to interpret it. But whatever. To wit, Adam can be discerned as embodying a singular personal concept or a universal one. Through this would seem contradictory prima facie. Oh, he's using Latin, so he sounds... Yeah. There is a relevant, though hidden teaching embedded in the passage, namely the harmonization of seemingly contradictory creation of humanity as a sign of divine work in which all people of equal status. Okay, but this has nothing to do with transgender. Thus, Adam and Eve are not only the first human beings, but also the archetypal configurations for all of humanity. The social consciousness lessons that emerge from the brief time we come to know these two figures in the Bible is staggering indeed, as it can be seen from our contemporary perspective. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. Freudian slip. Freudian slip, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I made it too small. From our contemporary perspective, now we know what this is. All descendants came from Adam and Eve, thus also all descendants were contained within them. One is causation, one is not. Anyways, the rabbis taught that the first person had both male and female sexual organs. Yeah, I don't believe that. This diversity of human teaches us how complexly rounded Adam and Eve were when they were united as one being. The first human being was black and white, gay and straight, male and female, a citizen of the Garden of Eden and a stateless refugee from the garden made from heaven and from earth. Now this, to me, sounds blasphemous. But hey, that's just me. I'm just saying, though, you can believe whatever you want. But it's not in the text. Each of us, in our own uniqueness, can find ourselves within the first person. And okay, so can we find the part about transgender, please? I'm gonna have to do this. So let me see, transgender. No, oh, there isn't even a word for transgender here. So how is this about transgenderism if there isn't even? Oh, gay maybe. Oh, trans people. There you go. So, how all this biblical material relates to contemporary events is one of the utmost important. I fear that today, with the lingering effect of racism, xenophobia, what about white supremacy, though? You didn't say that one. And the stigmatization of gay and trans people, humanity is still needlessly looking for reasons to divide itself. Well, here's the thing. Manipulating the text and telling us lies about what it says is not the way to avoid or prevent hatred now, is it? I'm trying to see if there is anywhere else where it makes any sense, because here's the thing. What they're saying, and I read the other ones as well, just to kind of give you a too long didn't read situation. What they're saying is, well, you've got Adam, and then God takes the, what do you call it in English, the rib, and creates Eve from the rib, so Eve is transgender. That's it. That's the idea. That's the idea. That doesn't work, though, because first and foremost, and I have to be specific about this because they never tell you what's in the book. There is no apple in the Bible. There is a fruit, but we are not told what it is. The only reason why we say apple is because that's how it was translated in Latin, because you could say malus and malus. One means apple, one means evil, and so they made a play on words. But no one knows. It's just a rounded fruit. It could be an orange. It could be an apple. It could be a date. It could be a piece of grape. Or it could be even a fruit that we don't have anymore on this planet. It's not an apple. I mean, it could be an apple, but we don't know. It doesn't say. Likewise, it doesn't necessarily... I know some people will disagree with me, but I believe this. I don't think it's a rib. If we really want to go into this. I personally don't believe it's a rib. You can disagree with me. In fact, tell me in the comments. But for me, it literally just says something, they took something from lateral side of the body. And it was kind of rounded. My opinion, just my opinion, so feel free to disagree, I think it was taken from the iliac crest. rather than the rib. But even if it was, let's say that I'm wrong and in fact was the rib. It's nonsense to think. Let me tell you why it's impossible. Even if you want to look at it as it sounds like cloning, I get it. I mean, at the end of the day, Adam was kind of put into a very deep sleep, which does sound like what we do before our surgical things like anesthesia. And then something was taken from the side of his body and Eve was formed. It does sound like cells have been taken. I get it. Thing is, though, if you clone an individual today and you clone from a male, with our technology, the clone would also be male. Unless you have somehow a way to suppress some genes. So basically you're suppressing the Y chromosome, and there is more to that. That's not something, it's theoretically possible, but it's not something that I believe we can do. Then again, though, we're talking about God, so it's not like he couldn't do that. Obviously, he could do that if he wanted to. But here is why it's impossible to think that Eve was also a male and who identified as a woman. Because he couldn't have kids. It's really that simple. I just debunked this entire thing, guys. I just debunked this entire thing. If Eve was a transgender woman, meaning a male who identifies as a woman, a concept non-existent if you are a secular atheist, it's a concept non-existent in the Iron Age, Bronze Age, and when the Bible was written. And if you're a believer like me, is a concept non-existent at the beginning of the history of mankind, which is what we are talking about with the story of Adam and Eve, in which I believe, by the way. I don't think it's an example. I don't think it's a story to tell you, but it never actually happened. No, I believe Adam and Eve existed. Anyways, that's a discussion of faith, kind of beyond the point. But I'm saying, if Eve was a male who identifies as a woman, she wouldn't have a womb, and she wouldn't be able to have Cain and Abel and all the other kids, Seth and whatnot. So that already debunks it. It's really that simple. But let me read what you guys think so far. But this is the new thing that they're pushing now, because of course the reality is, and we all know it, they have to manipulate what we believe in. They have to do that. They can't leave anything alone. They can't leave anything alone. All right, let me check a few super chats, then I'll read a few regular comments, and then we'll move on to the next one, my friends. But that was the first thing that I wanted to address. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. DNYD, thank you for the support. Love your content. Please review at some point Perfect Light and the Stones in Heaven's link in the following post. I don't click links, but I will look for it. It's just a channel policy, considering the enemies I have. Not you. Obviously, you're a supporter, but I don't click links, but I'll look for it. Thank you, Modern Day Night. If Eve is transgender from being made from the rib of a man, every man is transgender because we're all conceived and born by a woman. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, precisely. Das Barba, I'm an atheist, and even I find these attempts at traviating the Bible disgusting. Yeah, exactly. Also because oftentimes, maybe not the case now with this specific post, because I guess the guy's Jewish, so he believes in it, but he's literally changing it for politics. But there are a lot of people in those forums that I read, they clearly don't believe in the Bible anyways. They're just changing it because they want to manipulate the way other people think, and they try to use your own beliefs against you. And that's bad. Instead, you, Das Barba, you're atheist, so me and you stand on opposite sides, but I appreciate that you are intellectually honest. So you clearly don't believe in the stories of the Bible. From a religious perspective, we could argue, even from a secular perspective, that a lot of the things that I mentioned, even if you approach it from an atheist perspective, you can still consider the fact that maybe a flood did happen. Maybe a tremendous cataclysmic event happened, and that's what's been recorded as Sodom and Gomorrah. Maybe the event happened. It's just that you would not link it to divine intervention. You would find natural causes, which is, by the way, what the Romans did in a lot of cases. For instance, the explosion of the volcano in Pompeii, the Romans, maybe the people might have said, maybe the gods are punishing us, but the records don't show that. They try to approach it from a naturalistic perspective. So the wars, the battles, the people, they could still all well exist. When people say the Bible is false, I'm like, but the stuff probably did happen, even if you look at it from a secular perspective. And then the part that we disagree on is, I believe in the resurrection, and you don't. That's fine. I appreciate that. Doesn't surprise me one bit, though. These people hold nothing sacred except their feelings and their entitlement. Absolutely right. Codiod, thanks for being authentic through critical content. By the way, your accent sounds German. Really, German. As an Italian, can you explain why it's immoral to break spaghetti? It is highly immoral to break spaghetti because spaghetti are perfection. And so if you disrupt perfection, then it becomes naturally immoral. That's why you shouldn't break spaghetti. And Acrotone, Eve tricked Adam to eat from the watermelon tree. Oh, goodness gracious. Ray, there has to be a troll. Yeah, Red, that's okay. So we're all caught up with the fun funding. Appreciate that. Let me see some regular ones, and then I'll continue with the super chats. Thank you for your support. This sounds like rage bait. You're absolutely right. It sounds like rage bait. A lot of the stuff, that's how it is. Thank you very much for agreeing. Metatron, enemy of the sea. Yeah, goodness gracious. Extraterrestrial. Let's see. What about History Channel? Oh, if you're talking about History Channel, the actual History Channel. Yeah. Stem cells from the hip. Yeah, exactly. The iliac crest is when we get them. Yeah, it's where we get them even today. A lot of stem cells. So I think it makes more sense to me, but that's just me. Just me. Let me see how things are going over here. Hello. If I remember correctly, there was a branch of Christian church that thought that was correct. What was? Oh, the side of where it was located? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So you say Christianity is vilified because it opposes Judaism, but so does Islam. So I don't think that's the only reason. Thank you, Glocatir, for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's just a fruit. The apple is just a mental representation, and again, it was just because it kind of made sense in Latin, but that was it. Knowledge of good and evil and that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Thank you very much, Lil Miss, for the support. I have followed you for years now and never sent you support. Here is some love for you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I myself am part of a research group that has been studying the extreme leftists for about 6 years now. Hang in there. It took me 2 years. Wow. Man, you continuously study extreme politics of any kind must be really tiring. Why do women have a hard time picking, thank you, Lapco, picking a place to go out to eat? Because the last time they did, they doomed all of humanity with an apple. That's good. That's a good one, my friend. Yeah, so Lancer says America's under communist attack. Reddits are being told by Germans and Ukrainians to unalive all MAGA in the USA. I know people that push violence, they should be put in jail, by the way. And it's not protected speech to do that. Hassan Biker, anyone? And that will save the world. Well, we'll see how it goes. I hope we stop hating each other, to be honest. Thank you, Shadow. LOL, in my world building project, the first man and woman are so because they are the first humans with souls, thus sentience and free will. Why not? Is Eve truly a mammal? She may lay eggs. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that. That's where we are at, my friends. But because we've been... So now we're going to move into a certain individual. Let me close these Times of Israel thing here, okay? And let's move on to... we need to talk about a certain guy. And it's a famous... Well, now infamous when it comes to me. But it's a famous VIP Hollywood actor. And now I see why the acting of a villain was so natural for him. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Today we're talking about this traitor right here. He's a traitor. I don't even care. I'm going to say it. This guy's a traitor. Breaking Bad star Giancarlo Esposito, I hate that his name and surname are Italian, says it's time for a revolution by Metatron. Are you calling him a traitor just because he has maybe different politics than you? No, I'm calling him a traitor because of this. You ready? Let's go. Maybe you'll disagree with me, but I kind of doubt it on this one. It's too bad. Let's go. Let it play. Let's go. Wait. We need volume here. You're not getting away with it. Volume.
This is time for a revolution. This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. You know, some very rich old white men are exerting their power to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of civil war in the streets, preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to shoot. They're not even trained right, to kill. This is all a preparation for a very insidious problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would they'll kill 550 million, however, but the rest of us would survive with a new. This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have to change it from within. So if I'm spiritually ready and right, and I'm ready to understand other people and to agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together, then that starts to change things. Not by deporting immigrants, not by killing brown and even white people on the street. It's crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people who are gonna show up and say, no more. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Okay, so we have a lot to unpack. Don't worry. If there was an ad, it's fine. I'm gonna dissect every word. Then I hope the FBI gets involved. So, first and foremost, the first thing I would like to underline is this.
It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. Some very rich old white men.
Anti-white scum. Anti-white racist. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Next. So he says it's time for revolution, right? It's time for revolution. How many people need to die for you to force your politics? Let's hear it again.
Out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down.
Right.
If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would they'll kill 550 million, however.
Okay, so 50 million people, right, could die, and he's totally fine with that from behind his golden palace with 24/7 security. Do you think this guy is going to get on the streets while the 50 million are being taken out? You know why I know the answer is no? Here's why. He said it.
But the rest of us would survive.
Would survive. Exactly. You rich scum. So he wants you, okay, if you agree with his politics, he wants you to literally lose your life because you are expendable, because you're poor. That's what it is, guys. 50 million of you, all dead on the streets, so he can survive because he's staying behind the palace of gold. This is disgusting. That's what this is. It's unironically his character. Exactly. Now, yeah, he did the meme. That was exactly my next point. I'm going to show it. When I call someone out, I'm all in. When I call someone out, I'm all in, guys. You ready for it? In 3, 2, 1. Here he is. He did the meme. This is Giancarlo Esposito. I apologize to him that I have to use an image of a white man. I'm sure that's going to upset him very much. But literally, in this case, I'm colorblind because it's exactly the same. Sorry for doing that, Giancarlo. I know you hate white people. You made that one very clear. But here is the thing. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Giancarlo Esposito, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue. As I say, I have a lot to say today. Metatron Uncensored, never mind Piers Morgan Uncensored. Never mind. So words like this incite violence, but that's what
This
he
is
wants.
time for a revolution.
That's exactly what he wants. He wants the violence. And note one other thing, because now we're going to continue our analysis and we're going into body language analysis.
But the rest of us would
Yep.
survive with a
Yeah, the rest of you, absolutely, you're going to survive.
new.
Yep.
This is time for a revolution.
Okay, you said that.
It's time for it, and they don't
Repetition is part of propagandistic systems, by the way. Repeat the same thing over and over. That's how you get the message across.
even know that's what they're starting.
They don't even know that's what they're starting. Who's they?
But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have to change it from within.
So you have to change the world means, I'm going to act as a translator here. We're going to change the world doesn't mean, because remember, he's talking about 50 million deaths. He's talking about a full-on revolution, okay, with deaths on the street, not him. And when he says change, it doesn't mean, hey, I don't like some things about ICE and I'm going to protest and I'm going to bring light onto... No, he's literally talking about the majority of Americans voted for President Trump. I disagree with that. Why did they vote for him? One of the reasons is people are fed up with illegal immigration and they voted him to take care of that. Now, we can discuss whether or not you think he's doing it the right way or not. That's absolutely an aspect that we can discuss, but that was the vote of the people. Otherwise, but what he wants is, well, I disagree with that, so I'm going to have 50 million die so that we can change and get people in power that I like. That's not democracy. Because if that's how it functioned, democracy, constitutional republics couldn't exist, because then, the left wing is in power, we don't like Biden, revolution. Then the right wing is in power, we don't like Vance, revolution. That's not how it works. But it's not only that. Check this out.
I'm spiritually ready and right, and I'm ready to understand other people and to agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together. Then that
find a solution together means avoid the 50 million dead, but that's not what you want.
starts to change things, not by deporting immigrants.
I really don't understand this whole thing about it's wrong to deport immigrants. If they're the illegals, look how he says immigrants. I'm an immigrant. Clown. I'm an immigrant. Of course I don't want to be deported, but I came here through the legal channels. It's really that simple. I'm just going to say it. For every illegal immigrant that crosses any border, because borders are everywhere. The Vatican has borders, while the Pope says, oh, it's wrong to have borders, right? And he has got medieval walls that prevent people from crossing its borders. Every country has borders. For every legal person that enters the country, right, and then commits a crime, not the crime of immigration illegally, but the crime of they grape a person, they kill a person. That crime could have been prevented because that person wasn't supposed to be there. So the person that is the victim is the person that I'm interested in. Now, is every illegal immigrant a criminal in the sense of someone who would attack children, attack women? No, but because when they enter illegally, there is no background checks, I cannot know. It's a massive question mark. I don't want to risk it with the innocents. So I say, get out as an illegal, come back to the legal channel. They run backgrounds on you. They see, this guy has got Al-Qaeda. Let's not get him in. Or this guy is a radical Islamist. No, you're not coming in. But this guy from wherever the heck, I don't even care what he looks like. Nice guy, no problem, hard worker, good degree, engineer, whatever, actual engineer, comes in, integrates, learns a language, maybe marries an American. I have no problems with that. But I know the problem with illegal immigration, it's unbelievable I have to say this. The problem with illegal immigration is that when they enter the country, you know nothing. And some of these will be actual violent criminals. And for each one of these that commits a crime, that's a crime that could have been prevented and it's a victim that wouldn't have died. Good luck telling the parents of the child who lost their lives because, but illegals. And that's that. That's my spiel. But please, look at this one. Body language. Look at this.
Not by killing brown and even white people on the street.
And then he smiles. So, of course, that's a problem. He had to put even white people, right? Because he's talking about Alex Pretti and the other lady, Good, Nicole Good. And they were white, right? But that's a problem because oppressor gets kind of collapses. So the basis of this ideology is brown and black people get KILLED in the streets, bad white supremacy. But now you've got two white people that died because they interfered with law enforcement. You can agree, disagree, think it was an overreaction. I already made a video about that. We'll talk about the new footage on Alex Pretti on this live stream, but for now. And there's a problem. In fact, I showed a video with a white liberal woman that was saying, I cried when Nicole Good died, but I feel bad because I shouldn't cry for a white woman. So it's like short-circuiting the brain. And that's a problem. He had to say even white people, but yet he smiles.
And even white people on the street. It's crossing over now.
Look how happy he is. After he said it's white people who died, look at his eyes. Caught himself, guys. Caught himself. So, I'm going to say it. Giancarlo Esposito is a traitor to this country, a traitor to his own side because he wants 50 million of his own sides to die so he can continue to pontificate on what's right and wrong from the Golden Palace in Hollywood.
And believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people who are gonna show up. And
okay, so that was the first one I wanted to show you, but it's not the only cringe we got from Hollywood. I got another one. You ready, guys? I came prepared this time. This was the worst one, but there is another one because it seems like actors can't shut up. Not that they have to shut up when it comes to protected speech. I mean, I don't know, 50 million then, yeah. I don't know if inciting revolution on the street counts as protected speech. You tell me that. But there is this other actor who had something to say. Let's see what he said.
It's really upsetting to see people. Forget that we're a country that we have immigrants to thank for, and I feel the same way about my home country in the UK.
You mean the United Caliphate?
And as an actor, I don't want to conflate my influence or what I'm able to do in order to affect change. But certainly, I try to look at how I can draw attention to certain things in society to try and raise awareness or to try and motivate change and activate people. But I also remain cognizant of the fact that I'm an actor and not an activist, and I don't do the work that people like Annette Dio do, for example. I'm in the business of trying to draw attention to it. It's really up.
I find it objectively fascinating. It must be a skill to speak for 44 seconds and manage to say nothing. He said nothing, but the one thing he did say, of course, this is in the context of ICE and immigration and that kind of stuff, which I would say you have a lot to worry about in the UK. I don't think you have spare time to think about what's happening in America. Let us deal with that, because you've already got your own problems in the UK. But regardless, check this out.
It's really upsetting to see people forget. That we're a country that we have immigrants to thank for, and
Right, so immigrants. Here's the thing, though, and again, we don't have a problem with legal immigration when, before people in the comments, when it's properly regulated. Not, well, okay, we call them legal and we get 10 million people. Obviously not. Legal immigration needs to be properly regulated, distinguish between refugees within the constraint of the budget allocations, because you don't want the system to collapse. So even refugees has limitations because citizens first. But anyways, some real refugees within the limits of the budget, fine. Then you've got legal immigrants, but people that contribute to society, people that have a reason to be here. That's how it works. You can't just come here because you like it. You got to have reason. Here meaning anywhere, by the way. That's how it works. It's only the West that for some reason needs to be borderless, but I digress. someone marries or someone actually has something, they come here, they integrate, they assimilate, they learn the language, they respect the culture. It's different. It's a different type of immigration. So even when I say legal immigration, I don't mean open the faucet and whatever the heck comes in. Regulated correctly. No one has a problem with that. So note that every time these Hollywood actors speak about, I can't believe that people have a problem with migrants. We are a nation of migrants. We should be happy. Yeah, that's the legal ones. People have a problem with the illegal, but they never say it because they know that the moment we start actually talking about illegal immigrants, you're going to lose any debate. Every single debate. Oh, but whenever we talk about taxes, for example, I'm just going to give you one example, but taxes, yeah, but illegal immigrants are really helping because they work. Right. And even then, I think it's the 10% unemployment rate. So maybe give those jobs to Americans in America, but whatever. They are doing jobs, great. But they are underpaid. They have, because they're illegal, the companies that actually employ them don't give them benefits. They don't give them health coverage. So there is that, if you really cared about these people. And also, they are not paying taxes because it's illegal. Then they tell you, no, actually there are ways to circumvent that and give them an SS, a security, social security number. And that way they can technically pay taxes. Great, that's a federal crime because they're stealing someone else's social number. There is always a way. They will always lose it if they bring up illegal immigrants. So they say, immigrants. Thereby gaslighting and using a strawman. I only have a problem with illegal immigration. And the people that use your emotions are the ones that annoy me the most, and then we're going to move on to the next topic. But the people that use your emotions because they show you a picture of this husband, and he's so upset, wherever the heck he's from, Mexico or the Middle East, I don't know, and he's upset because, look, they separated him from his wife who was illegal, and now they're separated, husband and wife, they love each other, how could you? So they're pulling on your emotional strings. And of course, at a human level, when I see a husband and a wife separated, I feel for them, but I will not let you weaponize that against me just so that you can manipulate me into supporting your policies policies that I disagree with. I'm not going to let you do that. Also, because I tell you this, do you think I'm a joke then? Because I'm a legal immigrant and I was separated from my wife for 1.5 years. Not 15 seconds like the person who is crying. 1.5 years we were separated because I waited so that I could get the proper immigration papers. So at this point, I'm going to say, why didn't this husband work hard to pay so that his wife, because believe me, they can do installments. You don't have to forward the $4,000, whatever the heck it was that I paid in order to do immigration. I get it. Not everyone has $4,000. Fine. But if you come here and you're working, right? Probably the dollar is higher than the currency or whatever the heck you're running away from. And so why didn't you use that to get your wife here legally at this point? I'm going to ask. I would do 2 jobs. In fact, I'm writing a book while I'm doing YouTube. Technically, I am doing 2 jobs. I would do 3 jobs to make sure that my wife is here. So there is that. But once again, am I an idiot that I was separated for 1.5 years from my lawful wife because I did it right by the books? That's the situation, guys. That's the situation. And let me check your comments, and then we move on to the next one, because as I say, we've got a lot to talk about. Let me see. Thank you very much, Lapko. You've been very supportive today. My grandfather was born in Georgia in 1898, the country, not the state, making sure. Spent life on crutches after World War I can imagine. He would occasionally say something racist, but it was from ignorance. There was no malice behind it. Lefty said malice. Yeah, I think racists exist everywhere. I've seen people argue that like racism is only a right-wing thing, which is nonsense, because you can be racist. It's a different thing. Some extremists, maybe alt-right, not even regular conservatives, in my opinion, are not even racist, are not racist. Even the far ones. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you'll find someone and like, no, this guy is far right and he's actually racist. Fine. Alt-right, racist, fine. But the left is also racist because they're racist against white people. The only thing is that they because they use it in an overt manner rather than covert manner, as some people are, they have to then create the technical loops where they tell you, but technically it's not racism because it's not systemic. A comeback that I will destroy at the beginning of February with a dedicated video. 10 pages of script, already filmed. It's being edited. You will find racists everywhere. But the reality is that that word doesn't mean anything anymore. So personally, when they call me racist, I don't care. Call me racist, fine. Lil Miss, thank you. Megatron, they want martyrs is why he's smiling. Yes, this is why they are pushing these riots and protests. I agree. Absolutely. And I wish people just didn't have to die. That's the thing. Ray, no, they should shut up because nobody wants to hear what they have to say. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I think if you're not going to add anything, don't open your mouth. You're still free to do it. But if you're not going to add anything, just, goodness gracious. Limit says, Megatron, they don't believe in borders. This is common from the leftist over the years. We have researched them. Right, but they never say that that freaking any other country should be borderless. So there is that. It's not like they believe that they should be able to go to freaking China. Good luck with that without borders. Yeah, Lil Miss presents a very good point. He says, you have to understand they use a different dictionary for the words we commonly use. That is one of the points I'm going to raise, actually. He's against capitalism, and this is common among the extreme leftists. Well, yeah, of course, socialism or not. Reading the Communist Manifestos where much of this came from. Absolutely, yeah, Karl Marx. Hey, guys, Hector is ringing for you. I don't know. Oh, Gus, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, I got it now. Man, it's been a while since Breaking Bad. Let me double check that. And then I'll read a few of the regular chats. Then I'm going to give you a number, and you'll see what that number is. Giancarlo is just fake, I agree. I guess he wasn't acting when he was playing a villain, I agree. Also, why does he sound like Don Lemon? He kind of does, but Don Lemon sounds more annoying, and we're going to talk about him. Yeah, I read this one, and yeah, I think I'm all caught up. So let me also move a few more people here, also because this face, goodness gracious now. And you might be an idiot, but you're not getting iced, goodness gracious, whatever that means. Yeah, everyone is tribal up to a certain extent, I agree. Yeah, you're having a good time, good to hear. Let's see. It's very common, yes. Emotional manipulation is key to the extreme. Absolutely, emotional manipulation is constantly used. Because of course I care. And I will say it. I know that there are plenty of people that will be like, no, I don't care because they do it on purpose because they're annoyed. I am not there yet, and I hope I never will be. Yes, if I see suffering, I empathize with it. It's my nature. But I don't appreciate when people use my nature against me for secondary reasons. And I think you can understand that point of view. Yeah, you would leave everything and go with your wife. Absolutely. Exactly, Legion. Thank you for sharing your story, by the way. Absolutely. Yeah. No problem, Nefarious. Have a good night, and thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Everyone, just don't attack, kick, spit, and scream at officers. It's dangerous in all situations, not even just ICE. Yeah. Shu just posted, yeah, being a conspiracy theorist is just another word for being correct too early. I know, I saw that post from Shu on Head. We're going to react to her as well tonight, as I say. Got a lot to say, a lot of things to say. I know, Macross, that's a very good point. Thank you for being here, by the way, on Rumble. I appreciate that. All right, guys, so I need to give you a number. And then we continue with this, but here's the number. Also, because, as I say, I need to move forward with the stream because I want to play as well, but play is going to happen later. Anyways, the next topic of conversation is going to be great, but first, I wanted to check exactly how many members we have right now. Because when we started the stream, we had, let me see very quickly, members, there we go. So right now, we have, refresh it please. Still doesn't show. Anyways, we had 347 members when we started the stream, but I saw at least 310. So we are at 357. I think we can make it to 400, guys. Let's make it happen. So here's what I'm telling you. If we hit 400 members, you know how I said I was going to go live 3 times in February? I'll make it 4. I'll do an extra stream in February if we can hit 400 members today. Let's do it, guys. Come on. And while we decide on that, we're going to talk about something very special that happened. Are you ready? Are you ready, guys? This happened, guys. In 3, 2, 1. This happened. I don't know if you noticed. I'm sure you did. Let me get the chat because I gotta see it. Thank you very much for becoming a member, Lapco. I really appreciate that. We're getting closer to the objective. Thank you so much for becoming a member and supporting the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, it happened. The Joe Rogan Experience featuring Andrew Wilson. 1.4 million views. Andrew Wilson on Joe Rogan. Now, I talked to the guy, by the way, about it. Because I talk behind the scenes. I talk to Andrew Wilson and his wife, and we follow each other and whatnot. I really like Andrew Wilson, and let me tell you this much. If you hate him, I know plenty of you are actually from the Crucible crew, so yeah. And if you don't know who he is, I'll tell you who he is. But I want to tell you that I know that there will be some of you who are like, oh no, I hate him. Let me tell you this much. When I first started watching Andrew Wilson, who is a Christian conservative and right-wing debater, that's a good way, I think, Orthodox Christian, in fact. When I started watching him, I didn't like him one bit. I thought he was too much. He felt like an attack dog. I'm like, man, this guy's rough. Oftentimes his logics was good and his comebacks were strong, but particularly when he was, I guess, debating feminists, and some of these feminists were using manipulation tactics, meaning they would cry, and he would wipe the freaking floor with them. And I felt, yeah, right, but that feels bad, you know? So I guess I was manipulated. I'm going to admit it here. Kind of worked on me. Because I felt like, I don't know, this guy is too harsh for me. And I didn't like it. Then, I looked into him. I looked into his past. I looked into very deeply. And I found a strong level of respect for him and his wife. And there is a reason, I'll tell you why, but there is a reason. So, yes, he is as rough as it gets. Maybe that's what we need right now. I was going to say it. But if you think, oh, Andrew Wilson is actually evil, he's not. I truly believe he's a good man. He's just rough around the edges. And there are some of the ways in which he... By the way, I'm not able to do what he does. I'm not a debater. Okay? So I can come here and nitpick, but if I was in his chair, I probably wouldn't know what to say, right? Because I'm good at preparing things. I'm a content creator. But he does everything on the spot. Like he has debated Destiny. He was in the Jubilee. Now he's not technically a Jubilee All-Stars. If you know, you know. But anyways, I am very happy that he made it onto the Joe Rogan Experience. Of course, there is someone who's not happy about that, and it's Destiny, and is seething with envy and jealousy. We might look into what he didn't believe it. He thought it was AI. I freaking loved it. So anyways, Joe Rogan Experience, 1.4 million views in 3 days, which translated, we're going to open it, but I can't let it play. Because anytime, I might react offline and then connect it to this, edit it all together into its own video, which I'll post in February. I cannot react to it live though, simply because it gets copy claimed and the stream gets interrupted every single time I do that. So I might react to it on Twitch, but on YouTube, I can't do it. Not with the Joe Rogan Experience. But what I can tell you is that I watched it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I will. It was very interesting. I haven't got a clue how. The conversation started with mountain lions and it ended up with feminists and liberals and progressive. I haven't got a clue. I loved that Andrew literally called Destiny a gremlin. So 1.4 million people just heard Destiny being called as a gremlin. That made my day. And it's not even because of politics. Because you're going to think, oh, but the only reason why you're so nice and tolerant towards him is because he's on the right. And as you know, I'm moderately on the right, moderately, kind of center-right, I would say. But you hate Destiny because he's left. No, I hate Destiny because he did direct calls for violence. That's why I hate Destiny. Not because of his politics. I disagree with his politics. But, you know, if we were talking about logics, I would be more than happy to listen because that's how I am. I like to listen to different people. And sometimes you guys change my mind. You have a different point of opinion. No, Destiny is kind of like Hassan, but I think Hassan is worse. In fact, tell me in chat, who's worse, Destiny or Hassan? For me, Hassan is worse than Destiny, but Destiny has also said he's ready to go in the streets and off conservatives in the streets. He said that. That's why I hide. So the fact that he called him a gremlin, anyways, for my calculations, because I was curious, I checked the Crucible, and now he has 280,000 subscribers. When the video went live, I checked how many subscribers he had, and if my math is mathing, he had 269,000, which means he gained 11,000 subscribers from the first 3 days of appearing on the Joe Rogan Experience. And as I say, I talked about this because here's the thing: you can say that you don't like perhaps the way Andrew Wilson sounds when he speaks against, and again, some of the people, like that Jubilee All-Star lady that kept telling him, you are no one, who do you think you are? Well, now he's on Joe Rogan Experience, so what are you going to say now? She was so annoying, I don't even know if I could keep her straight. And I mean, normally I'm a monk in morphine for how calm I tend to be, but there is also the Italian side, Sicilian specifically, and there are just some people that can pull those strings in a way that make you go nuts. And I mean, that Jubilee lady that kept telling him that she was an all-star and he wasn't a Jubilee all-star, and now he's on the Joe Rogan Experience. I wish, I made a post about it because I'm a troll at heart. I'm your favorite Sicilian troll, and I made the following post on my X account. And I said 1.4 million views for the Andrew Not a Jubilee All-Star Winston episode. I did the math. The guy got about 10,000, now 11,000. For 3 days, I imagine a certain gremlin is seething with envy right now. Not a step back. Andrew is what I said. And before that, I asked you about ancient Rome and the Middle Ages, but because you are muppets, it's literally 50-50, which made this entire poll completely useless to me. Because I was trying to see which period is better. You got me a 50-50 because you're lovely like that. But then I made, where is it? Where the heck is it? So we're going to talk about Hassan Piker as well, but I made another post about Andrew Wilson. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Man, I can't find it. All right, 1 second. Let me see if I can, when I have eyes on me, I get a little like, I don't know why. I gotta find it because it was a wonderful post. I think maybe I posted it right after it. Oh, we need to talk about Nintendo as well, man. We have so many things. I need a 10 hour stream. That's a reality, but thank you for being patient. I really appreciate that. Let me see. In the meantime, let me know in chat, by the way, what do you guys think of Andrew Wilson and the Crucible? I'm curious. I can't find it. Anyways, I'll tell you what it was. Basically, I made a post when I said that we should all spam the link to the Joe Rogan Experience featuring Andrew Wilson onto the TikTok of that lady that said he was no one. That's what I said. Oh my gosh. I can only imagine Reddit and Blue Sky on the day Andrew Wilson went on the Joe Rogan Experience to talk about progressives and mountain lions. For whatever reason, I never thought that the two things would have happened at the same time. But talking about Reddit, Note that if you say Jesus loves you on Reddit, you get this reaction. Does this surprise you that the name of our Lord makes them screech like demons? Redditors. I swear. I don't know. What's worse, guys? Reddit or Blue Sky? What's worse? Yeah. So this happened. Last time they called them Legion. There is a lot of them. And Aragon tells us on Steam, sorry, not on Steam, goodness gracious, I need more, a second monster, on Twitch, he's telling us, my opinion is Destiny's talk, but he would not walk the walk. Well, yeah, of course it's clown, but it's still illegal to say it. You say Reddit, ooh, that's pretty, Frederick is like, no, it's Reddit is worse. Yeah. So anyways, there's that. I am really happy that Andrew Wilson was featured on the Joe Rogan Experience. It's a good episode. We'll make a whole reaction video, but good for him. Good for him. And to tell you that thing, because again, you watch him, you see, oh, but he's harsh, so I don't like him. He's not a true Christian. I've heard people say that. He's not a true Christian. And at first I thought, not that I consider myself to be a good Christian. Does any Christian consider himself truly? When we have the greatest paragon to confront us with, Jesus, we're all bad Christians anyways, but we're trying, right? And some are worse than others, I'll say that, because there are some Christians that are objectively poison, and I hate that. As far as I'm concerned, I can't say they're not Christians, because to be a Christian, you need to believe in Jesus and the resurrection. That makes you a Christian. But if you are hateful, poisonous, angry all the time, wishing people to burn in hell, laughing when people die, then yeah, I mean, you're a horrible Christian at that point. Maybe I'm a bad Christian, you're a horrible Christian. But regardless, at first I thought that Andrew Wilson was not a good Christian. But you know what changed my mind? And I'm going to say it. And I didn't say it before. I said there is a reason, but I'm not going to say it because I was trying to be discreet. But I noticed that he said it publicly recently. The thing that I'm about to tell you, he said it on a recent interview that he had with a podcaster that I don't remember the name of, the same guy who interviewed Nick Fuentes, can't remember. So it's something that he made a video about maybe 2 years ago, and he recently mentioned it again. So because he said it, then I feel like I'm not talking about private things. And so I will say it. What changed my mind completely when it comes to Andrew Wilson is the anecdote that he has described a couple of years ago when him and his wife were being attacked by a complete radical lunatic on the left, obviously, because he's right-wing, so obviously his enemies are on the left. We get that. And this lady was calling his wife and Andrew horrible parents, saying that they offed their son. So what you might not know is that Andrew Wilson's son died. He died at the age of 10. And he gave this description. And there is this very long video. And you know what? Once I edit this, I'll put a link in the description. And I do that specifically for the people that hate him. I want you to watch this video. He made this very long video. I watched the entire video where he explained what happened. His son was 10 when he was crushed to death in a car accident with a 13-year-old who was their neighbor, as the child was going to play, rural area and whatnot. And he described the screams of his wife, Rachel. And when she found out, he said he never heard anything like it. It was very touching. And he said, this woman is using the death of our son, very private matter, against us because of politics. And it's awful. And when he told us this, he said some wonderful things about Rachel Wilson. And he explained how during the trial, because the person that was driving, their son's friend, was 13, the one that actually ended up, unintentionally, I think it's called manslaughter, unintentionally unaliving, this, I hate having this, use these stupid words, offing the son, causing the death of the son, and they forgave him. Not only that, but his wife pleaded with the judge to not condemn the child because there was already an atrocity that had happened, and so she pleaded in the courtroom that her sons, Killer, would not be prosecuted, and they forgave him and showed mercy. To me, that is a true Christian, which is why my level of respect for Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, during heated debates, it's blood sports debates, it's politics. They get heated, they use strong words. He called someone a word that is not nice, right, but when it really mattered, they showed Christian compassion that I don't know if I would have the strength to show. And this is why my respect for Andrew Wilson and his wife went up to the stars. And I personally don't care if during a political debate about matters that we are all passionate about, they will occasionally use a word that is mean. Because the people that instead, on the other side, the radicals on the other side, that say, oh, you should be tolerant and not use mean words, used their son's death against them. So I respect Andrew Wilson, I respect Rachel, and I think they're better Christians than me. I'm a more polite Christian. But fundamentally, deep inside, I think they're better Christians than me, because I don't think I could have done that. And that's the story. This is why I'm a huge fan, I'm subscribed to Andrew Wilson, and of course, if one day he starts doing what Hassan Piker does, then I'll remove my support, but I don't think he will. I really don't. The guy is harsh around the edges, but I think he's a good man. I don't think he's gonna tell you to off political opponents on the streets like Hassan Piker, aka Hamas Piker, tells you to do. And so, yeah, I'm a supporter, I'm a fan. Maybe, who knows, one day we could be friends. I would love to. So maybe I can learn from them. That's the reality. And so that's my perspective on it. And that's the section about Andrew Wilson. Congratulations, brother, for making it. Joe Rogan Experience, that's massive. And Destiny Screeching. Next topic. Well, let me read what you guys have to say, and then we move to the next topic. We're starting to move a little faster because we also have a couple of videos I wanted to react to. But now you know. At least now you know why. Even though the guy sometimes is a little harsh, you know why I support him. That's why I support him. You've never seen a Redditor who isn't bad. Yeah, I agree. Well, maybe in our, let's redefine that. In the tech and IT sections of Reddit, it's actually pretty good. Yes, sir. Okay, you guys agree? Let me share your opinions. At this point, populism, right? So, but voice of the people, I guess. Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah, now we know why, though, maybe. Am I right, Bushido Ninja? Maybe there is a reason, once again. Yeah, his son, exactly. He's a good man, I agree. 100%. Who you got winning the Super Bowl? I don't think we're playing it. As far as I know, unless my wife comes to me and be like, hey, we won the Super Bowl. Could you imagine that? That'd be nice. I mean, money's not everything. If you worship money, it's you will never have happiness, and it doesn't matter how much money. But on the other hand, money is useful. And for the society we created, it is necessary. Let's not pretend that I wouldn't mind to get $1 million freaking dollars in that account. Am I right? I'm not going to pretend. You think blue sky is the worst? I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. A little humble support. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, brother. Wizard of the what? Wizard of the North. Hey, that kind of sounds like a good description of my dad. Northern Italian looks like a wizard. But yeah, I appreciate that. Destiny's a gremlin. Yeah, that's how I'm going to call him from now on. I don't even care. I think gremlin is great. It's a great name. Fits perfectly. Smoky man bad. Yeah, I mean, I've never smoked in my life, but I think it's a waste of time, waste of energy, waste of health, and waste of money. But that's just me. That's just me. What can I tell you? As far as I know, showing multiple chats from one platform is against Twitch. Right, but they never enforce it. As far as I know, at least. because I've done this. A lot of people do this. So I don't think that one is enforced. Thank you so much, P.S. Scaglione, for the $5 support. Thanks for being on Rumble. Absolutely. Thank you for following me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let me see if I have caught up. Remember the members, guys. Let's go for the members, guys. Humility brings honor. I agree. Modern day night. Thank you very much. Andrew Wilson, ex Metatron video when or with me. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, sure. We could totally collaborate maybe at something half political, half historical. Was the message of Jesus when he was on earth that Judaism was obsolete? I mean, sure, from a Christian perspective, all Jews should become Christians. Jews meaning Jewish, because you can be a Jew ethnically and not a Jewish, or you could be a Jewish from a religious standpoint but not be a Jew. So you know what I mean? I'm talking about the religion. From a Christian perspective, we all want them to embrace, leave Judaism and embrace Christianity pretty much. I think the idea of just anyone should be able to come to the US is very new. Until 1965, the US didn't allow non-European immigrants. I think in 1955, California was like 97% white, and now it's like, 30%? I don't know, I haven't checked, but it's something like that. Thank you again for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Hey, Quailing, buonanotte, Metatron. Good night to you. Sorry if I didn't read it. In Switzerland, yeah, it's probably super late. Okay, cool. I think I'm up. I'm all caught up. Back to live chat. Move to the next topic. Busy bee, am I right? All right, next topic. So we don't need the Eve transgender thing anymore, do we? If you don't know what I'm talking about, you wanna watch the rest of the stream, my friend. All right, let's talk about the other. What's his name? Where is he? I'm gonna talk about this guy, Hassan. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Hassan Piker because apparently he was banned. He was banned. Unbelievable. Oops, sorry about that. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. It happened. Hassan Piker was banned on Twitch. Twitch's Golden Boy. The image of proletariat, if it was kind of supporting champagne socialism, which is not. I mean, buying Gucci is not exactly class struggle, but hey, Hassan Piker was banned. So let's qualify this because he got 2.4 million views. Is this the perma ban that we have all been looking forward to? No, I'm sorry. But so he was banned on Twitch. We're gonna look into why. You're not gonna believe. If you know, you're probably smiling. If you don't know, you're not gonna believe it. You're not gonna believe it. Anyways, he was banned, says Eat, and we are told. My reaction to this was, for like 2 days they should ban him until the heat death of the universe. I double down on that. Anyways, apparently it wasn't a 2 days ban. It was a week. 7 days, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the latest news. First, someone said it was 2 days, then someone said it was 3 days, and then the latest news is that he was banned for 7 days. Now, you know that the guy is like the favorite of the CEO of Twitch. He's the golden boy. He never gets banned, so what the heck happened? Well, what happened is that he said a bad word in connection with the Jews. That's what happened. So apparently, he when he incited for violence, when he specifically asked to off a U.S. senator, when he said he wants the blood and gore and guts of all capitalists in the street, that got him like a 1 day ban, sometimes 0 ban. But the split second he said something not nice about the Jews, that's what got him, guys. Only you heard it here first on the Metatron channel. Anyways, I personally don't care what gets him banned. I just hope he gets banned because of the incitement to violence that he has pushed several times. But there is a content creator that I occasionally watch that covered this story, and I kind of wanted to. He's very centric these days, very moderate, a lot more moderate than me. And sometimes he pisses me off, but other times I'm like, yeah, based, very good. So it's one of those things, and I've already watched his video, and I kind of wanted to watch it with you and see what you guys think. If you agree with my comebacks or not, we're going to talk more about Mr. Hassan. And it's this guy here. One second. What the heck is the name of the channel? One second. Is it with a D? Yeah, like, but maybe you should know the name of the channel. Found it. So we're talking about Brad Polumbo. And he talked about the Hassan situation on his channel recently. And I kind of wanted to show you here. It's this one here. Now, Hassan Piker is finally facing accountability. He steers a delicious, he says. Appreciate that. And he kind of calls out everyone. He calls people out. If you don't know him, he calls out very political commentator. He calls out people on the right. He calls out people on the left. Whenever he thinks that something is nonsense, he calls it out. I do appreciate that. Now, sometimes when he calls out things, I'm like, yeah, this one I disagree. But in this case, he really dislikes Hassan Piker. That's something we have in common. I watched the entire video. I would like to react to it live, but I am not going to click it here because here is the thing. He did not censor out the words that Hassan Piker used, the dog shocker used, and I cannot reproduce it because I will get banned, probably permanently, on Twitch. And I'm live right now, multi-streaming. I think it's not gonna hurt him because he's not on Twitch, but it would completely annihilate my channel. So what I did is I downloaded his video, I edited out myself every time that he uses the words and he repeats them, so we're gonna watch my edited version. However, I will put a link to his video so that people can go and watch it, subscribe, and all the rest. I just had to do it because it is what it is. But I'm gonna open it now. One moment. So that I'm gonna keep the chat right here. Kind of slow today, did you notice that? Anyways, here it is. Let me open it very quickly.
You in rabid ultra Zionist.
I'm not gonna get. You know, I gotta preserve the platforms. Am I right? I gotta preserve the platform. So here it is, and we're going to check it out. I hope I didn't forget anything. So if I forgot one of the times that he said it, and it slipped because I was a little tired, and it does appear that he says it, then I guess you will know why my Twitch account disappeared. Let's go. Let's risk it together.
You in rabid ultra Zionist pigs.
Oh, he is.
Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work. I edited it out. I don't know why it didn't work. Well, let me see if it continues. Well, I guess we got one. Man, that was a failure immediately. I didn't say it though, Twitch. Anyways, if they ban me, they ban me. Let's continue.
Lovely.
That's so strange. I did edit it out.
Up next, we got to check in with the left-wing streamer and internet sensation Hassan Piker, who y'all will know I am not a fan of. Frankly, if Hassan Piker has no haters, I must be dead. Something terrible, something very sad must have happened to me because I find him to be one of the most toxic, low IQ, radical voices who really has these fundamentally anti-Western civilization.
Yeah, I notice it's in the subtitles. I can't remove it. But again, maybe the fact that I am not the one saying it will work. If not, who cares at this point? I don't know what to tell you. Hopefully it's not going to be a problem. We'll see.
And pro-terrorism, pro-violence, Marxist tendencies that could not be more opposite of my own views. So when I saw the news that Hassan Piker had been banned from Twitch, which is what we're going to talk about, for 7 days, I originally was like, okay, good. Karma, okay.
Right.
He should have been banned a long time ago, if you ask me, for many of the things he said and done. But when I discovered the reason he was banned, I have more mixed feelings about it. And I want to unpack it all with you guys and kind of get your thoughts. So basically, he's been hit with a 7-day ban by Twitch over this vulgar rant where he referred to people as...
He's going to quote it. So I'm going to mute it for a second for you. I'm going to listen to it and see if this one got removed. 1 second. Goodness gracious, it's not removed. Or if it's not removed, well, I guess I can manually, but that's so weird. I freaking did it. One moment. Let me double check why little one of those things. So one moment. Let me see why. Maybe if I open it. Oh, okay. Never mind. I think I got the wrong one. Yeah, let me see if this one is... Okay, this is the version. Sorry about that. Okay, so where were we? This one is fine. Okay, cool. Okay. 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 Oh. Sorry about that. It was still muted. No, this one is fine. This one is safe. So I guess we got one, but at least all the others I shouldn't slip in. And then in editing, I will remove it. And if Twitch is going to ban me for it, is nothing I can do about it. Let's go.
I have more mixed feelings about it, and I want to unpack it all with you guys and kind of get your thoughts. So basically, he's been hit with a 7-day ban by Twitch over this vulgar rant where he referred to people as, quote, Zionist, and I'm going to play that for you. But that does technically go against Twitch's community guidelines, which say, quote, we prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur or to denigrate others in certain contexts. Similar to other terms that may be used as a proxy for a protected group, we treat, quote unquote, Zionists as a proxy for Jews or Israelis if the word is used in a context to promote harm or violence, or when used to make dehumanizing comparisons or perpetuate anti-Semitic stereotypes. Comments regarding Zionism that are about the political movement, including criticisms, do not violate our hateful conduct policy. Comments that call for violence against Zionism as a political movement or comments that would otherwise violate our policies are not allowed.
Interesting. Someone in chat is saying these are new terms of service. I wonder how new. Let me know.
They offer an example. Allowed example. Zionist settlers keep encroaching Palestinian borders. Prohibited example. Zionist, name of animal.
Right.
For example, that would seem to include Zionist, which is what Hassan said.
See, he says it. They both say through the entire video, which is why I removed it. And then I opened the wrong file, the one that was downloaded before being edited. Hey, but that's me, all right.
On his broadcast repeatedly. And on one level, it's just like, okay, well, you played stupid games. Now you're winning stupid prizes.
Yes.
You know what the rules are.
Exactly.
You agree to follow them. And you should know that you therefore can't say that.
Oh, no. The problem is that he got away with it. I'm going to diagnose it right now. Hassan Piker got so comfortable with, the rules don't apply to me for so long that he expected to be able to say this with no consequences. That's the reality. What he didn't realize is that the terms of service that don't get enforced, I'm just going to tell it for what it is, guys. If you see things disappear, videos disappear, it's because I'm telling the truth. But the reason why terms of service were never enforced against him is because his violent rhetoric and his awful, rude vocabulary was directed at white people and specifically right-wingers. But in general, white people and conservative. And he thought that meant, I can say whatever you want. No. That doesn't include, if you say something bad about the Jews, the terms of service will be enforced. In fact, it's not just the Jews. Do you think he would get away? He would get away with saying what he said about black people? No, he just got away with it because white people are not considered a protected, oppressed subgroup. That's all. He didn't do one because he's not particularly smart, is he? He didn't understand that that's why he got away with it for so long. But the moment he said something about the Jews, boom, 7 days. 7 days, a little performative. It's not like it's going to make much of a difference for him. He's streaming on YouTube now in the meantime. But there we go. There I said it. That's how it is.
Anyway, I'm going to play you guys the actual clip of this rant that he went on. Then we can discuss the backlash, because to me, it's a little complicated. I would never speak like this. I find it gross. I find it nasty and rude.
Neither.
But there's definitely some inconsistency in the standards that I want to talk about.
So I agree with Brad when it comes to this. I'm also someone who would never use this kind of, because I'm not a rude individual. We can talk about terms of service. What I personally find annoying is that they are not being applied with consistency. It's like these work only with some people, but other people you could totally be rude and awful, and in fact even threaten to violence. But with the groups that we decide, you can't even say half of what you would say towards white people, because in that case we're gonna enforce the terms of service. That's what I don't like. That's what I personally find inappropriate.
Anyway, let's look at that clip.
Let's go.
Guys, I have a kind of embarrassing
Sponsor.
confession to make. I only read about 10 books in all of 2025, but I'm determined to dedicate more time and more energy to reading in 2026. Yet after being bombarded all day with email, newsletter updates...
Okay, so who is it again, the sponsor? Let me see. So the sponsor is... Who the heck is the sponsor? Short Form is the sponsor. And of course, since I'll put a link to his video, support him by supporting his sponsor using Polumbo, right? Shortform.com/Polumbo. Let's go.
Try it out for free and get $50 off an annual subscription.
2 senior national security officials tell me that there are more than a dozen secret and obscure watch lists that Homeland Security and the FBI are using to track protesters, both anti-ICE and pro-Palestinian. This is another big suck my all the fucking Israel writers out there, you fucking rabid ultra-Zionist. You fucking run around going, oh my God, Israel first, Israel first. Why are you tying this back to Palestine? Because this is precisely the fucking same shit. Okay? You Israel first monsters, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. How can you fucking say that when the first immigration action that the Trump administration took was literally
anything he says after such a awful rant of it makes no sense anymore. I don't even care about this politics because you already lost me anyways.
try to deport anti-Israel protesters, trying to deport people for writing articles in their student newspaper against Israel, hurting Israel's feelings. And then they still act like this is not the identical situation. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that one of the biggest pro-Israel IDF donors went and fucking purchased TikTok specifically because he wanted to make it pro-Israel, and that every single person that played a role, every single politician that played a role in the sale of TikTok openly said they were selling TikTok because they were scared that people were becoming too anti-Israel. Every single person that refuses to acknowledge
So he got banned for this 1 week.
that tries to disparage, that tries to fucking disparage people for calling this out, that tries to deflect attention away from this issue is a fucking monstrous liar that is only invested in Israel and nothing else.
Well, he is just so lovely. I really do find his like ultra vulgar like style of commentary. God, that's going to be such a bitch to edit later and have to bleep out all that.
Tell me about it. I had to bleep you out, Brad, as well. Failing at the beginning, but yeah.
F-bombs and everything. I do find it to be so just like uninteresting and unserious. I don't know. Can't you make your points? It doesn't make you more right. It doesn't make you sound cool. Yeah. Anyway, though, it's the one phrase in there in that long rant where he calls people Zionists. That's what got him banned from Twitch. Yeah. And he's arguing that essentially like you're allowed to say all sorts of other horrible things. So why is this one rule? Here's a tweet that he put out. You can say Nazi on Twitch. You can say Democrat. You can say Republican. You can say Islamist. You cannot say Zionist. The ADL, which is an arm of Israel's suppression in the West that works with law enforcement and does espionage, has made it a bannable offense. Right. So his argument is that it's weird that...
But again, to add to that argument, you also cannot say that about black people, and I doubt you can say it about Asians. So it's not only the Jewish thing, and the reality is, no one is saying the truth, the elephant in the room. You can say whatever the heck you want about white people. How about we talk about that one? Muppets. Not him. Hassan is a Muppet. This guy is good.
You can't call people... You're allowed to call people pigs with certain ideologies, but just not Zionism, which he says is an ideology. Now, obviously, there is a conflation that routinely happens between the word Zionists and Israelis or Jews, and that does all get complicated. That's true. But I guess what I'll come back to first and foremost is that you knew what the rules were, right? Your livelihood is a huge part of being based around being a Twitch partner, and so you agreed to follow these rules and then blatantly broke them. Like, nobody can really argue that he didn't violate this rule
That's true.
as very plainly set out by Twitch, can they? So what they're really arguing then is that they have this rule, but they just shouldn't enforce it against Hassan.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't understand why that would be the case.
Preferential treatment of Golden Boy.
Just because in the past he's their golden boy.
Yeah.
At the same time, I don't really agree with this rule. Frankly, I think when it comes to social media platforms, hateful speech or like quote unquote dehumanizing speech should generally be allowed as part of intense political debate. I really only think that social media platforms should take stuff down when it directly incites violence.
Okay, so I agree. I want to give him a more flattering...
But what's crazy...
There we go. So I agree with him. Problem is that basically the way he's arguing, the way Brad is arguing here when it comes to social media is the concept of the First Amendment of the Constitution in the United States, whereby hate speech is an ugly speech still counts as protected speech. So as long as you don't do direct threats for violence or incitement to violence, both things, which Hassan did, then it's protected. I agree with him, but then again, social media, it's its own thing, right? So each company, they don't have to agree with us. So me and Brad are on the same page here, but we are not, like, the social media is not the government. So this has to do with government intervention. You can say whatever you want, and the government, according to free speech in the US, in the UK, good luck. In the UK, anything you say, you're gonna get arrested. But if you dye your hair purple, you're gonna get arrested. It's gonna be a prosecutable offense in the United Caliphate. But in America, right, that's the concept of free speech. Fine, but it's governmental intervention. But a private company, imagine that I have a restaurant, okay? Imagine I have an Italian restaurant, and one of my cooks start screaming anti-Christian stuff, or they start being blasphemous against God. Is it protected? Is it ugly speech? Yes. Is it protected? Yes. I don't want them to be arrested for it, but I don't need to have them in my restaurant. I would absolutely fire them. Likewise, my house, right? If you come to my house, if you're outside and you say whatever you want, as long as it's not fine. But if you're inside my house, or I am inside your house, let's do the other way around. If I'm inside your house, I will respect your rules because it's your house, right? And I can't say something, you don't like it, and you tell me, I don't want to hear that in my house, right? And then I tell you, yeah, but it's protected speech. But you could tell me, fine, go do your protected speech in the public square, in the streets. This is my property. So in a way, it's not that I'm agreeing with Twitch. I hate that, but the thing is, I always disagree with Twitch when it comes to the way they incorrectly enforce the terms of service selectively. But the idea that, you know, they are writing their own terms of service and it's a private company, so if you don't like the terms of service, stream on Rumble. You know what I mean? So I agree with him, but we are not really in a position to tell Twitch what to do when it comes to what things are terms of service. The thing that we can do, however, is point the finger and say, but you didn't enforce the terms of service against Hassan when he was saying awful things about white people and, in general, conservatives and whatnot. And that's because, and so you are not doing what you say you would do, and that's double standards, and that's wrong. That's how we point the finger. I think it's a much stronger comeback. All of this being said, I do agree with him.
To me about this situation, and where part of me, I still think ultimately, like, he broke the rule, he agreed to these terms.
Yeah.
But where I can feel a little, it's not sympathy for Hassan, because again, I think he should have been permabanned. But where I get how this doesn't really make sense is Hassan has previously said that a Republican senator should be murdered.
Yep.
And he got a 1-day ban for that.
Yep.
He also literally showed a terrorist manifesto on his stream. And I believe he also these both happened in 2025.
Yep.
I believe he also got a 1-day ban for that. But because he said a nasty phrase about Zionists, he got a 7-day ban. That doesn't seem to make sense. That doesn't seem to be proportionate or reasonable, really.
Yep.
And I will say that Twitch's standards are all over the place. Mm-hmm. They really don't make a lot of sense. They censor with a very heavy hand, and then a lot of other pretty radical and extreme statements by other streamers go totally unpunished or
Yeah.
unnoticed. And Hassan has had other things that he said that I think are way worse or done that are punished less severely than this. So it all doesn't really make much sense to me. And I guess the thing I will say is that, sorry, I have to read you this tweet. Maybe I'm internet.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. And I want to connect this, and then for the rest of the stream, for the rest of the video, do watch Brad's episode. I'm going to stop the react here, although this is a perfect image to stop the react to. Brad was good, though, on this video. Really appreciated him. But I do want to, this kind of connects perfectly to something I really wanted to show you, which is a post that I made. And it's, once again, about Mr. Piker. Mr. Piker. And I'm going to share with you. And it's this. Let me see if I can find it. though. Yeah, found it. And it's this one here, because Hassan was clowning on against Tectone because of the whole situation. And I mean, it would be another topic of conversation, but I've decided to not speak about the whole situation that happened to Tectone and his recent civil lawsuits and whatnot, because I want to wait for him to say his part, and then I'll share my opinion as a form of respect towards Tectone. But Hassan kind of was using that and said, "Judge me by my enemies," to which I responded, "We judge you by your dog. By your dog, Hassan. Hassan, we judge you by your dog." And with that, we conclude the segment on Hassan Piker. We're going to move on a different topic. But before we do that, I want to give some space to you. There are some super chats I need to read, and a few interesting things to say. Oh, the dog. Thank you very much, Shadow Rodney. The whole group politics stuff, white, black, Zionists, etc., different standards, doesn't that mean the West has become a modern caste culture? Probably. It's one way to look at it, for sure. Thank you for the support. Let's see. Yeah, I think the Palestinians who voted for Hamas are in the wrong, but not all Palestinians voted for Hamas. And I do think there are some Palestinians that are vehemently against Hamas. I don't have a problem with those. I do have a problem with Hamas, though. DBZ, to be fair, Hassan got very high views when he went live on YouTube yesterday. Ooh, he even stated he might dual stream, which seems more of a boost for him. Talking about that, you just reminded me, man, you guys. You literally read my mind, because I made a post about Hassan's very successful, possibly botted stream. But even if it wasn't botted, okay? Even if the stream wasn't botted, the reality is, and I don't know why they were comparing it with H3 podcast. I think Yule was like, ignore the H3 situation. Let's focus on Hassan. Apparently, he had 100,000 people watching, and this Yule person was like, "Aha! Now everyone they're gonna be jealous." Okay, I have one thing to say about that, and it's the following. Clip it. Hell has open borders. Heaven has strict immigration law, and that's gonna be my response to that. That's going to be my response to that. Back to you guys. Back to you guys. I don't believe it for a second. He had 100,000 people. That was botted. But anyways, who knows? Thank you for sharing your opinion. That's what came to mind when it comes to that. Kind of want to see. Let me see. But yeah. Oh, that's funny. Anyways, let me double check. I study demographics as a hobby. California's white population has declined steadily. So it was 93 in 1910. I thought 97. Okay, 93. 89 in 1940. 76% in 1970. 32. So I was right. 33% white California today. I have a question since you study it, though. When you calculate it as a 93 and then it goes down, where are Hispanic going? Because I think at one point, weren't some Hispanic calculated as white, but they weren't before, even if they are Hispanic who kind of connect the lineage all the way back to Spain, and so they are visibly kind of look like me. I think to add those non-white today, are they white? Like, because census depends as well. These percentages are also dependent on who you include in the white bracket. Am I right? So if you know more than me about this, then please qualify these numbers, because I think that's an important component. I think you made like a YouTube channel called David Wood. Yeah, sure, I'll check it out. Gotta go. Thank you so much. Great stream. I appreciate that. Deus Vult. Thank you, Juan. Yeah, and I think I'm all caught up with this. Live chat. Thank you, thank you. Rumble family. Yeah, glad to be on Rumble, by the way. How are the numbers? I got curious. How are the numbers? Let me see. So on Rumble, we have right now kind of a slow evening on Rumble. That's okay. Usually the VODs do really well and get very good views. Twitch is usual. I need to start streaming more often to try and boost the numbers. YouTube is doing pretty well tonight. Okay, that's good. Let's get back. I kind of want to take a second also, because one thing, I do want to review the Fable trailer, but I don't know if we can do that today. Let me close Brad for a moment, and we get back to you. Okay, let's get back to you. There we go. We'll also have to decide what game we are playing. I'm not really Luke 14:26. I don't think I want to do scripture reading for tonight, to be honest. We already spoke a little bit about the Bible earlier on. Maybe next time. Thank you for your patience. Fable looks good. The new one looks better than the previous one, but we'll have to see. Good evening, good evening. Hello, Blade. Thank you for being here. Doesn't his dog count as an enemy by this point? I mean, sure. Thank you, DB. The best way to determine if someone is botting views is the like-to-view ratio. For instance, Isabel Brown from Daily Wire has 100,000 views with 1,000 likes. Obviously botting. I understand. That's a very good point. Thank you for sharing that. Why don't you stream on Kick? I have it all set up. I had some trouble because I couldn't change the name of the stream for some reasons. I will, but I think what I'm going to do is, because I don't know if I can handle 4 streams simultaneously. And I have tried only once and it worked. I will test it again when we go live, and it's like not with the main channel on YouTube. So I'll do it one of these nights when I'm live on Rumble, Twitch, maybe a secondary channel on YouTube, and then we'll test Kick as well and see how it goes. If it works well, then I'll integrate it into my main streams when the main channel is also part of it, simply because I don't know if my connection is going to maintain run 4 different channels. So far, I mean, we do have the fiber optics, so it's a good connection, but I will integrate Kick as well, 100%. You can do anything with I agree with that, Gulf. Thank you so much. Gulf of America, it's going to piss off some people. Very cool. Yeah. All right, so you all mentioned Shoe on Head, guys. I think it's time. I kind of want to see what she has to say. Before, though, we need a new drink. And so I'm going to go get it. Let me open. I also want to check out Background NPC. I'd like to check out Asmongold. Shoe on Head. What has she got? Is America okay? Half an hour. I can't really react to the whole thing, but we could do a little bit. See what she has to say. Have a few laughs. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go get that drink. And I'll be right back. Thank you. Don't mistreat the chair. You always mistreat the chair, and then eventually the chair will sue me. Hey guys, I wanted to let you know I might need 2 more minutes because I want to go check on my wife because she's pregnant. So I just want to double check that she's okay. She doesn't need anything. Maybe a little, I'll bring her a little cup of water, that kind of stuff. And then I'll be right back. Is that okay? Thank you for understanding. I'll be right back. She's perfect. You know what? There's one thing that I really don't know how they do it. Like someone like Asmongold, but even all streamers, right? The full-time streamers. How the heck do they stream 8 to 10 hours a day? I don't know how they do it. Because I get tired. But I'm going to continue because I'm having a good time. How long have we been? Yeah, we've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes. How do they stream for 8 hours in a row? I just don't know, guys. Are we built differently? How the heck do they do it? Maybe do I talk more? Not really, because I mean, Asmongold talks a lot. Anyways. So I saw someone saying, let it play. No, I don't do that. I'm always going to have to be here when I react. It's transformative. I don't do that kind of stuff. Anyways, thank you very much. Let me see. Your wife is pregnant with your first kid. Take one, Dank. That's really cool. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Mokita Bonita. What's a cool name? Very cool. Let me. The chair did. That chair did just move. Oh no. Did it? Maybe we've got. Yeah. Anyways, thank you very much. You're trying to move over to Rumble, says STG. Very cool. Very cool. No, I'm not Hassan. I don't just leave the freaking chair and leave. XQC or stuff. Hey, thank you very much for the membership, Daniel Edwards. We're working towards 400 members, and I think, well, for my calculations, we have like 40 people to go. We are at 360. But hey, thank you, Daniel. The library pirate got the membership. We really appreciate that. We've got 40 to go, guys. And it doesn't have to happen tonight, but you know. It's the thought that counts. Like, we're going to have our objectives. Am I right? Thank you very much for the membership. Really appreciate that. Anyways. Shoe on Head has become a news channel, apparently. Look at this intro. We've got a purple. Man, I love her humor anyways. So we're going to have to check this one out. Thank you very much, Lap. Last stream you mentioned the Nudging Core movie. Did you mean Henry V? Yes, I did actually. 1940. Was it 44? Holy moly, I thought it was 50. Samurai Rebellion. I don't think I've ever watched that. That sounds interesting. She's cute. Yeah, I agree. She's a beautiful woman. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go.
Hello friends, my name is Shoe on Head, and welcome to my new series, The Hellworld Report. Some of you may remember my old series that was just called Hellworld. If you do, you can qualify for a veterans discount. Congratulations! And if you remember the Gamergate days, well, please come collect your retirement. But yeah, if you have not seen my old series, go check it out. I will put the link to the playlist down below. I think it's a really interesting time capsule into the years 2020 and 2021, like how crazy it was back then, and then in retrospect comparing it to how crazy it is now. But this is a shorter, more condensed version of that series. Think of it as a Temu, Jon Stewart, or Stephen Colbert before they morphed into the same flavor of shitlib. You see, I'm better than those late night Jimmies because I don't get my news from mainstream sources like some kind of hack. No. I get them from far more reputable places like Instagram Reels and Femboy Groiper 69 on Twitter.
Femboy Groiper 60. Man, what a combination. Is it only me? But the first time I watched her was probably with one of her very first videos that kind of jumped into a little bit the culture war / political discourse. And I'm talking probably the first video I've ever watched from her was like from 5 years ago. Is it me or she looks identical? The way she did 5 years ago.
From furry ballrooms and the Epstein files to OnlyFans green cards and kidnapping foreign leaders, from government-funded purple-haired girlfriends to a potential civil war, we have a very packed show for you today.
Yeah.
It has been a crazy year.
Indeed.
It is only January. As I am filming this, we are currently having a huge winter storm.
This morning, snow, ice, and frigid temperatures sweeping across the nation. 20 states under a state of emergency.
Ah yes, perfect weather to make some poor immigrant deliver me chicken tendies. It's
Yeah, where's my coffee? Illegal immigrants, come on. Anyways, man, I did not expect that one. We're starting strong here with the humor. It's been crazy outside, by the way. It's really, we have organized ourselves for the snow. I think we're okay now, probably, but man, that was funny. Thank you so much, Modern Day Night. 5 Metatron memberships. Man, 5 is a lot, because that means we are 35 to 400, guys. 35 left to 400. Thank you so much, Modern Day Night. I really appreciate that. You deserve a chicken tender. But thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, that was really funny. Let's go.
so cold that Michigan and Minnesota received reports about exploding trees. Leftists said no more ice, and God said... Anyway, in news that should have stayed...
I'm sorry, I need to hear that one again.
Sweeping across the nation. 20 states under a state of emergency.
Ah yes, perfect weather to make some poor immigrant deliver me chicken tendies. It's so cold that Michigan and Minnesota received reports about exploding trees. Leftists said no more ice, and God said... Anyway, in news that should have stayed in 2016, apparently there is a new term women have coined called man-keeping. Man-keeping is why women are done with dating. Researchers at Stanford have finally given a name to something many women have been dealing with for years. It's called man-keeping, and it's helping explain why so many women are stepping away from dating altogether.
What?
Man-keeping describes the emotional labor women end up doing in heterosexual relationships. It goes beyond remembering birthdays
Oh my gosh, emotional labor.
or coordinating social plans. It means being your partner's one-man support system, managing his stress, interpreting his moods, holding his hand
That's
through
a
feelings he
relationship.
won't share with anyone else. All of it unpaid, unacknowledged, and often unreciprocated.
Unreciprocated. So men never do this, right?
I hate this f***ing therapy speak people talk with nowadays.
Thank you.
Emotional labor? You mean being there for your partner? This is why so
Exactly.
many people are just gonna start dating ChatGPT. People thought men were gonna be the ones dating AI. No. They're gonna be the ones with these sex robots.
Yeah.
Women are the ones who want the daily affirmation machines.
She's right.
Yes, honey, I love when you talk about all the drama at work. Tell me more about that bitch Veronica. Man-spreading, mansplaining, man-interrupting, man-keeping, manscaping. Speaking of manscaping.
That was smooth. Man, and I'm covering her, and I shouldn't. But that was a smooth transaction. Do you know what that is, right? That's the sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. That's the sponsor.
Before we dive into the news, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, a sponsor that can help you with your manscaping, Henson Shaving.
Man, that's insane. I don't know what I'm doing. Every time I do a sponsor, it's like, I'm like, I don't know what I'm saying. Look at her. That was the smoothest glide. I'm going to click jump ahead, but we do get to see. So let's see her code.
Let's get back to the video.
No. We need to see the code. There we go. So we got handsonshaving.com/shoe. So it's a recent video. Most likely by the time I post this, she still gets the support from the stream. So let's go get her support, guys. Let's do it. Let's get your shaving for men. Shave for men. Come on.
Big thanks to Henson
Thank
Shaving
you.
for sponsoring this video.
Appreciate
and thank you, the viewer, as
you.
always, for not skipping the ad.
I wonder how
You
much
did it.
she
Right.
gets.
Now, let's get back to the video. Alright, let's start with some good news.
Okay.
The median age of home buyers is now 59.
Oh my gosh.
But that's not all. America's seniors will now see a new $6,000 bonus exemption as part of the Working Families Tax Cut. That's $93 billion in tax cuts for seniors all over the country. And by Working Families Tax Cut, they mean you, the working family. Giving another $1 billion wealth transfer to the most oppressed class. Boomers. Why are we giving these geriatric f***s another tax break? Maybe they should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Maybe they should stop buying so much avocado toast.
Geriatric. Oh my gosh. So, I wouldn't mind a little, I do own a house in the US. It's kind of funny because people often complain whenever I share a political take or a take in general, even cultural, on X, and people disagree with it, instead of saying, hey, Metatron, hey, Raffaello, you could use my name for once, hey, Raffaello, I disagree with your take, your take, and here is why. Civilly, your viewer, no. People are like, you're Italian, why do you even talk about America, you idiot, I will go back, blah, blah. But I mean, what does it mean that I'm Italian? So what? I'm an immigrant in America. I live in America. I pay my taxes in America. I own land and a house in America. I married an American citizen. Half of my family now is America. And my son is going to be American. So, I wouldn't mind a little tax cut on the mortgage, to be honest. But memberships help.
God forbid we help young families raise the next generation of Americans.
Yes.
No, that would be communism. Young people are poor as f*** nowadays. What are they supposed to do? Piper Raquel, 18, claims she made $2.9 million in a single day after launching OnlyFans. No more rights. No more women's rights. I am ready for the Islamic Revolution. Mayor Memdani, please press the Islamification button. I know the go-to joke is always, haha, women, am I right? But I think the real question here is, should men be allowed to have credit cards? This woman didn't magically create millions of dollars with her mind out of thin air. No. Millions of men made this woman a millionaire over...
I mean, she has a point. I think it's a problem with the system. And you know what the problem is? I actually made a video, my opinion, on OnlyFans. It got like 3 views, but I did make it. You can find it on my channel. The problem with, yes, simponomy probably, but the problem with our current society when it comes to OnlyFans is that they call them, sometimes they refer to it as like sex work, which is fancy language for prostitution. If we actually called it what it is, sex work, it would be different, because by changing the terminology and making it sound like, no, it's an artistic expression of your inner self as you do this representation of this and that, then you remove the stigma. And removing the stigma is a bad thing. Now, given adults can do whatever they want, I'm not saying I'm going to make laws to prevent you from taking pictures of yourself. Take the pictures. I don't care. But the problem is that I think it's dangerous for the youth, because the youth see it and they think, ooh, it's a good way to make money, and all I'm doing is I am expressing myself creatively. No, we should be more sincere about what OnlyFans is. And I understand that there are some people that just put normal pictures, clothes. I understand that. Of course, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people that are basically doing prawn. And also, I'm talking about those accounts that literally, they have like tens of thousands of guys waiting for the account to basically the OnlyFans girl to turn 18. Well, when do you think they took that footage? So it's, I personally hate OnlyFans. I think it's a disgrace. $2.5 million, that's an insult to the working class at this point.
Where's the accountability for that? I'm
But
out
she's
here
right.
policing the whores. We need some men to be out there policing the simps. We have a simp epidemic. Simps are out of control. Not
Yes.
all of them, though. Mine are cool. They can stay.
Man, I use the word prostitution. She just goes right into it.
Also, isn't this like the third OnlyFans 18th birthday announcement?
There you go.
And the woman turns into a millionaire overnight? Something a little sus about that. But don't worry, thanks to AI, we are entering a new age of goonerism.
Oh yeah, this stuff. Is it real though? Is this real? Or is it like someone who made a TikTok with a girl and then the guy films pretending to imitate her? Or is it real? Because some people say this is real. If this is real, I heard Critical talk about it. He basically was like saying that this is real. If this is real, it's over, guys. It's over. Let's be honest. Okay? You are going to pay monumental amounts of money to lust over this guy while you think it's this chick. You can't believe anything anymore. It is happening? Oh my gosh.
Honestly, what's the big deal? Men are already talking to the guys in India who run the accounts of OnlyFans models.
That's
Is this
true.
really any different? The internet is slowly but surely just becoming Indian men scamming other Indian men. But don't worry, not every internet waifu is a man using AI. In fact, if you live in the UK, you may get a state-funded, far-right, purple-haired waifu.
There she
Introducing
comes.
Pathways, a point-and-click video game created
Yep.
by the UK government to help prevent online radicalization.
Pathways is an educational visual novel and learning experience created by the UK media company Shoutout UK, with funding from UK government's Prevent program run by the Home Office. The game is meant to teach the youth about dangers of radicalization and extremism in both real life and online.
So, Amelia is based. Proceed.
This is done by putting the players in a role of a character named Charlie, who must navigate 6 different scenarios relating to extremism. In the second scenario, the player is introduced to the character Amelia, a staunch anti-immigration protester depicted as a goth girl with purple hair, a pink
Based.
dress, and a choker.
She's based.
And the internet instantly fell in love with her.
It's true. It backfired so badly. Oh my god.
It's like they made her have short purple hair, thinking that that would prevent this from happening. But the UK failed to consider the fact that conservatives love art hose. They act like they don't, they'll deny it, they'll pretend they just want a blonde traditional housewife, but deep down every conservative wants a woman who looks like this, who says the N-word.
Oh
Government-funded video games. Incredible.
Yeah, on the goodness gracious. On the government-funded video games, guys. I've been saying it for years, and all of those all those years that I said they're putting politics into games, they're using games, they're turning games into propaganda machines, they're putting politics, and people were like, it's not politics to show two gay men, it's not politics to show the LGBT transgender flag, it's just representation, it's not political indoctrination. Boom, state-funded video game, and she still hasn't said it, I think she will, state-funded video game in the UK that monitors your answers and sends the police to your home if you, as one of the kids, because this is played in school, not that the parents know anything or was supposed to be, if you basically make choices and agree with Amelia, they're gonna come and get the police is gonna put your kid into a what do they call them, like one of those courses where they're gonna change your wrong far-right beliefs and reprogram you. We said it was gonna happen. They gaslit us for years. They tried it. They failed. Re-education camp, exactly. They did it. Well, they tried, but it backfired. I freaking love it. I love that it backfired. I'm gonna print a poster of Amelia.
At least our government doesn't do weird shit like that. No, our government is very normal.
What on earth? Man, where did
Believe it or not, Mar-a-Lago Furry Party was on my 2026 bingo card. I miss when this weird shit was just done underground. I miss when these parties were secret. Speaking of, the Epstein files were released.
Yeah.
Wow.
People found ways to circumvent that, though. They did. Did you see that? Like, people literally copy-pasted the redacted stuff on a document after a screenshot, I think, when they copied it, and then the redaction was removed. It was insane. Something like that. But yeah, Epstein, let's go.
Incredible! The things they are showing us are eerie enough. I couldn't imagine the things that they're redacting. It is absolutely disgusting that these powerful people are still being protected. We as a country should be extremely concerned about an international child trafficking ring.
Of course.
This is not just something we all move from, and we kidnapped the president of Venezuela.
Breaking just now, Maduro, the president says, has been captured.
Maduro has been...
That was an incredible operation, by the way, which I covered in details. I'll put a link in the description of the video. But that was insane, like Delta. But yeah, I understand her point.
Captured and flown out of the country.
In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night.
First pictures of Nicolas Maduro on the Iwo Jima that he was being...
Why is he wearing... I'm going to ask it because no one else has, and it's unbelievable that no one else has. Why is he wearing Sega Master System 3D glasses? Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about? I'll show you. No one said it. I'm the only one because I'm from the 80s. You guys don't know anything. You're like, oh yeah, funny glasses. Funny glasses? I'll show you funny glasses. Give me a second. Be patient. And I'll show you the truth, as usual. You know what? I'm just going to Google it. It's going to be faster. Sega Master System 3D glasses. Maduro. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. You ready? Guys. You ready? Yeah, it literally connects to my post. I love it. It's, no one else said it. So I'm going to say it. These are the Sega 3D glasses for use with the Sega Power Base for Master System. So literally Sega does what Nintendo don't. Goodness gracious, it's next level. But the real question is, what was he playing? Alex Kidd? I think it's Alex Kidd. It's Alex Kidd, guys. Or Sonic. I don't know at this point. Sega 3D glasses for Master System. Thank you very much. Only on the Metatron's channel. Seriously, okay, back on now you can't unsee it. Now you cannot unsee it. Thank you. Let's go.
Being transferred on.
Trump voters voted to fix the economy and to afford homes again. They didn't vote to kidnap communists in the middle of the night. Actually, they probably did vote for that. Never mind.
The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
Holy shit. This is the most transparent administration in history. They weren't lying. I don't know if it's the Stockholm Syndrome or what, but it's almost refreshing to hear a leader say, yeah, this is about oil. Like, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for just saying it's about oil. Thank you for not pretending it's about saving democracy and just doing imperialism the old-fashioned way. We have such terrible Middle Eastern war fatigue that it was shocking to not hear about how Venezuela is just jealous of our freedoms or some shit. Like, no, it's just for ExxonMobil. Like, okay, carry on.
The US used a powerful mystery weapon that brought Venezuelan soldiers to their knees, bleeding through their nose and vomiting blood during the daring raid to capture dictator Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we don't have healthcare, this is why. We have invisible laser beams that can make people bleed out their f***ing eyes. Apparently, directed energy weapons are real.
I did
the
not know
Goy
that.
beam is real. Deep state pedophiles are real. Havana syndrome is real. Hell, it's almost like being a conspiracy theorist is just another word for being correct too early. What's next?
That's the post.
COVID was fake?
There have been significant developments in the last 5 to 7 years on social, environment, and technology fronts that could help realize My Carbon initiatives for shaping the future towards smart and sustainable cities. COVID-19 was the test of social responsibility. A huge number of unimaginable restrictions for public health were adopted by billions of citizens across the world. There were numerous examples globally of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, mass vaccinations, and acceptance of contact tracing applications for public health, which demonstrated the core of individual social responsibility.
Oh, sorry, I just owe many people many apologies. Anyway, Venezuela has no president. Who is going to run Venezuela?
So we are going to run the country.
A few moments later.
Hola, amigos. Yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donald J. Trumpo.
Can we maybe just fix our country first? Can we fix our broken infrastructure, our education system? Can we do a little nation building in this nation? Can a bitch get a little regime change in our own country, please? And you know, with modern American nation building comes refugees. So who is gonna take in these Venezuelan refugees? Are we?
Oh, no, I don't think they're gonna need that. That was fantastic. That was the president. That was phenomenal. I freaking love that. No, I don't think they need to run away from the country anymore because they would run away from Maduro. But Maduro is in New York, as far as I understand, so they wouldn't run towards Maduro. You know what I mean? I think Venezuelans are gonna have a great time from now on.
Only the hot ones, apparently.
United States increasingly issuing work visas to OnlyFans models based on level of audience reach, according to the Financial Times.
Imagine being an immigrant from like some poor country, working your ass off to get a work visa in the United States, when all you had to do was bend over and show hole. Big booty Latinas to the front, tortas to the back. Anyway, na boo-boo, my president can kidnap your president. We're invincible. We can regime change anyone we want.
I mean, you know, when people talk about international law, when it's like, because that's what people say, it's like, but international law says you can't do it. Right, but is there anyone else with a Delta Force that could take whoever the president of the most powerful nation in the world is? If the answer is no, and it is, then international law is wishful thinking. That's just how it is. Also, el presidente. Buenos dias.
Who's next? Canada, Greenland, Cuba? Cuba's literacy
It's Orange Land.
rates are higher than ours. Maybe they should come liberate our dumbasses. Kids are swiping on books. But it, the Don Road Doctrine, baby. Let's go. America is back. Dick Cheney is looking up at us smiling.
You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship. Their days are numbered.
Trump, listen to me. Wait, Trump doesn't watch this shit.
How do you know?
Listen to me. Get people like Lindsey Graham far away from anyone in power right now. This little Venezuela stunt was cute, but we are not touching any other countries. We are not touching the Middle East, especially. No more Middle East. We all have Middle East fatigue.
What about the UK, though?
We are done. This whole thing really put into perspective just how weird it was that we were there like for 20 years. You mean we could have just been in and out in a few hours? I guess those poppy fields couldn't maintain themselves though. Anyway.
You know, that's what I say. You can say whatever you want about international law, about this is wrong, about this is a bully, about whatever you want. Anything. But the people are happy about it. And they are the oppressed. So in a oppressor-oppressed dichotomy, that's a problem. Because if the people were like, oh no, we loved our president, how dare you? Then the people are oppressed. And so you can say this is wrong, awful thing to do. But they are happy. They are like, we've been liberated. Maybe this is the one time, because you know America historically has used the term liberating for stuff that is like, or like spreading democracy. Maybe this is the one time where liberated works. Like it's actually, so that's what I say. I personally, because I see the people doing this, then I'm happy for them. If I saw them all screaming and pulling their hair, you know, being like, no, we love the president, then I would be like, no, it's wrong, it's wrong. The people didn't want it, but people wanted it.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me. But did you forget to check in with Lilith, the barista from Bushwick, and see how she feels about this?
Trump said the United States will be running Venezuela! Woo! A colony! Woo! Imperialism!
Wait, Miss Angry Liberal Girl. The people are happy. Who are you to tell the people? That's the thing, though.
Oh, for what? So a fucking multinational corporation can get profit!
You know what's funny is I basically said the exact same thing this person said, but I said it less loudly. She has a nose ring and I don't, so I'm right and she's wrong. End of story. I guess this is just what happens when you dismantle the soft power of things like USAID. We're no longer doing secret regime change operations behind the scenes. Now we're just straight up kidnapping other world leaders in the dead of night and just saying it's about oil, which honestly kind of makes me believe it's not about oil.
To be honest, Maduro did tell Trump, come and get me, coward. He did say that. So technically he was invited. Technically.
They're never that blatant, right? I mean, what could it be? Like, Israel isn't behind this one, right?
The implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people.
Oh, God damn it. You know, people say I have Israel derangement syndrome, but I'm sorry, I can't help it when they get on TV and say shit like this.
No, it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need...
Is that why they bought TikTok?
To stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over...
No, thank you.
What they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control social media.
Yeah, should do that.
Try explaining that to someone without showing them the video. Go ahead.
Not in America, thank you.
Yeah, there's a Jewish billionaire named Shlomo who wants to control the internet. Like, okay, man, you're in too deep. No more Instagram reels for you. Anyway, you should have just let us play video games. Now we're perp walking the president of Venezuela down the streets of New York City. But hey, leftists, just think of it this way. By bombing and kidnapping, instead of just doing the usual covert psyops, we saved maybe, what, $1 billion? $1 billion that could go to other, more important things, like defense contractor stock buybacks and empty Somalian daycares, apparently.
This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility.
What this guy has done is legendary. Politics or not. The fraud that this guy single-handedly destroyed Tim Walz's political career.
In a now viral video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
It's not like Nick Shirley was the first person to expose this either, but now it exploded. And the fallout has been bizarre, to say the least.
Yeah.
The funniest part had to be when the infamous Luring Center claimed to have been broken into the night this all went viral.
Unfortunately, we saw that there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation.
I love she's shaking her head. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So fraudsters are lying. Gee, I wonder why. It's so strange that these two things happen at the same time. So all the documentation for the children was stolen the night before. And what about the children? Did they get stolen the night before?
That was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news.
Oh no, somebody broke into the daycare and stole all the paperwork we needed to prove we are a legit operation. Please ignore my suspicious exact paperwork we need to prove we are a legit operation shaped belly. Listen, no hate to the Somalians, but when my family came here 100 years ago, we did organized crime the right way. We would have had Tim Walls and some...
That's, what is she, from Naples or from Sicily originally? Because if she says that, she's Southern Italian, 100%. I know she has Italian. Man, I'm gonna love the Mafia reference. Let's go. Ah, la Mafia. Vai, parlaci della Mafia. Vai, let's go. Mafia.
Need to prove we are a legit operation shaped belly. Listen, no hate to the Somalians, but when my family came here 100 years ago, we did organized crime the right way. We would have had Tim Walls and cement shoes at the bottom of Lake Superior. This is just sad. This is cartoonishly pathetic. Listen, nobody is gonna want to support government programs if they think it's all going to shit like this. If you want people to support a welfare state, you have to make sure that welfare is actually going to real things that help real people. Listen, it's already hard enough to convince a right-wing audience that there's more to leftism than Reddit and butt sex. Now I have to convince them the wealth redistribution I advocate for isn't all going to Somalian welfare pirates.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Thanks. That money should be spent on more important things like...
I mean, the same thing happened with BLM. Did you see the whole situation with Cosa Nostra? Did you know that situation with BLM leader, and then she was a fraud, and she was... they gave her like 450 years of prison because of millions that she stole. And at this point, I'm like, do 500, so it's half a century at this point. Sorry, half a millennium. It's half a millennium. It sounds so much better. Am I right?
New Gaza. That's right, the World Economic Forum and Jared Kushner are proud to present New Gaza. Yes, the demolition project is finally complete, folks. Time to build a Sweet Green and a f***ing Deloitte branch on top of the bodies of thousands of dead children. Hell is not hot enough, ladies and gentlemen. Hell is not hot enough. Anyway, because of all this fraud stuff, Tim Walls is stepping down, which is sad to see because he has to be one of my favorite characters in modern America.
I hate Tim Walls. I hate Tim Walls. I just can't stand him. But literally, that YouTuber, I'm not even going to call him MAGA YouTuber unless he self-identifies. You know, I always appreciate people's personal identification. So unless he identifies himself as MAGA, I'll just say that YouTuber. He literally destroyed, a YouTuber destroyed Tim Walz's career. Man.
Galore. The first white male DEI hire, the last white dude for Kamala Harris, a dying breed. But hey, maybe this marks an official end to the Kamala Harris era, and we can move on and focus on rebuilding the Democratic Party to something more.
Harris stepping toward another White House run.
No, 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 no. We are not doing this. No. I swear to God, the Democratic Party is like an old friend addicted to heroin or something. You want to help them, you do everything you can to help.
That is insane. If Harris is the one, again, I mean, it's gonna be like the right wing in power until 2050.
Help them. But they don't listen. They keep doing stupid f***ing things and hurting themselves. But you just can't give up on them. You can't. You want to see them get better.
Oh,
you
that's
know
funny.
Deep down, they could be how they used to be. But it's hopeless. And all your other friends keep saying to you, just forget them. Just forget them. It's not worth it. Come hang out with us instead. But those friends are on crack. Those friends are on crack cocaine. But this Minneapolis fraud thing is looking pretty bad for Tim Walz and the Democrats. People aren't just gonna forget about this. And an ICE officer just shot a woman in the face in Minneapolis.
You can hear the agents tell the woman to get out of the car and approach the SUV. The woman then drives forward. That's when the shots are fired, the car crashing.
As I was writing this video, an innocent woman was picking her kids up from school when an ICE officer jumped in front of her car and randomly shot her in the face. Or an angry protester was blocking the road and tried to run over an ICE officer with her car, so he shot in self-defense.
Depending on who is reporting on the news. That's exactly right. In fact, she forgot a poet.
Depends on how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on how you voted, apparently. The way
Yes.
I see it, this woman was not trying to hit him. She was not trying to run him over. I think she was trying to drive away. And in an alternate universe, he dodges the car and she drives away. And it's easy to be like, oh, in hindsight, he should have done this, he should have done that. That's like so
Hindsight is 2020.
much of the discourse right now I'm seeing is just in hindsight this, in hindsight that, and it's easy for us to say in hindsight, you know, after the fact. It's easy to say he could have, he should have, but all he saw was a car revving up and going towards him. This has been one of the most insane political Rorschach tests I've ever seen in my life. It really all comes down to how you view ICE and police officers in general. Many, not all, leftists view ICE as completely illegitimate. Same with the police, they want to abolish both. So you're not going to get a real unbiased conversation with those people. Because why the f should a protester respect ICE in the first place? And many, not all, conservatives tend to be complete and utter f***ing bootlickers. Completely unable to criticize anything the police do. ICE can do no wrong. Don't tread on me becomes tread harder, daddy, real fast. This is extremely aggravating discourse, and you should be questioning anyone who takes a really firm, hard stance either way, and like...
I think at least you can take a firm stance. I made my stance clear and in public on my dedicated video from a few days ago. You can still find it in the list if you want. And the thing is, though, I would at least appreciate people to make a strong and firm stance after they review all of the evidence available. That's really the only thing. The only people that I looked at with a little bit of like, there's something wrong here, are the people who 15 minutes after only the first clips was released and they already knew exactly what happened. Everyone is a technical analyst at this point. That's why I waited a few days, which of course wasn't great for the algorithm, but I kind of didn't want to provide a commentary that was incomplete, and it ended up being incomplete anyways, because new footage was released when it comes to Alex Pretti, who was represented as, oh, he is this beautiful, wonderful nurse, male nurse who loves everyone and helped people. He was very peaceful. And then the new footage shows him spitting on ICE officers and assaulting them, attacking cars, smashing things, screaming, yelling, attack me. All of this while wearing, not brandishing. I've seen some right-wingers now saying brandishing. Wearing, not brandishing, a firearm. So stop changing the facts. I still wish none of these people died, but stop saying one was a beautiful mother who then had like what? How he lost the care of the kids for assault. I saw that there was this, but now you're portraying her as this beautiful mother of 3 children, and then she loved poetry, right? And she also loved interfering with police operations and ICE operations. So this is one thing. It's an incomplete picture. It doesn't mean I want her dead. I would have wanted her arrested, not losing her lives. And then when it comes to Alex Pretti, no, he's this one. Did you see how they enhanced this picture with AI? This is the level of manipulation. Oh, he was such a caring and loving man. And, it's not that I believed it, but I was like, well, he was a male nurse. Maybe he was a nice guy and this whole situation. But then we see the pictures when he's smacking things. Does this mean that I wanted him to get 10 bullets? Obviously not. No. But you are twisting it when you portray them as beautiful, wonderful souls that only care about poetry and loving people. No, the guy was going around and he was effing around. That's the reality.
Can't fathom how the other side is seeing what they are seeing. Right. The first episode of my old Hellworld series was actually all about police brutality. It was all about police brutality towards innocent protesters. I was a little more...
left.
I was a little more ACAB-y back then.
She has become a centrist. That's what happened. She went from left-wing socialist to centrist.
I was a little more libbed the f*** out back then. But hey, to be fair to me back then, that is what happens when you live in the sheltered suburbs of Long Island in your parents' basement versus having a kid and living in the city for 4 years. The police are a taxpayer-funded HR department for structural violence. They exist solely to protect the rights of private property. Yeah, we need more police. Police are good. Police are great. Give the police more guns. More guns. Give them more guns. Tanks. Tanks, even. My overall opinion.
She's absolutely right. So you say centrism is the better path, in my opinion, the middle way. You see, Ghost, I would have agreed with you all the way up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, that's when I decided, no, I'm not going to be a centrist anymore. I tried. I really tried. I come from a moderately conservative family, my dad, my mum, and so I was always right-leaning, never extreme, but always right-leaning, conservative Christian values, tradition. But then I tried like, no, I want to listen to other people. I want to look at the facts. I want to listen to what the other side thinks. And I tried to move into the path of centrism. And then Charlie Kirk happened. And I realized that all the people that I was trying to listening to, all the radical leftists that I was trying to listen to be centrist, they would have laughed at my death the exact same way. And that's when I decided, you know what, F it. The only thing I'm promising, and I'll never be a far-right guy. That's the only thing I'm promising. But I moved back to the right, and I'm here to stay. If you are a moderate left guy, I have no problems with you. But the radicals, they are my sworn enemies. I'll never go back to center. Not after what happened. And that's just me. That's just me. Thank you, Connect, for the $5. Tim Walz and the media are to blame. Yeah, I can see that point. ICE aren't law enforcement. Yes, they are, actually. You're incorrect. They are a branch of law enforcement under the DHS or Department of Homeland Security. I triple-checked. F all the way off. I'm not a thin blue liner. I don't know what that means, but... yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, of course, if the media and Tim Walz keeps telling you, resist, revolution, go, and then people do it, and they block operations, law enforcement operations. Problem with agents is that oftentimes they have to decide to assess whether or not you're a threat. And that can escalate. They could either assess correctly, and then you are a threat, and then they have to neutralize that threat. What are they supposed to do? But on the other hand, they can also miscalculate and think you're a threat. You were not a threat, but the bullets are still in you. And then, yeah, we could discuss it. We could suspend that agent because, okay, yeah, you're still dead. So I would rather you didn't. It's really as simple as that. That's just my position, basically, on these things. And but when it comes to ICE, it is law enforcement in the United States. I don't know what to tell you. That's how it is. Tim Wall said that, sorry. Oh, no problem. Connect. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, the photo being edited. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Exactly, Ghost. Yeah, me too. I was saying that. Yeah.
And is still basically the same. I'm very critical of the police. I am very pro First Amendment. Protesting is a fundamental American right. Absolutely. We can't just go around labeling protesters domestic terrorists. Mm-hmm. That is an insane, slippery slope. And if you support that, I promise you will come back to bite you in the ass. So good luck in 2028 when President Newsom knocks you up. Whoa, knocks you up. Whoa, what's going on here? Good luck in 2028 when President Newsom locks you up for protesting against mandatory forced feminization or whatever the f it is Democrats do. What do they do? Nothing. They do nothing. I don't know. I left this joke blank. Something pronouns. Like, God forbid the state ever turns me into Swiss cheese and the president's like, she was a radical leftist lunatic. The people called her Kami Mommy. Can you believe that, folks? Kami Mommy.
Hey, that's a good impression of, a pretty good impression. No, I'd say that, yes, sure, they use domestic terrorists too much. But then again, the ones that do go around with the mannequin head saying police or ICE saying we're going to take your head off, yeah, they are domestic terrorists. They're absolutely terrorists, where they will try to shoot facilities and stuff like that. Or the guy who did shoot Charlie Kirk, he is a terrorist. Really, to be a terrorist, you're someone who uses terror in order to, it's a form of like scare tactics for the masses in order to force your positions because people are afraid to die. That's what terrorism is. It really is the definition of terrorism. And so a lot of them are absolutely domestic terrorists.
And some people were like straight up mocking this woman, celebrating it. And then when people were like, what the f***, they were like, well, you got Charlie Kirk, so now we got one of your guys. Is that what we're doing now? We're just gonna keep killing each other back and forth? Is that what this is now? Like some kind of civil war? Who gets me in the national divorce? Hell yeah.
I really hope it doesn't go that far. But the people who are being, like all the people that laughed at Charlie's death, as I said multiple times, they should be fired from their jobs because if you're unemployed, you don't have to put up with that. But the people, and that's it. I wouldn't arrest them like Pam Bondi said, because if they don't call for violence, you can't do that just because they use ugly speech. Let's not do that. But then again, the people that did say, get his kids next, arrest them. All of them. Every single one of them.
2 Christmases. Like, you agreed with me when I was upset about the reactions people had about Charlie Kirk, and then you're over here like, boo-hoo, she was a stupid libtard. Honestly, some of you just don't have morals. You have, like, temporary weapons you can use to bludgeon people you don't like when you have the chance. True. You and all the people who mock Charlie Kirk are all going in the pit, and you can come out when you learn how to be normal. In my opinion, a lot of—
Thank you. See, I told you she's based. Absolutely.
Focus on illegal immigration should go to the employers employing illegal immigrants for cheaper scab labor. I feel like that's really important, and like, we're not doing that. It's kind of interesting that the government is focused so hard on immigration right now, but like, apparently hasn't made any like real actual legislative change to the laws of immigration. Dragging Jose out of Home Depot might work for now, but they have to be working on something more substantial, right?
Absolutely. Secure the borders.
Right? Well, Palantir, the company named after the evil crystal ball in Lord of the Rings,
no way.
Right, is apparently working on a new tool for ICE. And what does it do? Oh, nothing really. Just creates a map of deportation targets, pulls up a dossier on them, and assigns them a confidence score. Because if there's one thing we can trust, it's a private Silicon Valley tech company's algorithm deciding who gets disappeared. Every single surveillance tool starts by simply protecting us. It's only gonna affect the baddies. But who are the—
Yeah, surveillance state, I can see that. I can see that becoming a problem. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We've got another channel here, TSPLY. Thank you very much. Metatron, God bless you. I've used your videos in college to help me pass history class final paper. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate that. And good luck on your channel. 100%. I appreciate the support. So, yeah, no, as usual, she's funny. I freaking love her content and everything. It's really funny. Really, really great. But also she presents good points. I think she's really good-hearted. That's why I believe I like her content. It's funny, but she ends up saying things that even when I disagree, I can see that I do truly believe it comes from a place of a good heart. That's why I like her content and I'm subscribed to her channel. Thank you, Connect 200. The court are blocking him and Congress sucks. Oh, goodness gracious. But anyways, yeah, so for the last 10 minutes of our video, usual good video, give it a like. For the last 10 minutes of our video, as always, I refer you to the original creator to give her the likes and comment and the subscription. But ladies and gentlemen, shoes on head, on point, as always, loved the video. That was great. What did you guys think? Well, in the meantime, while you tell me that, I'm going to prepare the next video. Busy stream. We're not here to harm you. We're here to help you. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, it is very Orwellian, isn't it? The entire situation we're going through. Woman in screen and the views go up. Yeah, that's the rule, my friend. And we're going to move to another woman because she just posted. And we freaking love her content. I do want to say thank you to the Scoundrel Scantina, another creator where you see in chat. Thank you for joining. Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you very much. I am. I know how it is to be demonetized. It happened to me as well for a whole year. For a whole year, goodness gracious. Yeah, no, I got one video demonetized. It pissed me off because it was work. But yeah, I imagine you got fully demonetized. That happened to me a while ago. Luckily, was resolved. Yeah, the UK propaganda game is absolutely Orwellian, 100%, from the book from 1984. Feels like a ripoff. Absolutely. Anyways, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the based purple lady is back. The background NPC just released a video called "They Thought They Could Get Away With It." Who's they? What are they trying to get away with? I don't know. I haven't watched it, but I'm looking forward to it. Let's go. I'm sorry to hear that, the Scound. You should check out his channel, man. If you lost everything, I'm so sorry about that. What is she talking about? Let's go.
Hi, it is so great to be back. I have missed you guys so much. I know I was gone for a little while. I'm so sorry. Between the holidays, work, catching up on games, getting a new puppy, and then unfortunately getting pretty sick. It has been a lot, but I am doing well now, and I can touch more on all of that at the end. But
Fantastic.
First, we have to catch up on everything that has happened while I was gone. Well, Claire Obscure had a massive sweep at the Game Awards.
Catch up is originally a Chinese word. Look it up. Expedition 33. I gotta play this. Have you guys played it? Everyone, and I'm covering her. I'm sorry. I don't know where to put myself. So I really want to watch the video.
At the end of last year, and we also witnessed the trailer drop for the new Divinity game from Larian. We saw not one, not two, but 3 versions of Lara Croft get introduced. Right. We learned that it is
missing pyramids. Well, what about the ancient Egyptians here?
Totally okay, and even encouraged for devs to give feedback on how to make a character hotter, as long as it's Leon Kennedy and as long as the devs are women. A game called Code Violet came out as a PS5 exclusive.
Perfect for you.
Why, you ask? Because the devs said they did not want PC modders to turn it into a Gooner game.
Goodness gracious.
Given the game's poor reception, I bet they wish the Gooners were here.
Yeah, agreed, absolutely. Thank you very much, Makariv. So you're saying, hey, Metatron, how many times have you been called a Guido today? Today, no, but yesterday, actually, a girl who got upset with a based opinion that I had did say that. What does it mean, by the way? What do they mean when they say Guido? Metatron derangement syndrome is a terrible condition. I agree. And it's actually very dangerous because what it does, it prevents you from getting like an excellent job, make money, find a wife, find a husband, get a degree, because all you do is watch my content and hate watch and make Reddit posts. And so it's actually really bad. It doesn't do anything to me, but it's really bad for the people who have it. So I sympathize. Hey, Daniel, you should check out Damili Architecture. She has a video on the pyramids and the Colosseum. Cool. You'll definitely check it out. Cool. Right? 3 seconds for and demonetize 40 minutes video. Isn't that insane? It should maybe do a reduction, but not the entire 40 minutes out of 3 seconds. That's insane. And for nothing. That's crazy. I'll have to play Expedition 33 one of these nights. Oh, Guido's an Italian-American, I see. Well, I'm an Italian, so it doesn't apply.
Now, we also got new Fable news, and while I am still not 100% sold on this one, I will at least say the world looks very whimsical. It gives a lot of Hogwarts Legacy vibes. 2 medieval games, Knight's Path and 1348 X-Photo, both dropped trailers, and these 2 games...
This one is based, this one is nonsense. I don't want to hear it.
Pretty much perfectly sum up the state of the discourse in the industry right now. And then, finally... there's Highguard, which launched and managed to break almost 100,000 concurrent players. Unfortunately, it has now lost about 90% of those players and is sitting at like 20,000 mostly negative reviews on Steam. And
I wonder why. So the breastplate as well, they got it right though. The breastplate is supposed to end above the navel. And then if you want more protection here, either you wear, I know this guy as a GUN, I'm just saying from a medieval perspective, either you have mail or you put a placard, so a separate plate that then kind of does this with the breastplate so you don't lose the ability to bend. Oftentimes, whenever breastplates are in video games, they go all the way down to the jeans belt, and instead this is actually well cut. I'll give him that. Maybe they failed, but I'll give him that. Please.
While everyone is mad at Jeff Keighley for promoting this game, I am more concerned about Jeff himself. He was the sole marketer for this game. Basically the only one. What do they have on him?
Yeah.
Anyway, the start to 2026 has been a lot, so let's dive in. I was late.
She has a beautiful, it's called, like, what is it called? In Japanese, it's called bokeh effect, when the background is not in focus and she is in focus. I don't remember what you call it in English, but very nice setup.
Late night scrolling through Twitter last week when I came across a post of this cutie.
Yeah.
It turns out she is a romanceable character for the upcoming game Knight's Path, and I thought, oh wow, she's really pretty.
She is.
That was it. That was my whole thought. And I was about to keep scrolling, but then I remembered, that's not allowed. Not around here, partner. Not around here. Like clockwork, I checked the replies, and there it is. Gooner bait, incel game, and I just have to ask, have we really fallen this far? Have we gotten so used to unattractive female characters that look like they were generated by an AI trained on solely mugshots that now a woman with a normal, pretty face is considered gooner bait? I would like...
Yeah, honestly, this is not... Guys, she's a pretty girl, but literally that's probably a random cashier in Sweden. Am I right? I mean it. What a joke.
To add, it is literally just her face. The picture is from the neck up. She is just standing there, minding her own business prettily, and the horny police say straight to jail. But honestly, I was so proud of the devs for sticking to their guns amid the backlash. This art direction came directly from a poll that they had run previously with their audience, and they followed through wholeheartedly. But
yeah, you see, someone in chat agrees. Yes, I'm Scandinavian. This is the normal girl. Absolutely. You see, it's just that she's not fat. She doesn't identify as a man, and she is in black, and so they don't like that. They're like, it's disgusting. It's yeah. Goodness gracious.
Then came the thing that really set people off.
Yeah.
Someone asked if there would be representation in the game, and the devs did the unthinkable. And I
meaning gay.
realized in that moment that it would not have mattered how they said it or what exactly it was that they said. The problem was always going to be that they said no.
Yeah.
And you know what? Good for them.
Boom! Man, she's based. Absolutely. So I want to clarify this. I'm sure she's going to clarify it. But here's the thing. You could tell, she's like very nice, very melodic, I would say. And so I don't think she's going to be accused of being hateful anyways, but not as much as me. So I kind of want to say this. The reason why it is based and true and good and just that the developer said, no LGBTQ representation, not in our game. We don't care about modern audiences. And I say, yes, based. It's the following. It's not because I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to phrase it this way. Let me put myself full screen. They are being cancelled for that choice. They're being cancelled. They are cancelled, meaning that all of us, like, I'm going to make it my life purpose to make sure they sell 1 million copies. And they're already getting to 200,000 wish lists, so it's backfiring. But regardless, they tried it. The activists in the LGBTQ community, they decided, oh, really? You're not going to give us a representation? We'll make you pay for it. And that's why it is great that they are standing firm. And they are. I've been speaking to the devs, by the way, in the background here. And they are really cool. We talked about it. I told them, don't worry about it. Like, I don't even want a single dollar from them. I'll just give them free publicity for life. I don't care. I don't want anything from it. Well, if they give me a working demo, I'll play it and stream it 100%. Here's the thing. You can have, I don't care. You can have, the problem is not that we don't want you to have any video game ever that ever shows a gay relationship. Dragon Age Origins had that options, you clowns. No one complained. But what they're doing now, the activists, is the opposite. If you don't, you'll be cancelled. Likewise, then they're doing, if the protagonist is white, that's bad. If you have to have every single race, you also have to show transgender people. And so that's what we're fighting against. Because we knew that it was going to go there. It was never about, well, we have a lot of games, but if there is a studio and they feel that they really want to, maybe the developer is gay and they want to create a character that kind of represents them. No, it never was about that. It was about, we're going to make it so the split second a studio doesn't give us what we want, always, we will cancel you. Then we got to fight back. This is what this is. This is what this is, guys. Then you have to stand up against them. No more politics in games.
Because if this industry is going to course correct, we need devs who can say no without fear.
Exactly.
The pendulum has just got to swing, and this is what it looks like. We need devs that are solely focused on the story that they want to tell and something that they are truly passionate about. Rather than trying to cater to the modern audience or make something for everyone, we need devs who aren't bending over to appease journalists or loud Twitter activists, devs who are not using their Steam page solely as a LinkedIn diversity statement. Knight's Path is a game that knows exactly who it's for, and it is building for them. And it turns out that's actually a lot of gamers, because they are already at 200,000 wish lists, including me, and you may or may not hear my voice in there somewhere whenever the...
That is awesome. She's gonna voice over a character. That's amazing. I love that. Now we need Asmongold's voice. I want Asmongold's voice in the game. Am I right?
game releases. Now, if Knight's Path isn't your thing, that is totally fine. You do have options. You could check out 1348X Photo, where you play as an angry lesbian knight with a bowl cut on a revenge quest across medieval Italy. And I do say this genuinely, that is one of the most unique, yet also not unique pitches I have heard in a long time. Why does she suspiciously look like Bella Ramsey? I don't know. The game also features Jennifer English, though, who I love so much, and I think she is so talented. But I will be honest with you, you know how I feel about my female characters, and when I saw the trailer, my thought was simply, I am not sure who is, but I certainly am not the target audience for this, and I clicked off. And apparently, when the X-Photo devs saw everything happening with Knight's Path, they could not do the same. They hopped into the discourse with a snarky modern agenda tweet of their own, and journalists immediately materialized to defend them. Here is what is so funny to me. If you are confident in your game and your audience, why say anything at all? Well, apparently they can dish it out but not take it, because they have now closed their Steam discussion boards. Very Knight-like, very chivalrous.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, if that's the salty, all right, absolutely. But anyways, if you like that, buy the freaking game. Buy it, play it. I'm not playing it, but if you want to play it, play it. I'm going to play Knight's Path. You can call me a big girl you want. I don't even care. Play the freaking game, the medieval lesbian. Which, by the way, if you want to do it historically accurate, it's going to be a really hardcore game to survive in the Middle Ages as a woman who is also a knight, but maybe it's not historical. Maybe it's fantasy. Then do whatever fantasy you like. But I'm buying Knight's Path. You buy whatever you want. Sorry to be asking each time, but I would really your opinion on Song and Story. Oh yeah, I know that. And sorry, Heavenly Powered Up. It's just that lately, it's been impossible. Like, I really too much content to be produced right now. I'm sorry about that. I don't know when will happen. Maybe I just can't do it. I have to give priority to the stuff that actually. But I do appreciate you. I do want you to know that. It's just, it is what it is. Let's go.
And speaking of double standards, we have to talk about the GOAT himself, Mr. Leon Kennedy. I will admit, even though I am so excited for the game, I am way too much of a baby to play Requiem when it comes out, so I will have to watch my husband play through it first. But we recently learned that
I did not know she was married. Cool.
During RE9 development, a lot of the female devs had input on making sure Leon stayed hot, and they were getting very detailed about it, like the wrinkles on his neck detailed. You know what?
What?
I respect it. The response from everyone has also been great. Joking about it, celebrating it. Yes, give us more hot Uncle Leon, but...
Yeah, exactly. People in chat are saying good for her. Yeah, good family woman. Let's go.
Here is where I do start to spiral a little bit. We just went through this whole thing with Knight's Path. A female character shows up with a nice face, and suddenly it is incel chud bait. But for some reason, the same energy does not exist for Leon and his carefully workshopped neck wrinkles. Nobody is calling those devs weird for putting thought into making him attractive. They are passionate about making him attractive, and there is nothing wrong with that. They enjoy it, the audience will enjoy it, and it will help sell more copies of the game. And it is the same thing with Lara Croft, a character who has always been meant to be attractive, but the recent reboot comes out and suddenly people are clutching their pearls over her outfits, over her wearing makeup in a video game where she fights dinosaurs. Why does she need mascara to explore a tomb? I don't know. Why does Leon need neck wrinkles to fight zombies?
Well, to be fair, I think my wife would absolutely wear makeup before chasing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm just gonna be honest with you. So that one maybe is not necessarily a problem. Ackertone, Melania documentary earns a record 8 million. Holy moly, is that Melania Trump? I don't know.
Why does anyone need to look good doing anything? It is a video game. It is for fun, escape, and enjoyment. Rules for thee, but not for he, I guess. Okay. Let's talk about Highguard, which is truly one of the games of all time. So, like I mentioned, it launched with almost 100,000 concurrent players, very huge numbers, and then almost immediately lost about 90% of them. Now, I am not going to jump on Jeff Keighley too hard for this one. I genuinely do not know what it was that he saw in this game, because after watching some gameplay, it's pretty rough, and I think the conversation probably went something like this. Jeff played a demo, fell in love for reasons unknown, told the devs, I am giving you a primetime slot in this year's Game Awards. And they were probably like, are you sure, Jeff? I don't know, maybe a smaller slot, maybe a tweet. And Jeff said, no, final spot.
I changed it to live chat, thank you.
Trust. And then he pointed finger guns at them and he walked away. But then reality happened, and it turns out, much like everyone was expecting, the game is not great. Now, to try and be super fair, I do think the internet was also kind of hunting for something, you know. Everyone was looking for the next Concorde. They wanted a new punching bag, and
Concorde was such a colossal flop, and I would like to underline this. Concorde was a flop not only because the gameplay was bad, because it just didn't work, it was unappealing, it was generic, it was bland. All of that is true. Problem is, the creators that only say that, but then pretend as if the DEI in game and the woke nonsense in the game aren't also a reason why a lot of gamers didn't buy it, are fence-sitting. And there are plenty of creators that did that, and I hate it when they do that. It's like when they say, oh, Dragon Age Veilguard is a bad game because of the gameplay, and you say nothing about the LGBTQ transgender indoctrination as one of the reasons why the game flopped. I'm not even asking you to agree with it. You could say, hey, I think it's a beautiful story about transgender, it touched me, I loved it. But it is one of the reasons why it failed, because a lot of gamers disagree with you, me included. I hate it when gamers do that. I think one of them was, I think Angry Joe, because he's gone into his ultra-left state now, which is, I would have never expected him to be honest. He was all about guns and this and that, but whatever, apparently. It's his politics, it's his freedom, I don't care. But I hate it when they do that. And another one was Critical, whom I watch Critical. But when he talked about Concorde, it's like he couldn't say it. He couldn't say that one of the reasons was clearly that it didn't appeal to a massive amount of gamers. And it's not just the right-wingers, the centrists hate it too. And I've got a couple of friends of mine who are moderately left, and they're like, yeah, but when they push the woke stuff too much, it's too much for me as well. But yet they have to pretend it's not the case, and that really annoys me. Because at least tell it for what it is.
Guard showed up at exactly the wrong moment with maximum spotlight on them, and I don't think most people are rooting for games to fail. Highguard was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and this is just yet another sign that people are so over the modern slop.
Yes.
We are tired. We just want good games, and we want to be excited about good games. And when something gets hyped up like that and it does not deliver, it's gonna get roasted. Now, had this not been announced like it was at the Game Awards, had they just been left alone and done their own thing, they probably would have been fine. It would have launched to a much smaller group, and they would have had the time to make changes and develop, and that could still happen. I really am hoping that they will be able to turn it around. Speaking of turning things around, oh, Ubisoft. I really did not think that it could get much worse for them after last year, and I have conflicting feelings about—
Man, did you see the stock? I'm considering. Do you think the Ubisoft stock will go back up? Because now it's down to freaking $4. Unbelievable. $4 a stock.
All of this, part of me wants to do the Death Note meme, but the other part of me— this is a company that I used to love, running across rooftops as Ezio, Pagan Min being one of my favorite villains ever, me and my cousins performing Rasputin on Just Dance because we took that game way too seriously.
Right, but they ruined the Heroes of Might and Magic series and they stopped support for Heroes 7. I will never forgive them for that.
Seriously, Ubisoft used to have the special sauce, so seeing where they are now, it's pretty rough. And we are only 1 month into the Grand 2-6, and already 6 games canceled, including the Prince of Persia remake that they announced like 5 years ago. 7 more games have been delayed.
Honestly, Sands of Time, it's like a PlayStation 1 title, I think. I'm telling you, I don't know, Prince of Persia, the only remake I'd like to see is the Prince of Persia 2 for DOS. I still play it.
2 studios shut down. They have a €1 billion loss expected this year, and the stock is in the dump. Now, there are lots of reasons for why this is happening, and some people want to blame the market, but for Ubisoft, I think it is pretty simple. They stopped making great games. And that is a crazy take, I know, but clearly their priorities shifted to monetization models, internal HR initiatives, consulting firms telling them what modern players really want, and then just picking fights with their own audience base. Do you remember when their subscriptions guy said that players need to get comfortable not owning their own games? Not How do we make games that people will love? But how do we extract maximum value from people that we don't even like? And when Ubisoft's games underperform, do they reflect?
No.
Nope.
They blame the audience. They say it's the bigots again.
Outlaws undersold, they blamed Star Wars. Shadows got backlash, they called it a battle that they fought and won. A battle with their own customers. And their plan to fix things moving forward, more empty open worlds, more live service. The same exact formula that got them here, which is literally the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over.
Man, I said this so much. I remember when I covered the story, but all they needed to do was remove Yasuke, put an actual Japanese samurai, and add Yasuke as a DLC character. That's it. This destroyed them because it showed us it created a culture of war where the right is like, what the heck is this? You're doing a race swap again. What about the Japanese? Including all of Japan, by the way, including the government. And then the left is like, oh, are you saying you never want to see black people on screen? Are you racist? And that destroyed everything. All they needed to do, if you really wanted Yasuke, you liked the story of Yasuke, right? And you need to make sure that the investors keep giving you money, so you show the black guy on screen. Give us a good Japanese samurai as the main character and put Yasuke as a DLC and say, hey, he existed historically. We wanted to cover him. I mean, I would also add the DLC of Adam Williams, so you ensure us that way that you're not anti-white scum, and boom, everyone is happy. No, they did this, and the game was destroyed, and I'm glad it was destroyed. It deserved to be destroyed.
Them here, which is literally the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, which I do have to point out that a character from their own game, Far Cry 3, actually quotes. So that is one side of the coin. Now, let me show you the other side. While Ubisoft is collapsing, Sven Vinka casually posts that Divinity Original Sin 2, a game from 2017, just had its best sales month since launch. How does that even happen?
Yeah.
Well, Sven says it's pretty simple. They make great games and they respect and like their players. At the Game Awards, they announced their return to Divinity, their most ambitious game yet, bigger than Baldur's Gate 3, and you could just feel the passion radiating off of it. But shortly after that, they hit a bit of controversy over sharing that they were using Gen AI tool experimentation, which personally, I think the whole blow up over this was a bit ridiculous. They were just...
For me, it depends what they use the AI for. If the AI is making the assets instead of artists, I disagree with it. If the AI is used to create some placeholders or to help with, I don't know, some routine aspects of the code maybe, and I wouldn't really bother me. It kind of depends personally when it comes. I just don't want the games to be created with AI. Absolutely not. I know Elon Musk is all about that. Personally, no. I mean, there are a lot of things I agree with with Elon, but that one is one of those that I'm like, no, I'd rather keep it a human business. But a little bit of AI implementation to help with mechanical routine stuff, I'm not against it, personally. I think it's really a case-by-case scenario. Thank you, Makariv. Random question, but do you believe relics currently held in churches such as the skull of St. Andrew and the hand of John the Baptist are the real deal? Would you consider talking about this? I think I talked about it a little bit once. We were talking about the remnants of Alexander the Great's body. You can in fact find that video with the search engine if you Google it on my channel. It depends. I think some of it is inflated and others might even be real. I personally, of course, wouldn't put your faith nor your life into like, oh my gosh, maybe it's a real relic. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, who knows. Difficult to know. I imagine some are probably real and some are probably fake. That's what I would say. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised either. Just look at TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. That crap is insane. I don't know. I've never seen that. Regarding AI, I believe studios shouldn't use it, but indie developers can afford to pay for anything, and AI helps a lot with that. Right, but still up to a certain extent, because I'd rather you crowdfunded your game rather than having the game be made mostly by the AI. Like, I hate it when the AI writes the script. You can tell. You can 100% tell. It's like soulless. But as I say, routine tasks, sure, why not?
trying to be transparent about their creative process. But
yeah, there you go.
Anyway, with all of that, what did they do when they were hit with that backlash? Did they gaslight everyone? Did they call it a battle? Nope. They held a Reddit town hall. With Sven, the art team, the writers answering questions directly. It is clear that they have a lot of passion and love for what they do and for their audience. Look no further than all of the free content that they released the past 2 years for Baldur's Gate. And after 20 million copies and all of those awards, they are still indie. They even chose to walk away from the Baldur's Gate franchise for now, which would have been a guaranteed money printer for them because they wanted to work on something they were more passionate about and deliver the most amount of value for their fans. Same industry, but completely opposite results.
Yeah.
I think it really does come down to 2 questions. Do you like the game you were working on? And do you like the people you were making it for? Because when the answer to both is yes, you get Larian. When the answer to both is no, you get Ubisoft. Side note, I did finally play DOS 2 over the holidays. I was one of those post-spike sales. The hype got to me. What can I say? And the whole time I was playing, I kept saying, this reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3. So if you are into CRPGs, I highly recommend it. It is a very well done game.
Cool.
Whew, okay, that was a lot. But if you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for being here. Like I said at the start, it has been a while, but you know what they say. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. So
you see, it's thanking all of you guys because we were here until the end.
Hopefully that is true for you too. Hopefully you missed me at least a little bit. It was a really busy couple of months though. I had family stuff, holidays, work. I finally did get to play Dispatch though. I beat DOS 2, which took a lot longer than I expected, but just getting to sit down and get lost in a good game again, it felt really great. Something that didn't feel great.
She's lovely. She's lovely. Let's give it a like. We watched the video. Go subscribe to her. Absolutely. It's gaming time. I'm playing. All right, let me have a look. What have we got? I am playing, my friends. I am playing. So let me close all the tabs that we don't need. Let me close all the tabs that we don't need. Why do I repeat things? I noticed I repeat things a lot on streams. I need to stop doing that. It's like something I don't realize, but then I do when I edit a stream out. And so I apologize for that. What I don't apologize for is that I'm going to play, because I'm a player. Let me see what we've got. Let me open Steam. There are a few games that I have in mind. I'm a player. Ooh, I'm playing this one. All right, decided. Let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Voting? This is not a democracy. This is a theocracy. Let me just open the game. There you go. So, ladies and gentlemen. Oh gosh, I keep losing the... Why does it not do the full screen? Alright, maybe we need to do... Let me fix it. So I think what we need... Oh yeah, it's giving me... I don't know why it's giving me trouble. It's not opening it. What if I do... One moment. Let me do settings very fast. Settings. Windowed, maybe. Is there a way? Oh gosh. Well, let's reduce the resolution. We don't need it. Like that. I changed the language to Ukrainian by mistake. Alright. Alright. So I'm gonna try like this. Very strange that I cannot choose. So what I think is happening is that... I know you're not seeing this. I will... This game is great. Thank you, Daniel. I'd like to make it work. So there is a way to do it. But what I need to do... 1 second, please. I'm gonna fix it. Because it's not accepting the full screen. And it won't let me choose windowed. But I know how to fix it. What I need to do is... We're gonna go into top right. We're gonna click... You learn how to fix problems when you stream or in general. So we're gonna go into properties and I'm gonna do 1 second please. Yeah. Okay, game capture property and let's change it to kiosk. Okay, then we remove display capture. Did it. Boom. It worked. It worked. Thank you so much Modern Day Knights for gifting 5 Metatron memberships. Man, now we are 30 to go for the 400 thing, because now you did. That's amazing. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate the support. Alright, it's time to play. So can Metatron run a burger place successfully? Is the music too loud? Let me change it in game a little bit. Let's do like this. How's this? Oh no, I'm not ignoring super chats. I just need a second to find them. One moment. Yeah, there we go. Is it... Do you believe relics? I did read that one. Let me see. What's your name? 1 second. Ich habe. So it's... I'll find it. 1 second. Alright, so... there we go. What I want is a movie or cartoon about Ordo Mediare Sisters. Oh, Iron Lily! Is that too much about? I actually agree with you. I love Iron Lily. She's great. We follow each other on Twitch, but not on Twitch, on Twitter. Yeah, Melania documentary record 8 million. I read that one, and I do not believe I forgot any super chat. Sorry for taking time to read it, but music is fine. All right, guys, and it's time to play. Ooh, endless mode and relax mode. Let's go for story mode. Day 1. Okay. So that's me. Too much light. Oh, good. Much better. Hello? Hello? Hey kid, it's Michael, your boss. Wanted to say good luck and your first day here. Last guy didn't last very long, but I hope you will. He's been acting a bit strange lately, until he just dropped showing up to work. I didn't hear from him again. He even left some notes on the walls. Just ignore them. If you need help with any recipe, you can check it out in our cookbook. Okay. And if you need any ingredients, alright. Storage room. We close at 12. Don't forget to lock the door. Easy enough. I think I can do this. What game is this? It's Kiosk. We might need a little more sensitivity, actually. A little more. Yes, who is it? Oh my gosh. Well, 1 second, please. I swear. Customers, and I haven't even... So, we've got... What have we got here? Beer, soda, cheese. Ooh, I love cheese. Sausages, burger. Alright. Burger package. Well, I'm going to enjoy this. I love games like this. Cheese package. Mustard. I'm going to show you. I'm going to be the best. I'm going to be the best, guys. Ever. Look at all this stuff. I'm going to mess up everything. Hello. Hey, didn't see you around here. You must be the new guy. Yeah, that's me, Metatron. Usually go along at night like this, but I'm hungry. Can I get one hot dog, please? Hot dog, guys. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Sausage. Sausage, sausage. Oh, goodness gracious. Sorry. So she didn't see that. She didn't see it. She didn't see it. Oh, goodness gracious. Come on. Seriously. Oh, goodness gracious. How am I going to do this? Is there a way? Oh, drop. I was clicking throw. Nothing to see here, madam. Alright. Knife. Oops. Oh, no. My gosh. I'm like an imbecile. I'm an idiot. How do I do it? Do I... Boom. Did you like that? And because you have that face and you keep staring at me, you're getting the one sausage that fell. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, it's working on it. Work in progress. She's giving me anxiety. Work in progress, madam. Oh, you see the orders there. Hot dog. That's cool. And I just burnt it. Damn you. Damn you. Alright, this is not going great, guys. Don't distract me, please. I'm trying to focus on the cooking. Let's go. Focus. Focus, focus. Come on. Cooked sausage. Done. See, this is your sausage. Don't worry about the other one. I'll eat it later. There you go. So she wants a hot dog. That's it. No ketchup, no mustard, no nothing, no life, no purpose. Well, she says it's delicious. Keep the change. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you. Well, that was easy enough. Yeah, I think we're great. A little less volume, but I think we're doing great. I can do this. I can even wash my hands if I want to. Burnt sausage. Let's get... Oh my gosh. Yes, sir. Hey, man. Give me a burger with cheese. Burger with cheese. Excellent choice, sir. Excellent choice, sir. A burger with cheese. Alright, so let's get the burger. Let's get the burger. Put it here. Boom. The knife. I'm gonna hit it from here, guys. 3, 2, 1. Woohoo! Did you see that? Did you see that, sir? I mean, guys. That's I'm Italian. What can I say? I'm Italian. I like to cook. I like to cook. I'm Italian, sir. Oh, it's done. It's done. Cooked burger. All right. So put it in the perfect bun. He said he wants cheese. Now, given. I don't know what the cheese is, sir. Here's the thing, though. I think we should have warmed up the cheese because who wants... There he is. Who wants cold cheese on their burger? Who the heck wants cold cheese on their burger, for crying out loud? There you go. You get the cheese from the floor, sir, if you don't mind. Spicy. It's spiced up. Perfect. What up? We should do smash burgers. He likes me more than the other guy. Here you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate. I left a little tip there for you. You know, everyone tips. This is a wonderful floor spice. That's what I say. Exactly. 5-minute rule. I think it was a 5-second rule, to be honest, though. Not a 5-minute rule. Yes. Whoa. We got fancy. Fancy here. Give me a... No hello. No good morning. Give me a burger and a hot dog. Both with only ketchup. Hurry up. I've places to be. The rain is confusing me. The sound of the rain is distracting me. It's art. It takes its time. So he wants a burger and a hot dog. Alright. Burger and a hot dog coming up. Absolutely, sir. Oh, I didn't need to take the... I didn't need to do this. What am I doing? I'm out of my mind. So we got burger. Check this out, man. Boom. And sausage. Come on. Boom. Did you see that? Man, these people, they don't appreciate anything. I'm an acrobatic cook. That's what you call it. Acrobatic. Boom. With ketchup, he said. No. How do you do it? Use E. There you go. 1, 2. It's the 5 seconds rule. 4 and 5. Perfect. All right. So that's the burger, sir. He likes it. Hot dog. The amount of... Oh, goodness gracious. So there you go. Sausage. Boom. And ketchup with the 5-second rule. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Perfect. That's a work of art. Grab it. Oh, come on. What? Hot dog with ketchup? What are you on about? How was that wrong? How was that wrong? Oh, it wasn't cooked? Uh-oh. Well, you know, one would say it's a detail. One would say it's a detail. Besides, did you know that a lot of the sausages here are actually pre-cooked? We just warmed them up. But fine, I get it. I gave him a raw sausage with a lot of ketchup. Cooked sausage. I swear, if it doesn't work, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit. Okay. Oh my gosh, what have I done? What have I done? But he liked it. You're the best. Thank you, sir. I know. You did a great job, I agree. Wait. Who's that behind you? Oh, come on. Son of a... He didn't pay. He didn't pay. What is he, from Naples? He didn't pay. Hey. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh. I wouldn't touch that if I were you, actually. Okay. We good? All right. I forgot it's a horror game. I actually forgot that it's a horror game. Let me see the recipes very quickly. Burger, hot dog, we know. Soda and beer, easy. Ketchup and mustard, easy. And the rest is locked. Aha. Well, we know how to do everything. Hi, did you see a Napolitan run? I love the smell of rain. Who says that? Who says that? Can you imagine you go to McDonald's and say, I'm going to say it next time I go to McDonald's. One hot dog with lettuce and ketchup. Oh, come on. And a soda. Who wants lettuce on your hot dog? Anyways, I'm giving the soda from here. Catch it. Hey, it worked. I don't even care. Hot dog. All right. Hot dog. Put it here. Get this. I'm gonna beat my record. Oh, damn it. We can do it, guys. Just Maldini Costa Curta. Perfect. It's cooking. Hey, it works. It works. Cooked sausage, let's go. Alright, so cooked sausage with what? Lettuce and ketchup. Oh, we need to do the lettuce. First time ever, sir. So, be decent. And, man, that was incredible. Did you see that? Perfect. Man, I'm an acrobat. And it was ketchup. Alright, ketchup. I'm gonna go relaxed on the ketchup, alright? Just a little bit. So you stop screaming. And I don't have to stop streaming. Thanks, my pleasure. Hey, can I ask you something? No? Sure. Are you scared of working here alone? I swear. Don't you hear what happened to the last guy? What happened to him? You don't know? No. He was my friend and things were good. But then one day, he became a paranoid. The last time I saw him, I could really see fear in his eyes. Anyways, gotta go. Well, at least he paid. That's an improvement. I swear. Anyways, I'm gonna open this one just in case. Yeah, you didn't see that. You, don't worry about it. Hello. Hey there. I'm exhausted. I just finished a 12-hour shift at the factory. That's, sharing too much information. I'm heading home to my wife and kids. Hey, at least he's a family guy. I appreciate that. So what does he want? 2 burgers and 2 hot dogs. Man, that's great. I love the order, sir. I love the order. Right away. Don't worry, let this Italian cook. So we need burgers. One moment, please. We need burgers. So this place is an absolute mess. So this is the burger. I wish it didn't explode, but it is kind of funny. There we go. It did not explode. Look at that. That's, oh my gosh, that's a psychic right there. Anyways, he wants 2 burgers, right? So 2 burgers, sausage. Let's not burn everything. Let's not burn. Don't distract me, guys. Don't distract me. 1, 2. Oh, this is raw. Cooked. I didn't burn anything. So that's an improvement. So first burger with what? Lettuce, cheese, and mustard. All right. So lettuce. I gotta get cheese, and mustard. Love it. Ooh. There you go. A little bit of mustard for the man. Man, that thing is gonna be sulfuric acid. All right. So that's the first one, sir. You're welcome. Next burger. We are all about efficiency here. With what? Burger, cheese, and ketchup. Just cheese and ketchup. That's the wife, isn't it? Cheese and ketchup. There you go. Done. So here is the one for the wife. And then hot dog, lettuce, and mustard. You know what? I'm actually enjoying this game a lot. This is fun. Even if it didn't have all of the rest of the... I would just do this. What? Oh, I can't do it because I didn't put the sausage? How about now? Yeah? With what? Lettuce and mustard. Mustard. It's a mustard family. That's what they love. Mustard. So here's the mustard. And then lettuce and ketchup. Alright, that's the sun. I'm out of buns. Don't panic. Burger package, beer, soda, lettuce, sausage. No. Oh, it should be in the fridge though. That stuff is probably... Hot dog bun, let's go. Hot dog bun, 1 second. So this, and then we need the hot dog, and this one is with lettuce and ketchup. So lettuce, there you go. This is going great. This is going fantastic. I should consider. I should consider. For you, sir. Phenomenal. Man, I kind of want to order McDonald's now. It looks delicious. It is delicious. I made it. I hope they like it. They will, sir. They absolutely will. Thank you. Say hello to your family. We need to get some buns, guys. Let's get some buns. So we need some burger. Just throw them. Who cares? 1, 2. Yeah, yes. 1 second. Okay, we're good. A little more cheese. Boom. Alright, who is it? Hey, do you like animals? I swear, these people. Can you just order your damn food? Always found them interesting. Well, I mean, we do eat them. We cook them here. So we find them interesting as well. Are you a dog person or a cat person? Beef. I'm not Chinese. I don't have any pet yet, but I love to have a small dog. Right. How about a hot dog, sir? Anyways, give me 2 burgers and 2 beers. I'm gonna start with the beers so I don't forget. Beer number 1. I just broke one. Beer number 1. Boom. Beer number 2. And we're gonna do something special. I'm actually enjoying this very much. Boom. Haha. So what does he want? Burger, mustard and ketchup. Yes. So the meat. The meat. The meat. Burger. Alright. Burger package, sir. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Burger number 1. You didn't see nothing. Alright. This is the mafia. So we're cooking. Look at that. Look at that. Cooked burger. Boom. Cooked burger. Ole. Alright. So now the buns. Bun. Boom. Burger. What does he want? Mustard and ketchup. Now we're talking. Perfect. And now a little bit of ketchup. Just done. Okay. So anything else? No. That's it. So that's burger number 1. And the other one, cheese and lettuce, guys. Cheese and lettuce. So this is the burger. We need the cheese. Cheese packet. Where is the knife? There is the knife. There is the knife. And boom. How do you like it? This one is for you. Filthy animal. And then lettuce. We need that. No, we still have it. Perfect, guys. No drive-through. Oh, gosh, no. I'm already struggling here. Thank you so much. See you around. My pleasure, sir. Thank you very much. Please come back. Please come back. Enjoy your hot dog. What? What's going on? Ended the shift, guys. Where is the pasta? Are you Italian? I mean, they are gonna add recipes. I hope we add some pasta, to be honest. Yeah. Anyways. Yes, hello. Day 2. Hey, kid. Great job on your first day. I know, sir. Let's see. If we're asking for something not on these cold nights. People were asking for something hot on these cold nights. So I got a coffee machine. Hey, coffee. Great. Il caffè, espresso, italiano. Perfetto. I've set it up for you. Don't worry. Best of luck, kid. Guys, we're serving coffee. Caffè. Un caffè, grazie. Let's prepare. They're gonna want the sausage. One moment. Goodness gracious. Okay. Hello. Businessman. Businessman. Wanna hear a joke about pizza? Be very careful, because I have a knife. So you mind your... Watch your mouth. Never mind, it's too cheesy. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? I'm gonna give him a joke too then. I'm gonna give you a joke about the Roman legion. The joke is about decimation. Only 1 in 10 will get it. My joke was better. Honestly, my joke was better. Get me a coffee. Alright. And a hot dog with ketchup. Fine. Alright, so this is the coffee machine. Sorry. There we go. Here's your... Alright, so we put it here. And where are the... Oh, there we go. Capsule. Okay. What do I... Okay, automatic, guys. Automatic. Thank you. One moment, sir. If you burn yourself, you cannot sue me. Sue the company. Just not me. You Americans in your class actions lawsuits. Goodness gracious. And, okay, so we do this. And he said, sausage. So, here's the sausage. It's from yesterday, sir. It's just been fermented. Fermented, guys. Yeah, that's definitely a double espresso. 100%. Cooked. With ketchup. Nice and easy. What if I put ketchup in the coffee? I'm so gonna do it next time. I don't even care. I'm putting ketchup in the coffee. Thanks. Here you go. Appreciate. Okay, so let me prepare. I wish I could drink one of the coffees to get a buff. Wouldn't that be cool? Developers, you should do that. I think I have enough of this. Hello. Oh, wow. What a hat. She looks like a liberal. So, one burger, one hot dog, a soda, and a coffee. I am so glad that we have everything marked here. So let's start with the soda. You know what? No. We're going to start with the coffee. So while the coffee's made, we give her the soda. Look at this optimization. Boom. Then we take mustard, put it in the coffee. That's it. Perfect. Excellent. All right. It's a mustard coffee, specialty of the house. And then we... where is it? There we go. There we go. Mustard coffee. It worked. It worked. Sorry, but that was fantastic. Anyways, what else you want? Burger. All right, man, that's a complicated burger, though. That is a complicated burger. Anyways. Look there. It. Boom. She didn't say anything, so it's fine. There you go. Are you sure you're not a vegan? And the other one is a hot dog, so I'm just gonna do this. Perfection. Perfection, guys. Alright, thank you for the burger. Cooked sausage, perfect. Alright, so we start with this burger, which has lettuce. We need a thing of lettuce. So, here's the thing of lettuce. Here's the knife, and here is the power of Son Goku from Dragon Ball. I don't know. I'm clearly underpaid. 100%. So we need... Wait, we need the cheese. There is some cheese on the floor. Don't mind it. Cheese on the floor. Little bit of mustard. Little bit of ketchup. Little bit of ketchup on you. And I think... I'm not forgetting anything, am I? That's a complete. That's a deluxe. That's a deluxe. Next, hot dog. Alright, so put it here. We got this. Hot dog with what? Lettuce? My gosh, what is it with people and lettuce these days? Let us not. Ketchup and mustard. So here is the ketchup. Here's the mustard. Perfect. Buon appetito. The bun looks a little dry and stale, but it's fine. Seriously? Well, sorry, that's not company policy. We don't comment on that. We don't comment on that. So it's going great, guys. It's going great. Oh, I need to update category and title. You're absolutely right. So I'm going to do that. And to do that... Oh, my goodness gracious. Alright, I'm going to update it now. If I get assassinated in the meantime, it's your fault. It's on you. It is entirely on you if I get assassinated. So, kiosk. Keep an eye on him, please. Kiosk. Done. And we're going to call it... Well, I think the name doesn't really matter, does it? Well, I guess I'll change it as well. We'll call it kiosk. And done. Alright. All updated. Now, what's funny is usually I insult all the people that make like videos about me. I call them all clowns. That could well be a Redditor. I'm just saying. Pennywise. Hey there. Let me see. I had a long day twisting balloons and now I'm hungry. Couldn't you get changed? Could I get a hot dog and a coffee, please? Absolutely, sir. Coming right along. He's gonna end me. I know it. He's the murderer. 100%. If movies have taught me anything, he's an alien. Did he say he wants an hot dog? Hot dog then. With mustard. Nice and easy. I love it. Simple enough, am I right? Where's the knife? I'm holding the knife just in case. Yeah, the makeup is not washing off. Man, what is he using? What is he, too skinny to be a Redditor? Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, sorry. I didn't burn it. So, mustard. Okay, nice and simple, nice and easy. Love it. Here it is, and coffee. Ready for you. Enjoy. Thanks. Here you go. You know what? The clown was the best. Just to the point. Give me the money. Hot dog, boom, cop. Oh my gosh. It's the clown. He turned it off. I'm dead. I'm a dead man. Pagliaccio. Ridi pagliaccio. That's what pagliaccio means. Oh my gosh. What was that? Okay. He's behind me, is he? Maybe not. There will be an antipasto. Okay, good. Well, nice. Any other new things? So we got the coffee, and then it's all locked. How many? Oh, 6 recipes. Cool. Yeah, I can do that. I can learn 6. Hello. Hello. She wants, I'll have 2 burgers, 1 beer, and 1 coffee. Please hurry. Oh, I hate it when they say that. Bring a brolly. Alright, so she wants a beer. Here you go. Then what? Coffee. Let's make the coffee in the meantime. I'm going to do it. I'm going to be very fast. Oh, wait. The coffee. We are out of coffees. Damn it. Oh, here it is. Good. I'm glad. Boom. So while the coffee's being made, she wants 2 burgers. Alright. We only have 1. Burger package. We gotta speed it up, guys. She's in a rush. She's in a rush. She's in a rush. I understand, madam. I'll be right. Be with you there soon. Cooked. Cooked. Give me the bun. Give me the bun. Oh wow, that was fast. Lettuce and cheese. All right. Oh, the cheese, damn it. Let's get the cheese. We have a lot of cheese in this establishment of reputable establishment, in fact. Cheese number 1, boom. And what does she want? Nothing. Lettuce and cheese. Man, not even a little bit of ketchup. That's sad. Burger, cheese, mustard. Alright. It's literally like not even... I can't even express myself artistically. Cheese and mustard. Get the cheese, get the cheese. You like it? You like it? That's because you made me rush. So now, that's what you get. Cheese from the floor. Here. What? I forgot the mustard, did I? Damn it! I forgot the mustard. Well, now you see, it's her fault. It's entirely her fault. I don't even care. It's her fault. Here's the cheese. Let me get the bun. I'm gonna burn it. I'm gonna burn it if I don't focus, guys. Yeah, I forgot the mustard, I know. Yeah, it's, you know, it's one of those things. Boom. Lettuce. Did she say lettuce? No. No lettuce. She said cheese and mustard. So, cheese and mustard. Work in progress. I am a walking health code violation. You're absolutely right. There we go. Okay. Excellent. Make it count. That's what I say. That's what I always say. Thank you. And the coffee. Yeah. Coffee. Here it is. Little thing. Boom. Cup. Thank you. Let's see if she can grab it. 3, 2, 1. Hey! But could you imagine like the hot coffee all over her? The hot coffee will warm me up. Yes, it will. Here you go. Bye. That was a mustard skirt. I think you know, it's in my blood, guys. I'm Italian. I like to cook. That's a great jacket. Very 1990s, man. My wife just left me. Oh gosh. Is it the guy who went home to his children? It's not my fault. The burgers were perfect. I need something to kill the pain. Ibuprofen? Give me 4 beers. Oh, come on. No, man. Just don't drink and drive. You can drink. I get it. Just don't drive, man. Can I refuse the order? Can I refuse the... Can I call the... Thank you, Edmund, for becoming a supporter. on Rumble. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. We need to give this man 4 beers. That's not good. That's not gonna end well, guys. This is not gonna end well. But I don't know what to do. He's an adult. As long as he doesn't drive, he's not breaking any law. Come on, man. Thanks. See you around. Oh, for crying out loud. Do you think he is the clown? Maybe. You're Portuguese and you like to make bread? Yeah, I understand that. And the shift! We did it, guys. Day 3, let's go. This is going phenomenal. This is going really well. Alright, so, what are we making? What's the new... That's a lot of sausage. What are we making? We are making... salad. Who goes to a fast food for a salad? Who is this masochist? What's the point? Make it at home. Hey there, kid. I found some really cool wooden bowls. For a moment I thought bowls. And guess what? Salad is on the menu now. Yay. I'll talk to you later. What is it? Caesar salad? Caesar salad? Did we make like $100? I think so. Caesar salad. Just don't stab it. Yes, officer. Hey there, kid. Hello. I'm a legal immigrant. Legal. I've got green card. We are investigating the disappearance. The guy who worked here. Did you meet him? Got any information about him? Not really. Okay, keep an eye out for any suspicious. And working making me hungry. I'd like a burger, salad, and 2 coffees. Well, I get it. You know, the officer working late needs 2 coffees. It's fine. It's fine. So, coffee number 1. And where I'm running out of capsules, guys. I don't know where the capsules are. They need to train me, right? He wants a burger. We can do that very easily. There is a burger bun on the floor. And cheese and ketchup. So, let's get them the meat. Burger package, thank you. Let's get the meat. The meat here. We do special magic. Thank you. And I'm gonna cook it. What if I cook the other one in advance? Probably gonna go bad. Cheese. Okay, so cheese. I don't feel like I'm very optimized, to be honest, but I'm doing my best. You know, that's what... Oops. I'm gonna burn the burger. I'm gonna burn the burger. Don't burn the burger. I didn't burn it. Okay, so cheese officer. Just not breaking any law, am I? Not breaking any law, am I? And that's that. So then it needs a burger, cheese and ketchup. Alright, let's go. Little ketchup for the officer. Let's go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Boom. Next, the coffee. I have nothing for coffees. I am ruined. I am finished. I don't know. Sir, I don't know where the stuff is. I literally haven't got a clue. Oh, here. Okay, no, we are saved, guys. We're good. We're good. So, coffee number 1. Boom. Let's do coffee number 2. I wish I could use both hands, honestly, but I guess that's like a 3rd month of training. While the coffee is being made, we make a salad. So, how do I do it in the bowl? So, bowl, it's just lettuce and tomato. I know, keep it simple. I can respect that. Lettuce. Where are the tomatoes? Oh, they're here. Wow. It's nice. Where's the knife? Where's the knife? Here it is. Knife. What if I throw the knife at the officer? Am I gonna get arrested? Haha. Perfect. Chopped. Ah, that's great. With what? With nothing. Lettuce and tomato. For you, sir. Who the heck? That's a $15 because that's America, alright? And the second coffee, alright. So, there we go. I think that's his order. Smells amazing. I know, Italian and whatnot. Take care and remember to stay safe. I thought he was going to say, remember, the Metatron has spread his wings. We need some cucumber in that salad, yeah. I agree. We need more knives for the Caesar salad. Absolutely. I could have put the entire tomato in it. Absolutely. Hello. Oh, the money. Hey, don't touch the money. You disgusting burglar. 1 burger and a cold beer. That's an easy one. I appreciate when it's easy. Man, let's see if we can do this one like super fast. Oh no. Oh, where did I throw it? Oh, damn it. I lost the last beer. Where are beer? Oh no. Where are beer? I think I broke it, guys. Where is the beer? Oh, beer. Oh, good. Oh, goodness gracious. You definitely don't have a future as a goalkeeper, do you? Seriously, AC Milan? Nope. Not gonna happen. Sorry, man. Not gonna happen. A burger package. I need the, where is it? Burger bun. So we got the burger bun. Look at this. Check this out. That's a pro if you've ever seen one. And cheese, lettuce, and tomato. Right, so let's cook this. Let's prepare the cheese. From the floor. That's how we do it back home. And lettuce and tomato. Wow, it's already prepared. So I'm way ahead of you. Alright. Boom. So, little lettuce. Little tomato. It's a deluxe. It's a deluxe. And cheese, right? No ketchup. No nothing. No spice in your life. Here you go. Thank you. Stay safe. You too. Why does everyone say stay safe, though? Starting to give me anxiety. Let's get the other buns prepared. Buns. Okay, we got these. And this. And this. I know, I heard it. Man, I know. This is very busy. They should up my pay. Hello. Hey there. I think he's addicted to fast food, to be honest, man. You should cook at home for once in your life. I'm about to watch an animal documentary with a friend. And you want to eat, okay? And we'll need some food. 2 salads and 2 sodas. Oh, they're vegans. Please? Alright, 2 salads and 2 sodas. Let me give him this soda. Soda number 1. Soda number 2. 1, 2, grazie. What? That was a weird sound. Did you hear it? Anyways. Alright, so bowl with a beautiful tomato. Doesn't work. If you don't put the salad first, seriously, man. Have a little bit of imagination in your life for once. Okay, so salad, tomato. Is that it? Lettuce and tomato. Okay, salad number 1. And who the heck? I just realized it. Who the heck watches an animal documentary while eating salad as a after-hour friend activity? And I thought my life was simple. Tomato, please. Tomato, please. Check this out. Look at this trick. Look at this trick. In 3, 2, 1. Woohoo! And you get the one from the floor. Because you're a filthy animal. Boom. Lettuce and onion. Uh-oh. That was a mistake. We're going to have to do some prepping before I clock out, I agree. That was a mistake. He wanted the onion. Cipolla. Learn the words in Italian while you're at it. Cipolla. No, because you need to put the lettuce before. Blah, 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 blah. Lettuce and cipolla. Enjoy your wonderful salad. See you around $50 in this economy, am I right? Extra protein, exactly, from the floor. Love it. Let me get this tomato before they see it. Oh, too late. Let's do this. Let's prepare, guys. Let's prepare. I need some cheese in here. I need some cheese. Every time I leave the damn room. So we have a lot of sausages. They don't go bad, by the way. It seems like, at least when they're raw. I'm gonna get another knife. And we're gonna prepare the cheese. Great. Hey, it's Fonzie again. Sunday, Monday, happy days. Give me a hot dog and a cold beer. Hey, it's you again, yeah. Last time you ran off and didn't pay. Yeah, that's right, it's the Neapolitan guy. I won't serve you again unless you pay, exactly. Did you just refuse to serve your master? Okay, he's the killer, guys. 1 second, the wife is calling me. He's the killer. He's the killer. 1 second. He's the killer, guys. I know it. I'm gonna send her a screenshot of this guy to my wife. I'm sending it right now. I'm sending it right now. Yeah. It is a horror game, yeah. I'm just getting so focused on the hot dogs and salads that I keep forgetting about it. You got the Sega glasses, almost. Maduro Sega Master System glasses. Seriously. All right. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Yeah, I refuse to serve my master, you muppet. You made a huge mistake. Hey, be careful. I got Sicilian cousins. You will pay for this. Yeah, he's the killer, guys. He's the killer. He's the killer, guys. Yeah. We need fries, by the way. This is ridiculous. So we got the cheese. Yeah, he doesn't scare. You know, you don't scare me. Hello. He wants a hot dog, mustard and ketchup, a salad, please. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so beer. I always like to start with the drinks first because I feel like it's the easiest thing to do. And then he wants hot dog with ketchup and mustard. We need to start cooking these because this is a mess. I'm gonna do some... Oops. I'm gonna do some prep work for the next one. And he wants a salad, just lettuce. Holy moly, man. I mean, whatever. That's what you ordered? Okay, fine. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm just a server. So, salad, sir. Beautiful for you. Enjoy. And hot dog, ketchup, and mustard. Alright, we can do that. We can do that very easily. Hot dog with ketchup. Just a little bit. Compared to what I usually give, guys. This is nothing, am I right? Ketchup and mustard, that's it. Yeah, boom. That was great. Man, that was fast. I'm getting better at this game, am I right? Let's see. Did you hear about the guy that died in a car crash yesterday? Oh, come on. Is it the guy I gave the beers to? It's not my fault. I heard his wife left him. Yeah, that's the guy. He's gonna haunt us. It's a haunting. So not only I've got the psychopath, but I've got a ghost as well. Police found alcohol in his blood. I get it. But what was I supposed to do? Oh, what was I supposed to do? Don't drink and drive, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So, that's the message, kids. Take care. Yeah, you too. Thank you. You should have called a taxi. Maybe I could have called a taxi for the guy, am I right? Oh, no. It's happening again. Oh, gosh. Where is it gonna be, the monster, now? Oh gosh, it's the ghost. I told you it was the ghost. Oh, it's the ghost. We are haunted. We are haunted. We're cooked. Never mind the sausages. We're cooked. It's in my head, guys. It's not actually happening. I just got suggested, you know. It's the... So, 1 coffee, burger and a salad, please. I have studied all night. Yeah, maybe a Red Bull. But with my coffee, you will not sleep for a week with my coffee. So don't worry about it. Where is it? We're going to make a special coffee for her. Where the heck are the other coffees? Oh, here. Okay. We're going to give her the special. We're going to give her the special, guys. Salad, lettuce, onion, and tomato. Or at least there's more of an adventurous salad. Where are the salad bowls? I literally don't know anything. Salad bowls. Cup lid, burger bun, cheese, coffee capsule, mustard, tomato. Cup, no. Cup lid. Okay. Beer, burger package, ketchup, sausage package, onion, soda, and lettuce. I don't know what it is. Literally, I cannot serve her the salad. Can I refuse the order? I'm gonna look. Oh, maybe. Oh, there's one there. Okay, never mind. Got it, got it. We're safe. We're safe. Alright, so she wants... I only have 1 bowl, so let's not F it up. She wants lettuce, onion, and tomato. Not even a little bit of salt on the tomato? You gotta be joking me. Anyways, that's your salad. She wants the coffee. We said we're gonna give her the special, guys. It has a little bit of ketchup. It has a little bit of mustard. And we top it off with a bit of onion. Oops, almost. Wait. Oh, come on. The onion is it's like, oh, come on, you're killing it. Well, whatever. We just give it a little bit of perfume. A little bit of perfume. There we go. So now we give her the lid, and that's my special recipe. You will not sleep for a week, I guarantee. She loved it. She freaking loved it. Let's go. Burger. Alright, so where is it? Bun. Boom. Here. Meat. Let's get the meat. One moment, please. I need to put some of the meat in the freaking... Where is it? Cheese. Burger bun. Where is the burger? Burger package. Alright. So the burger package, we need to spice up our lives a little bit. So I'm going to hit it from here. No. Miss it. Missed. Sorry. Sorry. I need to concentrate. Boom. That's a samurai if I've ever seen one. Okay. We're good. We're good, guys. We're good. You say tomato. I say tomato. London Bridge is falling down, my fair Muslim. Okay, so she wants cheese. Where is it? Cheese. She wants the cheese. I cannot stand that the cheese is cold in these burgers. I just can't stand it. Ketchup. Little ketchup. Oops. Ketchup. What else? Onion. She wants onion. Where is the onion? Oh gosh. We used it. I know. Oh no, I used it for the salad. No, it's here. Okay, so onion. Boom. A little more ketchup. A little more ketchup. Okay. And where is it? Mustard. Little mustard. Boom. Great. And then that's it. That's a fantastic. It's American cheese. I think it's American cheese. Yeah, pomodoro. That's tomato in Italian. That was fast. Thank you. I mean, technically wasn't, but hey. It's all about personal perception in life, am I right? I've heard some strange stories about this place. Oh, don't. Are they true? Are you scared? What stories? Never mind. Oh, goodness gracious. I have to go. It's getting late. Keep the change. Thank you. To, what is it, $20 and 50 cents? All right, guys. It's the end of my... We need some mozzarella in this life, though. I swear. If they listen to me, this place, I could... Okay. Boom. Done. Woohoo! Day 4, guys. I'm telling you. I'm actually... we need to do some prep work. You know what? I know I forgot to do the prep time, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make the customer wait, and I'm going to do the entire prep. No, I couldn't prep because that thing would have kept going beep, 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 and I would have flipped everything, the table. So... I'm going to do the prep work and just make the customer wait. What they're going to do? Starve to death? Seriously. Anyways, what I'm going to do is I've been streaming for 5 hours and a half. I think we're going to continue this one in the next couple of days, next stream, because I'm sleepy. And I actually got hungry with all this food talk. So thank you very much for joining the stream. I really appreciated you guys being here. It was really awesome. It was a fantastic stream. And I really appreciated it. In fact, I'm going to just put you on screen again. Boom. And just want to say thank you to everyone joining the stream tonight. It was a fantastic stream. 5.5 hours, guys, to end the month. As I say, I think next month I'm going to stream at least 3 times. And then if we hit the 400 member mark at one point, I'll up the streaming a little bit. But thank you so much. And, yeah, thank you for watching. Really appreciated that. It's a good game, though, isn't it? See you next tomate. El tomate, that's in Spanish, isn't it? Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciated you being here. We actually covered a lot of the topics that I wanted to talk about. So that worked really well. Let me double check one last time the numbers. So, yeah, YouTube is good. Rumble, yeah, cool. All right, so I'm going to stop first. We're going to stop Rumble. Thank you so much, guys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Muppet. And Rumble is off. Next, we're going to stop YouTube. So before we do that, Let me open the YouTube section right here. And let me see. This is going to look strange, but 1 second. Yeah. Chat rate. I'm seeing stuff. They're just double checking the information. Okay. So thank you so much, guys, on YouTube. So I'm going to stop the stream in 3, 2, 1.